decision leading to assent or dissent, surmise or doubt, etc. 3. Presentation as nominal act, e.g. as the subject presentation of an act of assertion. 4. Presentation as objectifying act, i.e. in the sense of an act class necessar. Highly represented in every complete act, since every matter, or representation, must be given primarily as the matter of such an act. This qualitative ground class includes acts of belief, whether nominal or propositional, as well as their counterparts, so that all presentations in the second and third of our above senses are included here. The more precise analysis of these concepts of presentation or the experiences they comprise, and the final determination of their mutual relations, will be a task for further phenomenological investigations. Here we shall only try to add some further equivocations to those affecting the term under discussion. To keep them sharply apart is of fundamental importance in our logical and epistemological endeavors. The phenomenological analyses indispensably needed to resolve these equivocations have only been partially encountered in our previous expositions. What is missing has, however, often been touched upon, and indicated to an extent that makes a brief list of headings possible. We therefore continue our enumeration as follows. 5. Presentation is often opposed to mere thinking. The same difference is then operative that we also call the difference between intuition and concept. Of an ellipsoid I have a presentation, though not of a surface of Kummer. Through suitable drawings, models, or theoretically guided flights of fancy, I can also achieve a presentation of the latter. A round square, a regular icosahedron 1 and similar a priori impossibilia are in this sense unpresentable. The same holds of a completely demarcated piece of a Euclidean manifold of more than 3 dimensions, of the number n, and of other constructs, quite free from contradiction. In all these cases of non-presentability, mere concepts are given to us. More precisely, we have nominal expressions inspired by significant intentions in which the objects of our reference are thought more or less indefinitely, and particularly in the indefinite attributive form of an A as the mere bearer of definitely named attributes. To mere thinking presentation is opposed, plainly this means the intuition which gives fulfillment, and adequate fulfillment, to the mere meaning intention. The new class of cases is favored because in it corresponding intuitions are added member by member and from all sides to thought presentations. Whether these are purely symbolic meaning intentions or fragmentarily and inadequately mixed with intuitions, presentations which leave our deep cognitive cravings unsatisfied. What we intuit stands before our eyes in perception or imagination just as we intended it in our thought. To present something to oneself means therefore to achieve a corresponding intuition of what one merely thought of or what one meant but only at best very inadequately intuited. 6. A very common concept of presentation concerns the opposition of imagination to perception. This notion of presentation dominates ordinary discourse. If I see St. Peter's Church, I do not have an idea, a presentation of it. But I do have the latter, when I picture it in my memory, or when it stands before me in a painting or drawing, etc. 7. A presentation has just been identified with the concrete act of imagination. But, looked at more narrowly, a physical thing image is also called a presentation or representation of what it depicts, as, example in the words this photograph represents St. Peter's Church. The word presentation is also applied to the apparent image object, in distinction from the image subject or thing represented. This is here the thing appearing in photographic colors, not the photographed church, image subject, and it only represents the latter. These ambiguities carry over into the straightforward, pictured presence of memory or mere imagination. The appearance of the fancied object as such in experience is naively interpreted as the real containment of an image in consciousness. What appears, in its mode of appearing, counts as an inner picture, like a painted picture presenting the imagined object. In all this it is not realized that the inner picture is intentionally constituted, and that so is the way in which it and other possible pictures present one and the same thing, and that it cannot be counted as a real moment in the imaginative experience. Point 2. 8. In all cases of this ambiguous talk of presentation, where a picturing relation is supposed, the following thought also seems active. A very inadequate picture represents a thing and also recalls it, is a sign of it, and this last in the sense that it is able to introduce a direct presentation of it that is richer in content. A photograph recalls an original, and also is its representative, in a manner its surrogate. Its pictorial presentation makes many judgments possible, that would otherwise need a basis in a percept of the original. A sign remote in content from a thing often fulfills similar functions, e.g. an algebraic symbol. It arouses the presentation of what it stands for, even if this is something non-intuitive, an integral etc., it turns our thought towards this, as when we represent to ourselves the complete definitory sense of the integral. At the same time, the sign functions representatively, surrogatively, in a context of mathematical operations. 1. Operates with it in additions, multiplications etc., as if the symbolized were directly given in it. Previous discussions have shown this mode of expression to be rather crude. 3. But it expresses the governing notion in our use of presentation, which here means representation in the double sense of provoking presentations and doing duty for them. Thus the mathematician, drawing on the blackboard, says, let x represent, present, the asymptote of the hyperbola, or, calculating, let x represent, present, the root of the equation fix equals 0. A sign, whether it depicts or names, is called the presentation, of what it stands for. Our present talk of representation, which we do not wish to erect into a fixed terminology, relates to objects. These representative objects are constituted in certain acts, and acquire a representative character for new objects in certain new acts of transcendent, hinausdetenden, presentation. Another, more primitive sense of representation was mentioned under 1. This made representatives experienced contents receiving an objectifying interpretation in such representation, and in this manner helping to present objects, without becoming objective themselves. This leads to a new ambiguity. 9. The distinction between perception and imagination, which latter itself shows important descriptive differences, is always confused with the distinction between sensations and images. The former is a distinction of acts, the latter of non-acts, which receive interpretation in acts of perception or imagination. If one wishes to call all contents which are in this sense representative sensations, we shall have to have the distinct terms impressional and reproductive sensations. If there are essential descriptive differences between sensations and images, if the usually mentioned differences of liveliness, constancy, elusiveness etc., are sufficient, or if a varying mode of consciousness must be brought in, cannot be discussed here. Anyhow, we are sure that possible distinctions of content do not make up the difference between perception and imagination, which analysis shows with indubitable clarity to be a difference of acts qua acts. We cannot Regard what is descriptively given in perception or imagination as a mere complex of experienced sensations or images. The all too common confusion between them is, however, grounded in the fact that at one time a presentation is understood as an imaginative idea, in the sense of 6 and 7, at another time as a corresponding image, the complex of representative contents or imagery, so that a new ambiguity arises. 10. The confusion between an appearance, example a concrete imaginative experience or a mental picture, and what appears in it, leads us to call the presented object a presentation, idea. This applies to perceptions, and generally to presentations in the sense of mere intuitions or logically interpreted intuitions, e.g. the world is my idea. I. The notion that all conscious experiences, contents in the realm, for phenomenological sense, are in consciousness, in the sense of inner perception or some other inner orientation, consciousness, original apperception, and that with this orientation a presentation is eo ipso given, consciousness or the ego represents the content to itself, led to all contents of consciousness being called presentations. These are the ideas of the English empiricist philosophy since Locke. Hume calls them perceptions. To have an experience and to experience a content, these expressions are often used as equivalent. In logic it is very important to separate the specifically logical concepts of presentation, idea, from other concepts of it. That there are several such concepts has already been indicated in passing. We may again mention one not included in our list so far, Bolzano's notion of the presentation in itself, which we interpreted as equal to every independent or dependent part meaning within a complete assertion. In connection with all purely logical concepts of presentation, we must, on the one hand, distinguish the ideal presentation from the real n, for 1, e.g. the nominal presentation in the purely logical sense and the acts in which it is realized. And, on the other hand, we must distinguish between the mere meaning intentions and the experiences which fulfill them more or less adequately, i.e. presentations in the sense of intuitions. 1-3. Beside the aforementioned ambiguities, whose danger is obvious to all who seriously absorb themselves in the phenomenology of the thought experiences, there are others which are in part less important. We may for instance mention talk of presentation, idea, in the sense of opinion, 5-6a. This is an ambiguity which arose through gradual transformations as occurs in all similar terms. I recall the verbally manifold, but always equivalent phrases, it is a widely held opinion, idea, view, conception etc. Expressions correlative to presentation naturally have a correspondent ambiguity. This is particularly the case in regard to talk about what is presented in a presentation, i.e. about the content of a presentation. That a mere distinction between content and object of presentations, like the one recommended by Twardowski following Zimmermann, will not remotely suffice, however meritorious it may have been to dig down to any form. Differences in this field, is clear from our analyses up to this point. In the logical sphere, to which these authors limit themselves without being aware of their limitation, there is not one thing which can be distinguished as content from the object named, there are several things which can and must be so distinguished. Above all, we can mean by content, in the case, example, of a nominal presentation, its meaning as an ideal unity, the presentation in the sense of pure logic. To this corresponds, as a reals, moment in the realn, content of the presentative act, the intentional essence with its presentative quality and matter. We can further distinguish, in this realin, content, the separable contents not belonging to the intentional essence, the contents which receive their interpretation in the act consciousness, in the intentional essence, i.e. the sensations and images. To these are again added, in the case of many presentations, variously meant differences of form and content. Particularly important is here the difference of matter, in a totally new sense, and categorical form, with which we shall have to concern ourselves a great deal. With this is connected the by no means univocal talk concerning the content of concepts. Content equals sum total of properties, in distinction from their mode of combination. How dubious blanket talk about content can be, when we merely oppose act, content, and object, is shown by the difficulties and confusions into which Twardowski fell, and which have in part been exposed above. We may point particularly to his talk of presentative activity moving in two directions, his complete ignoring of meaning in the ideal sense, his psychologistic elimination of plain difference of meaning by recourse to etymological distinctions, and lastly, his treatment of the doctrine of intentional inexistence and the doctrine of universal objects. Note: in recent times a view has often been expressed which denies the difference between presentation and presented content, or at least denies its phenomenological ostensibility. One's attitude to this rejection naturally depends on one's interpretation of the words presentation and content. If these are interpreted as the mere having of sensations and images, and the phenomenological moment of interpretation is ignored or discounted, it is right to deny a distinct act of presentation. Presentation and presented are one and the same. The mere having of the content, as a mere experiencing of an experience, is no intentional experience, directing itself upon an object. By way of an interpretative sense, it is, in particular, not an introspective percept. For this reason we identified a sensation with a sensational content. But can anyone doubt, once he has distinguished the various concepts of presentation, that a concept so delimited is impossible to sustain, and has arisen merely through a misinterpretation of original, intentional notions of presentation? However the notion of presentation is defined, it is universally seen as a pivotal concept, not only for psychology, but also for epistemology and logic, and particularly for pure logic. A man who admits this, and yet bases himself on the above rejection, has so involved himself in confusion. For this concept has no part to play in epistemology and pure logic. Only through this confusion can I explain how a thinker as penetrating as V. Ehrenfels, on occasion maintained, Zeitschrift Psychologie und Physiologie. Der Sinzergane, 16, 1898, that we cannot dispense with a distinction between act and content of presentation, since without it we should be unable to state the psychological difference between the presentation of an object A, and the presentation of a presentation of this object. For the rest, he informs us, he has no direct assurance of the existence of such a phenomenon. I myself should say that an act of presentation is as such directly intuited, precisely where this distinction between a presentation and a presentation of this presentation is phenomenologically drawn. Were there no such cases, no earthly argument could possibly provide an indirect justification of the distinction in question. Just so, I believe, we have directly established the existence of an act of presentation in becoming clear as to the difference between a mere sound pattern and the same pattern understood as a name, etc. The present new edition of the final part of my logical investigations does not correspond, unfortunately, with the notice in the preface added in 1913. To the first volume of the second edition. I was forced to a decision to publish the old text, only essentially improved in a few sections, instead of the radical revision of which a considerable portion was already in print at the time. Once again the old proverb came true, that books have their destinies. The exhaustion naturally consequent on a period of overwork first forced me to interrupt the printing. Theoretical difficulties that had made themselves felt as the printing progressed, called for revolutionary transformations of the newly planned text, for which fresher mental powers were necessary. In the war years which followed, I was unable to muster, on behalf of the phenomenology of logic, that passionate engagement without which fruitful work is impossible for me. I could only bear the war and the ensuing peace by absorption in the most general philosophical reflections, and by again taking up my works devoted to the methodological and material elaboration of the idea of a phenomenological philosophy, to the systematic sketch of its foundations, to the arrangement of its work problems, and the continuation of such concrete investigations as were in these connect ions indispensable. My new teaching activity at Freiburg favored a direction of my interest to dominant generalities and to system. Only very recently have these systematic studies led me back into the territories where my phenomenological researches originated, and have recalled me to my old work on the foundations of pure logic, which has so long awaited completion and publication. Divided as I am between intensive teaching and research, it is uncertain when I shall be in a position to adapt my oid writings to the advances since made, and to recast their literary form. It is also uncertain whether I shall use the text of the sixth investigation for this purpose, or shall give my plans, whose content already goes far beyond the text, the form of an entirely new book. As things stand, I have yielded to the pressures of the friends of the present work, and have decided to make its last part once more accessible, at least in its old form. The first section, that I could not revise in detail without endangering the style of the whole, I have allowed to be reprinted practically verbatim. But in the second section on sensibility and understanding, by which I set particular store, I have, on the other hand, continually intervened to improve the form of the text. I remain of the opinion that the chapter on sensuous and categorial intuition, together with the preparatory arguments of the preceding chapters, has opened the way for a phenomenological clarification of logical self-evidence, and eoip so of its parallels in the axiological and practical sphere. Many misunderstandings of my ideas towards a pure phenomenology would not have been possible had these chapters been attended to. Quite obviously, the immediacy of the vision of universal essences spoken of in the ideas, implies, like the immediacy of any other categorical intuition, an opposition to the immediacy of a non-intuitive, e.g. an emptily symbolic thought. But people have substituted for this immediacy the immediacy of intuition in the ordinary sense of the word, just because they were unacquainted with the distinction, fundamental to any theory of reason, of sensible and categorical intuition. I think it shows something about the contemporary state of philosophical science that straightforward statements of such incisive meaning, presented in a work that for nearly 2 decades has been much attacked, but also much used, should have remained without noticeable literary effect. The position is similar in the case of the textually improved chapter on the a priori laws of authentic and inauthentic thinking. It at least offers a blueprint for the first radical worsting of psychologism in the theory of reason. This blueprint makes its breakthrough within the framework of an investigation exclusively concerned with formal logic, and is therefore restricted to the reason of formal logic. With how little deep attention this chapter is read, is shown by the often heard, but to my mind grotesque, reproach, that I may have rejected psychologism sharply in the first volume of my work, but that I fell back into psychologism in the second. It does not affect what I have said to add that, after 20 years of further work, I should not write at many points as I then wrote, and that I do not approve of much that I then wrote, e.g. the doctrine of categorical representation. Nonetheless, I think I can say that even the immature and misguided elements in my work deserve a close pondering. For everything and all that is there said, derives from a research which actually reaches up to the things themselves, which orients itself towards their intuitive self-givenness, and which also has that eidetic phenomenological attitude to pure consciousness, through which alone a fruitful theory of reason becomes possible. Anyone who here, as also in the ideas, wishes to grasp the sense of my arguments, must not be afraid of considerable efforts, including the efforts of bracketing his own notions and convictions upon the same, or the putatively same, themes. These efforts are demanded by the nature of the things themselves. One who is not afraid, will find sufficient opportunity for improving on my positions and, if he cares to, for censuring their imperfections. Only if he entrenches himself in a superficial reading drawn from an extra phenomenological sphere of thought, will he refuse to attempt this, if he is not to be disavowed by all who truly understand the matter. How readily many authors employ critical rejections, with what conscientiousness they read my writings, what nonsense they have the audacity to attribute to me and to phenomenology, are shown in the Allgemeine Erkenntnislehre of Moritz Schlick. On page 121 of this work it is said that my ideas asserts the existence of a peculiar intuition, that is not a real psychical act, and that if someone fails to find such an experience, which does not fall within the domain of psychology, this indicates that he has not understood the doctrine, that he has not yet penetrated to the correct attitude of experience and thought, for this requires peculiar, strenuous studies. The total impossibility that I should have been able to utter so insane an assertion as that attributed to me by Schlick in the above italicized sentences, and the falsity of the rest of his exposition of the meaning of phenomenology, must be plain to anyone familiar with this meaning. Of course I have always repeated my demand for strenuous studies, but not otherwise than, example the mathematician demands them of anyone who wishes to share in talk of mathematical matters, or who even presumes to criticize the value of mathematical science. In any case, to devote less study to a doctrine than is necessary to master its meaning, and yet to criticize it, surely violates the eternal laws of the literary conscience. No amount of learning in natural science or psychology or historical philosophies, will make it unnecessary to make these efforts in penetrating into phenomenology, or can do more than lighten them. Everyone, however, who has made these efforts, and who has risen to a very seldom exercised lack of prejudice, has achieved an indubitable certainty regarding the givenness of its scientific foundation and the inherent justification of the method demanded by it, a method which here, as in other sciences, renders possible a common set of conceptually definite work problems, as well as definite decisions as to truth or falsehood. I must expressly observe that, in the case of M. Schlick, one is not dealing with irrelevant slips, but with sense-distorting substitutions on which all his criticism is built up. These words of defense, I must also observe, in regard to section 111. That I changed my position on the problem of the phenomenological interpretation of interrogative and optative sentences shortly after the first edition of the work, and that there would be no place for small revisions, which were all that could be undertaken at the time. The text therefore remained unaltered. I could be less conservative as regards the much-used appendix on external and internal perception. Though the text's essential content has been preserved, it now appears in a considerably improved form. The desideratum of an index for the whole work could unfortunately not be realized, since my promising pupil, Dr. Rudolf Clemens, who had undertaken to prepare it, had died for his country. E. Husserl. Freiburgheim Breisgau, October 1920. Our last investigation may have seemed at first to lose itself in remote questions of descriptive psychology. It has, however, been of considerable help in our attempted elucidation of knowledge. All thought, and in particular all theoretical thought and knowledge, is carried on by way of certain acts, which occur in a context of expressive discourse. In these acts lies the source of all those unities of validity which confront the thinker as objects of thought and knowledge, or as the explanatory grounds and principles, the theories or sciences of the latter. In these acts, therefore, lies the source, also, of the pure, universal ideas connected with such objects, whose ideally governed combinations pure logic attempts to set forth, and whose elucidation is the supreme aim of epistemological criticism. Plainly we shall have gone far in our elucidation of knowledge, once we have established the phenomenological peculiarities of acts as such, that much debated, little understood class of experiences. By putting our logical experiences into this class, we shall have taken an important step towards the demarcation of an analysis which will make sense of the logical sphere and of the fundamental concepts which concern knowledge. In the course of our investigation, we were led to distinguish various concepts of content which tend to become confusedly mixed up whenever acts, and the ideal unities pertaining to acts, are in question. Differences which had already struck us in our first investigation, in the narrower context of meanings and of acts conferring meaning, appeared once more in a wider context and in the most general forms. Even the highly noteworthy notion of content, that of intentional essence, which emerged as a novel gain from our last investigation, was not without this relation to the logical sphere, for the same series of identities, previously employed to illustrate the unity of meaning, now yielded, suitably generalized, a certain identity, that of intentional essence, which applied to all acts whatsoever. By thus linking up, or subordinating, the ideal unities and phenomenological characters of the logical realm, to the quite general characters and unities of the sphere of acts, we importantly deepened our phenomenological and critical understanding of the former. The investigations carried out in the last chapter, basing themselves on the distinction of act quality and act material within the unity of intentional essence, again led us far into the zone of logical interest. We were forced to inquire into the relation of such intentional material to the presentational foundation essential to every act, and were compelled to hold apart several important, constantly confounded concepts of presentation, and so to work out a fundamental part of the theory of judgment. Here as elsewhere a vast amount remains to be done. We have barely made a beginning. We have not yet even been successful in our more immediate task, that of laying bare the source of the idea of meaning. Undeniably and importantly, the meaning of expressions must lie in the intentional essence of the relevant acts, but we have not at all considered the sorts of acts that can thus function in meaning, and whether all types of acts may not be in this respect on a level. But when we seek to tackle this question, we at once encounter, as the next paragraphs will demonstrate, the relation between meaning, intention and meaning fulfillment, or to speak traditionally, and in fact, ambiguously, the relation between concept or thought on the one hand, understood as mere meaning without intuitive fulfillment, and corresponding intuition, on the other. It is most important that this distinction, touched on even in our first investigation, should be most minutely explored. In carrying out the appropriate analyses and, in the first instance, attaching them to the simplest naming intentions, we at once perceive that our whole treatment calls for a natural extension and general circumscription. The widest class of acts, in which we meet with distinctions between intention and intention fulfillment, or intention frustration, extends far beyond the logical sphere. This is itself demarcated by a peculiarity in the relation of fulfillment. A class of acts, those known as objectifying, are in fact marked off from all others, in that the fulfillment syntheses appropriate to their sphere have the character of knowings, of identifications, of a putting together of things congruent, while their syntheses of frustration, similarly, have the correlative character of a setting apart of things conflicting. Within this widest sphere of objectifying acts, we shall have to study all the relations relevant to the unity of knowledge. We shall not have to limit ourselves to the fulfillment of such peculiar meaning intentions as attach to our verbal expressions, since similar intentions also turn up without grammatical support. Our intuitions, further, themselves mostly have the character of intentions, which both require, and very often sustain a further fulfillment. We shall provide a phenomenological characterization of the quite general notions of signification and intuition in relation to the phenomena of fulfillment, and we shall pursue the analysis of various sorts of intuition. Starting with sensuous intuition, and inquire basic to the elucidation of knowledge. We shall then embark upon the phenomenology of the varying degrees of knowledge, giving clearness and definite form to a related series of fundamental epistemological concepts. Here certain novel notions of content, barely glanced at in our previous analyses, will take the center of the stage, the concept of intuitive content and the concept of representing, interpret, content. We shall range the notion of epistemic essence alongside of our previous notion of intentional essence, and within the former we shall draw a distinction between intentional quality and intentional matter, the latter being divided into interpretative sense, interpretative form and interpret, apperceived, or representing, content. We shall thereby pin down the concept of interpretation, Auffassung, or representation, as the unity of material and representing content by way of interpretative form. In connection with the graded transition from intention to fulfillment, we shall recognize distinctions of greater or less immediacy in an intention itself, which exclude straightforward fulfillment, and which require rather a graded sequence of fulfillments. This will lead to an understanding of the all-important, hitherto unclarified sense of talk about indirect presentations. We then follow up the differences of greater or lesser adequacy of intention to the intuitive experiences which fuse with it, and which fulfill it in knowledge, and point to the case of an objectively complete adequacy of the one to the others. In this connection we strive towards an ultimate phenomenological clarification of the concepts of possibility and impossibility, harmony, compatibility, conflict, incompatibility, and of the ideal axioms relating to these. Bringing back into consideration the act qualities that we have for a while neglected, we then deal with the distinction, applicable to thetic acts, of a provisional and a final fulfillment. This final fulfillment represents an ideal of perfection. It always consists in a corresponding percept. We of course take for granted a necessary widening of the notion of perception beyond the bounds of sense. The synthesis of fulfillment achieved in this limiting case is self-evidence or knowledge in the pregnant sense of the word. Here we have being in the sense of truth, correspondence rightly understood, the adequatio reiac intellectus. Here this adequatio is itself given, to be directly seized and gazed upon. The varying notions of truth, which all must be built up on one single, self-same phenomenological situation, here reach complete clearness. The same holds of the correlative ideal of imperfection and therefore of the case of absurdity, and as regards the conflict and the non-being experienced therewith, of falsehood. The natural course of our investigation, which at first only concerns itself with such intentions as are meanings, has as a consequence that our treatments all begin with the simplest meanings, and in so doing abstract from formal differences among such meanings. The complementary investigations of our second section will then make these differences their main theme, and will at once lead to a totally new concept of matter or material, to a basic contrast between sensuous ff and categorial form, or, abandoning an objective for a phenomenological stance, to a contrast between sensuous and categorial acts. In close connection with this last, we have the important distinction between sensuous, real, and categorial objects, determinations, combinations etc., regarding which last it becomes clear that they can only be perceptually given in acts which undate upon other acts, and in the last resort, on acts of sensibility. In general we may say that the intuitive, and accordingly likewise the imaginative, fulfillment of categorial acts, is founded on acts of sense. Mere sense, however, never fulfills categorial acts, or intentions which include categorial forms. Fulfillment lies rather, in every case, in a sensibility structured by categorial acts. With this goes an unavoidable extension of the originally sense-turned concepts of intuition and perception, which permits us to speak of categorial and, in particular, of universal intuition. The distinction between sensuous and purely categorial abstraction then leads to a distinction between sensuous concepts and categories. The old epistemological contrast between sensibility and understanding achieves a much needed clarity through a distinction between straightforward or sensuous, and founded or categorial intuition. The same is true of the contrast between thinking and seeing, intuiting, which confuses philosophical parlance by confounding the relations of signification to fulfilling intuition, on the one hand, with the relations of sensuous and categorial acts, on the other. All talk of logik form concerns what is purely categorial in the meanings and meaning fulfillments in question. But the matter of logic, the intention of terms, itself admits, through a graded superimposition of categorial intentions, of distinctions of matter and form, so that the logical antithesis of matter and form points the way to a readily understandable relativization of our absolute distinction. We shall end the main body of this investigation by discussing the factors which limit freedom in the actual categorial shaping of given matter. We shall become aware of the analytic rules of authentic thinking which, grounded in pure categories, do not depend on the specificity of their materials. Similar factors limit thought in the inauthentic sense, i.e. pure acts of meaning to the extent that they might lend themselves to authentic cases of expression, resting on a priori principles and not dependent on subject matters to be Expressed. From this demand springs the function of the laws of authentic thinking to provide norms for our acts of mere meaning. We raised a question at the beginning of this investigation as to the natural circumscription of sense-giving and sense-fulfilling acts. This is answered by ranging such acts under objectifying acts, and by subdividing the latter into acts of signification and acts of intuition. Having successfully clarified the phenomenological relations which concern fulfillment, we are at last in a position to evaluate the arguments for, and the arguments against, Aristotle's view of optative and imperative sentences as special cases of predication. The last section of the present investigation is devoted to clearing up this controversial issue. The aims just sketched are not the final, highest aims of a phenomenological elucidation of knowledge in general. Our analyses, comprehensive as they are, leave until the extremely fruitful field of mediate thought and knowledge, the nature of mediate evidence, and of its correlated idealia, remains insufficiently illuminated. We consider, however, that our aims have not been too trivial, and we hope that we may have dug down to the genuinely first, underlying foundations of a critique of knowledge. Even such a critique demands of us an exercise of the modesty essential to all strict, scientific research. If this last aims at a real, full completion of the tasks at hand, if it has given up the dream of solving the great problems of knowledge by merely criticizing traditional philosophemes or by probable argumentation, if it has at last seen that matters can be advanced and transformed only by getting to close grips with them, it must then also reconcile itself to tackling the problems of knowledge, not in their higher or their highest, and for their most interesting developments, but in their comparatively simplest forms, in the lowest grades of development accessible to us. That even such a modest epistemological inquiry has vastly many difficulties to surmount. That it has in fact still got all its achievements ahead of it, will become clear in the course of the ensuing analyses. We shall now go on with the question raised in our introduction, whether meaning something is exclusively the prerogative of certain restricted sorts of mental acts. It might seem at first plain that no such restrictions can exist, and that any and every act might operate in sense-giving fashion. For it seems plain that we can verbally express acts of every kind, whether presentations, judgments, surmises, questions, wishes, etc. And that, when we do this, they yield us the meanings of the forms of speech in question, the meanings of names, of statements, of interrogative or optative sentences, etc. The opposite view can, however, lay claim to the same obviousness, particularly in a form that restricts meanings to a single, narrow class of acts. All acts are certainly expressible, if language is sufficiently rich, each has its own appropriate speech form, sentence forms, example differentiate themselves into indicative, interrogative, imperative, etc., and among the first of these, we have categorical, hypothetical, disjunctive, and other sentence forms. In each case the act, in so far as it achieves expression in this or that speech form, must be known for the sort of act it is, the question as a question, the wish as a wish, the judgment as a judgment, etc. This will apply also to the partial acts constitutive of such acts, in so far as these two are expressed. Acts cannot, it seems, find their own appropriate expressive forms till their form and content have been apperceived and known. The expressive role in speech lies, accordingly, not in mere words, but in expressive acts. These create for the correlated acts to be expressed by them a new expressive material in which they can be given thinking expression, the general essence of which constitutes the meaning of the speech form in question. A striking confirmation of this view seems to lie in the possibility of a purely symbolic functioning of expressions. The mental, geistige, Expraise. Zion, the thinking counterpart of the act to be expressed, attaches to the verbal expression, and can be brought to life by the latter even when the act itself is not performed by the person who understands the expression. We understand the expression of an act of perception without ourselves perceiving anything, of a question without ourselves asking anything, etc. We experience more than the mere words, we enjoy the thought forms or the expressions. In the opposed case, where the intended acts are themselves actually present, the expression comes to coincidence with what it has to express, the meaning which clings to the words fits itself into what it means. Its thought intention finds in the latter its fulfilling intuition. It is plainly in close connection with these opposed viewpoints that we have the old dispute as to whether or not the peculiar forms of interrogative, optative, imperative, and similar sentences are to count as statements, and their meanings as judgments. Aristotle's doctrine places the meaning of all complete sentences in the varied array of psychic experiences of judging, wishing, commanding, and so forth. As against this, another more modern and increasingly influential doctrine locates meaning exclusively in our judgments, or in their purely presentative modifications. An interrogative sentence in a sense expresses a question, but only in so far as this question is realized to be a question, in so far as it is referred in thought to a speaker, and so judged to be his experience. And so similarly in other cases. Each meaning is, on this view, either a name meaning or a propositional meaning, i.e. either the meaning of a complete indicative sentence or a possible part of such a meaning. Indicative sentences are here to be understood as predicative sentences, since judgments are, on this view, generally thought of as predicative acts. We shall see, however, that the controversy still has a sense even when judgments are looked on as positing acts in general. To find the right stance towards the questions here raised would call for more exact discussion than the above superficial argumentations have attempted. It will become plain, when we look at the matter more closely, that the appeals to sheer obviousness on one side or the other conceal obscurity and even error. All acts it has been agreed are expressible. This cannot, of course, be questioned, but it does not therefore follow, as might be surreptitiously suggested, that all acts for that reason also function as carriers of meaning. Talk of expressing is, as we argued earlier, ambiguous, and it remains so even when we connect it with the acts to be expressed. What are expressed may be, on the one hand, said to be the sense-giving acts, to which, in the narrower sense, voice is given. But there are other acts which can also be said to be expressed, though this is the case, naturally, in a different sense. I refer here to the very frequent cases in which we name acts we are now experiencing, and through such naming manage to say that we are experiencing them. In this sense I express a wish through the words I wish that, a question through the words I am asking whether, a judgment through the words I judge that, and so on. Naturally we can pass judgment on our own inner experiences just as we can pass judgment on outward things. And, when we do the former, the meanings of the relevant sentences will reside in our judgments upon such experiences, and not in the experiences themselves, our wishes, questions, etc. Just so, the meanings of statements about external things do not reside in these things, the horses, houses, etc. but in the judgments we inwardly pass upon them, or in the presentations that help to build up such judgments. That the objects judged about in one case transcend consciousness, or purport to do so, in another case are taken to be immanent in consciousness, makes no real difference. Naturally, when I express the wish that now fills me, it is concretely one with my act of judgment, but it does not really contribute to the latter. The wish is apprehended in an act of reflex perception, subsumed under the concept of wish, and named by way of this concept and of the further determining presentation of the wish content. Thus the conceptual presentation makes the same sort of direct contribution to the judgment about the wish, and the corresponding wish named to the wish statement, that the presentation of man makes to a judgment about man, or the name man to a state meant about man. Substitute for the subject word one in the sentence I wish that the relevant proper name, and the sense of the sentence remains unaffected in its remaining parts. It is, however, undeniable that the wish statement can now be understood without change of sense by someone who hears it, and can be imitatively rejudged by him, even though he does not share the wish at all. We see, therefore, that, even when a wish chances to form a unity with an act of judgment directed upon it, it does not really form part of the meaning of the latter. A truly sense-giving experience can never be absent if the living sense of the expression is to survive change. It becomes clear, therefore, that the expressibility of all acts is without relevance to the question whether all acts can function in sense-giving fashion. So far, that is, as such expressibility means no more than the possibility of making certain statements about such acts. For in this connection acts are just not functioning as carriers of meaning at all. We have just distinguished two senses in which there can be talk about acts expressed. Either they are acts in which the sense, the meaning of the relevant expression is constituted, or they are acts that the speaker attributes to himself as items in his recent experience. This latter conception may be appropriately widened. Plainly, the situation that it covers would not differ in any essential respect, were an expressed act not to be attributed to the experiencing ego, but to other objects, and it would not differ for any conceivable form of expression that really, named this act as something experienced, even if it did not do it so as to mark the act off as the subject or object member of a predication. The main point is that the act, whether directly named or otherwise expressed, should appear as the actually present object of discourse, or of the objectifying, positing activity behind discourse. Whereas this is not the case in regard to our sense-giving acts. There is a third sense of the same talk of expression in which we deal, as in our second sense, with a judgment or other objectification related to the acts in question, but not with a judgment about the latter, not, therefore, with an objectification of these acts by way of presentations and naming acts which refer to them. We have rather a judgment grounded upon such acts, which does not demand their objectification. That I express my percept of something may, example, mean that I attribute this or that content to it. It may also mean that I derive my judgment from my percept, that I do not merely assert but also perceive the matter of fact in question, and that I assert it as I perceive it. My judgment is not here concerned with the perceiving but with the thing perceived. By judgments of perception tout court we generally mean judgments belonging to this last class. In a similar manner we can give expression to other intuitive acts, whether imaginings, remembering, or expectations. In the case of utterances grounded on imagination we may indeed doubt whether a genuine judgment is present. It is in fact plain that this is not then present. We are here thinking of cases where we allow our imagination to run away with us, and where we employ ordinary statements, appropriate 8. To things perceived, in giving a name to what then appears to us, or of the narrative form in which storytellers, novelists etc., express, not real circumstances, but the creations of their artistic fancy. As we saw in our last investigation, we are here dealing with conformably modified acts which serve as counterparts which correspond to the actual judgments that might be expressed in the same words, just as intuitive imaginations correspond to perceptions, and perhaps also to rememberings and expectations. We shall leave aside all such distinctions for the present. In connection with the above class of cases, and in connection with the thereby defined new sense of expressed act, we wish to make clear the whole relation between meaning and expressed intuition. We wish to consider whether such an intuition may not itself be the act constitutive of meaning. Or if this is not the case, how the relation between them may be best understood and systematically classified. We are now heading towards a more general question: do the acts which give expression in general, and the acts which in general are capable of receiving expression, belong to essentially different spheres, and thereby to firmly delimited act species? And do they nonetheless take their tone from an overarching, unifying genus of acts, in which all acts capable of functioning meaningfully, in the widest sense whether as meanings proper, or as fulfillments of meanings, can be brought together and set apart, so that all other genera of acts can eo ipso, in law-governed fashion, be excluded from such functions. This, we may say, is the immediate aim of our investigation. And as our considerations advance, there will be an obvious widening of our sphere of treatment so as to render self-evident the relation of the questions here raised to a general sense making of knowledge. New and higher aims will then enter our field of view. Let us consider an example. I have just looked out into the garden and now give expression to my percept in the words, "There flies a blackbird." What is here the act in which my meaning resides? I think we may say, in harmony with points established in our first investigation, that it does not reside in perception, at least not in perception alone. It seems plain that we cannot describe the situation before us as if there were nothing else in it, apart from the sound of the words, which decides the meaningfulness of the expression, but the percept to which it attaches. For we could base different statements on the same percept, and thereby unfold quite different senses. I could, example, have remarked, "That is black, that is a black bird, there flies that black bird, there it soars," and so forth. And conversely, the sound of my words and their sense might have remained the same, though my percept varied in a number of ways. Every chance alteration of the perceiver's relative position alters his percept, and different persons, who perceive the same object simultaneously, never have exactly the same percepts. No such differences are relevant to the meaning of a perceptual state. Meant. One may at times pay special attention to them, but one statement will then be correspondingly different. One might, however, maintain that this objection only showed meaning to be unaffected by such differences in individual percepts. It might still be held to reside in something common to the whole multitude of perceptual acts which center in a single object. To this we reply, that percepts may not only vary, but may also vanish altogether, without causing an expression to lose all its meaning. A listener may understand my words, and my sentence as a whole, without looking into the garden. Confident in my veracity, he may bring forth the same judgment without the percept. Possibly he is helped by an imaginative reenactment, but perhaps this too is absent, or occurs in so mutilated, so Inadequate a form, as to be no fit counterpart of what appears perceptually. At least not in respect of the features expressed in my statement. But if the sense of a statement survives the elimination of perception, and is the same sense as before, we cannot suppose that perception is the act in which the sense of a perceptual statement, its expressive intention, is achieved. The acts which are united with the sound of our words are logically quite different according as these words have a purely symbolic or an intuitively fulfilled significance, or according as they have a merely fancied or a perceptually realizing basis. We cannot believe that signification is now achieved in this sort of act, and now in that. We shall rather have to conceive that the function of meaning pertains in all cases to one and the same sort of act, a type of act free from the limitations of the perception or the imagination which so often fail us, and which, in all cases where an expression authentically expresses, merely becomes one with the act expressed. It remains, of course, incontestable that, in judgments of perception is internally related to our statement's sense. We have good reason to say, the statement expresses the percept, i.e. brings out what is perceptually given. The same percept may serve as a foundation for several statements. But, however the sense of such statements may vary, it addresses itself to the phenomenal content of perception. It is now one, now another, part of our unified, total percept, a part, no doubt, in a non-independent, attributive sense, which gives our judgment its specific basis, without thereby becoming the true carrier of its meaning, as the possibility of eliminating percepts has just shown us. We must accordingly say, th is expression of a percept, more objectively phrased, of a perceived thing as such, is no FFIROF the sound of words, but of certain expressive acts. Expression in this context means verbal express. Zion informed with its full sense, which is here put in a certain relation to perception, through which relation the latter is in its tum said to be expressed. This means, at the same time, that between percept and sound of words another act, or pattern of acts, is intercalated. I call it an act, since the expressive experience, whether or not accompanied by a percept, always has an intentional direction to something objective. This mediating act must be the true giver of meaning, must pertain to the significantly functioning expression as its essential constituent, and must determine its possession of an identical sense, whether or not this is associated with a conferring percept. The rest of our investigation will show ever more clearly that our conception is workable. We can go no further without discussing a doubt which crops up at this point. Our treatment seems to demand a definite narrowing down. It appears to cover more than can be fully justified. If perception never constitutes the full meaning of a statement grounded on perception, it seems nonetheless to make a contribution to this meaning, and to do so in cases of the sort just dealt with. This will become clearer if we slightly modify our example, and instead of speaking quite indefinitely of a blackbird, proceed to speak of this blackbird. This is an essentially occasional expression which only becomes fully significant when we have regard to the circumstances of utterance, in this case to an actually performed percept. The perceived object, as it is given in perception, is what the word this signifies. The present tense in the grammatic form of a verb likewise expresses a relation to what is actually present, and so again to perception. Plainly the same holds of our original example. To say there flies a blackbird is not to say that some blackbird in general is flying by, but that a blackbird is flying by here and now. It is clear, of course, that the meaning in question is not attached to the word sound of this, it does not belong among the meanings firmly and generally bound up with this word. We must, however, allow that the sense of a unified statement is to be found in the total act of meaning which in a given case underlies it, whether or not this may be completely expressed through the universal meanings of its words. It seems, therefore, that we must allow that perception contributes to the significant content of a judgment, in all cases where such perception gives intuitive presence to the fact to which our statement gives judgmental expression. It is of course a contribution that can perhaps also be made by other acts, in an essentially similar manner. The listener does not perceive the garden, but he is perhaps acquainted with it, has an intuitive idea of it, places the imagined blackbird and reported event in it, and so, through the mere picture work of fantasy, achieves an understanding which follows the intention and which agrees in sense with the speakers. The situation permits, however, of another reading. Intuition may indeed be allowed to contribute to the meaning of a perceptual statement, but only in the sense that the meaning could not acquire a determinate relation to the object it means without some intuitive aid. But this does not imply that the intuitive act is itself a carrier of meaning, or that it really makes contributions to this meaning, contributions discoverable among the constituents of the completed meaning. Genuinely occasional expressions have no doubt a meaning which varies from case to case, but in all such changes a common element is left over, which distinguishes their ambiguity from that of a casual equivocation. Point 2. The addition of intuition has as effect that this common element of meaning, indeterminate in its abstraction, can determine itself. Intuition in fact gives it complete determinateness of objective reference, and thereby its last difference. This achievement does not entail that a part of the meaning must itself lie in the intuitive sphere. I say this, and now mean the paper lying before me. Perception is responsible for the relation of my word to this object, but my meaning does not lie in perception. When I say this, I do not merely perceive, but a new act of pointing, of this meaning, builds itself on my perception, an act directed on the latter and dependent on it, despite its difference. In this pointing 1. Reference, and in it alone, our meaning resides. Without a percept, or some correspondingly functioning act, the pointing would be empty, without definite differentiation, impossible in the concrete. For of course the indeterminate thought of the speaker as pointing to something, which the hearer may entertain before he knows what object we wish to indicate by our this, is not the thought we enact in the actual pointing, with which the determinate thought of the thing pointed to has been merely associated. 1. Should not confuse the general character of actual pointing as such with the indefinite presentation of a certain act of pointing. Perception accordingly realizes the possibility of an unfolding of my act of this meaning with its definite relation to the object, e.g. to this paper before my eyes. But it does not, on our view, itself constitute this meaning, nor even part of it. In so far as the act character of a pointing act is oriented to intuition, it achieves a definiteness of intention which fulfills itself in intuition, in accordance with a general feature of acts which may be called their intentional essence. For a pointing reference remains the same, whichever out of a multitude of mutually belonging percepts may underlie it, in all of which the same, and recognizably the same, object appears. The meaning of this is again the same when, instead of a percept, some act from our range of imaginative presentation is substituted for it, an act presenting the same object through a picture in a recognizably identical manner. It changes, however, when intuitions from other perceptual or imaginative spheres are substituted. We are once more referring to this, but the general character of the reference which obtains here, that of direct, attributively unmediated. Aiming at an object, is otherwise differentiated, the intention to another object attaches to it, just as physical pointing becomes spatially different. With each change in spatial direction, we hold, therefore, that perception is an act which determines, but does not embody meaning. This view is confirmed by the fact that essentially, occasional expressions like this can often be used and understood without an appropriate intuitive foundation. Once the intention to an object has been formed on a suitable intuitive basis, it can be revived and exactly reproduced without the help of a suitable act of perception or imagination. Genuinely occasional expressions are accordingly much like proper names, in so far as the latter function with their authentic meaning. For a proper name also names an object directly. It refers to it, not attributively, as the bearer of these or those properties, but without such conceptual mediation as what it itself is, just as perception might set it before our eyes. The meaning of a proper name lies accordingly in a direct reference to this object, a reference that perception only fulfills, as imagination does provi. Zion ally and illustratively, but which is not identical with these intuitive acts. It is just in this manner that perception gives an object to the word this. Where it is directed to objects of possible perception, our reference to this is fulfilled in perception, but is not perception itself. And naturally the meaning of both types of directly naming expressions has an intuitive origin, from which their naming intentions first orient themselves towards an individual object. In other respects they are different. As this is infected with the thought of appointing, it imports, as we showed, a mediation and a complication, i.e. a peculiar form absent from the proper name. The proper name also belongs as a fixed appellation to its object, to this constant purton. Ins corresponds something in the manner of its relation to that object. This is shown in the fact of our knowing a person or thing by name, as something called so and so. I know Hans as Hans, Berlin as Berlin. We have, in our treatment, no doubt ignored the case of all those proper names, which are significant in derivative affation. When proper names have once been formed in direct application, and so on a basis of intuitions which give things to us, we can, by employing the concept of being called, itself formed by reflection on the use of proper names, give proper names to objects, or take cognizance of their proper names, even though such objects are not directly given or known to us, but are only described indirectly as the bearers of certain properties. THEOFSPN, example is called, i.e. has the proper name, Madrid. A person unacquainted with the town Madrid itself, thereby achieves both knowledge of its name and the power to name it correctly, and yet not thereby the individual meaning of the word Madrid. Instead of the direct reference, which only an actual seeing of the city could arouse, he must make do with an indirect pointing to this reference, operating through characteristic ideas of properties and the conception of being called such and such. If we may trust our arguments, we must not only draw a general distinction between the perceptual and the significant element in the statement of perception, we must also locate no part of the meaning in the percept itself. The percept, which presents the object, and the statement which, by way of the judgment, or by the thought act inwoven into the unity of the judgment, thinks and expresses it, must be rigorously kept apart, even though, in the case of the perceptual judgment now being considered, they stand to each other in the most intimate relation of mutual coincidence, or in the unity of fulfillment. we need not dwell on the fact that a like result applies also to other intuitive judgments, and thus also to statements which, in a sense analogous to that which applies to perceptual judgments, express the intuitive content of an imagination, a remembering, an expectation, etc. Addendum. In the exposition of 26 of Investigation I we began with the understanding of the hearer, and drew a distinction between the indicating Ansicht and the indicated Ansicht, meaning of an essentially exocyonal expression and, in particular, of the word this. For the hearer, in whose momentary field of vision the thing that we wish to point out is perhaps not present, only this indefinitely general thought is at first aroused. Something is being pointed out. Only when a presentation is added, an intuitive presentation if the thing dealt with demands an intuitive pointing out, is a definite reference constituted for him, and so a full, authentic meaning for the demonstrative pronoun. For the speaker there is no such sequence, he has no need of the indefinitely referential idea which functions as index for the hearer. Not the idea of an indication, but an indication itself, is given in his case, and it is eo ipso determinately directed thingward. From the first the speaker enjoys the indicated meaning, and enjoys it in a presentative intention immediately oriented towards intuition. If the thing meant cannot be intuitively picked out, as in a reference to a theorem in a mathematical proof, the conceptual thought in question plays the part of an intuition. The indicative intuition could derive fulfillment from an actual reliving of this past thought. In each case we observe a duplicity in the indicative intention. The character of the indication seems in the first case to espouse the directly objective intention, as a result of which we have an intention directed upon a definite object that we are intuiting here and now. Our other case does not differ. If the previous conceptual thought is not now being performed, an intention which corresponds to it survives in memory. This attaches itself to the act character of the indication, thereby lending it definiteness of direction. What we have just said about indicating and indicated meaning can have two meanings. It can mean, 1, the two mutually resolving thoughts which characterize the hearer's successive understanding, first the indeterminate idea of something or other referred to by this, then the act of definitely directed indication into which a completing presentation transforms it. In the latter act we have the indicated, in the former the indicating meaning. 2. If we confine ourselves to the complete, definitely directed indication which the speaker has from the beginning, we can again see something double about it, the general character of indication as such, and the feature which determines this, which narrows it down to an indication of this thing. There, the former can again be called an indicating meaning, or rather the indicating element in the indissoluble unity of meaning, in so far as it is what the hearer can immediately grasp by virtue of its expressive generality, and can use to indicate what is referred to. If I say this, the hearer at least knows that something is being pointed at. Just so in the case of other essentially occasional expressions. If I say here, I have to do with some thing in my nearer or further spatial environment, etc. On the other hand, the true aim of my talk lies not in this general element, but in the direct intending of the object in question. Towards it and its fullness of content I am directed, and these empty generalities do little or nothing towards determining the latter. In this sense a direct intention is the primary, indicated meaning. This second distinction is the one laid down by our definition in our previous exposition. INV 1, 26. The distinctions achieved in this section. We shall now absorb ourselves in a closer investigation of the relations holding among intuitive acts, on the one hand, and expressive acts, on the other. We shall confine ourselves, in the present section entirely, to the range of the simplest possible cases, and so naturally to expressions and significant intentions which belong to the sphere of naming. We shall make, for the rest, no claim to treat this field exhaustively. We are concerned with nominal expressions, which refer themselves in the most perspicuous of possible fashions to corresponding percepts and other forms of intuition. Let us first glance in this field at a relationship of static union, where a sense-giving thought has based itself on intuition, and is thereby related to its object. I speak, example of my ink pot, and my ink pot also stands before me, I see it. The name names the object of my percept, and is enabled to name it by the significant act which expresses its character and its form in the form of the name. The relation between name and thing named, has, in this state of union, a certain descriptive character, that we previously noticed. The name my ink pot seems to overlay the perceived object, to belong sensibly to it. This belonging is of a peculiar kind. The words do not belong to the objective context of physical thinghood that they express. In this context, they have no place, they are not referred to as something in or attaching to the things that they name. If we turn to the experiences involved, we have, on the one hand, as said before, the acts in which the words appear, on the other hand, the similar acts in which the things appear. As regards the latter, the ink pot confronts us in perception. Following our repeated demonstration of the descriptive essence of perception, this means no more phenomenologically than that we undergo a certain sequence of experiences of the class of sensations, sensuously unified in a peculiar serial pattern, and informed by a certain act character of interpretation, Auffassung, which endows it with an objective sense. This act character is responsible for the fact that an object, i.e. this ink pot, is perceptually apparent to us. In similar fashion, the appearing word is constituted for us in an act of perception or imaginative presentation. Not word and ink pot, therefore, but the act experiences just described, in which they make their appearance, are here brought into relation. In these, word and ink pot appear, while yet being nothing whatever in the acts in question. But how does this happen? What brings these acts into unity? The answer seems clear. The relation, as one of naming, is mediated, not merely by acts of meaning, but by acts of recognition, erkennen, which are here also acts of classification. The perceived object is recognized for an ink pot, known as one, and in so far as the act of meaning is most intimately one with an act of classification, and this latter, as recognition of the perceived object, is again intimately one with the act of perception, the expression seems to be applied to the thing and to clothe it like a garment. Ordinarily we speak of recognizing and classifying the object of perception, as if our act busied itself with this object. But we have seen that there is no object in the experience, only a perception, a thus and thus determinate-mindedness, Zumutsane. The recognitive act in the experience must accordingly base itself on the act of perception. One must not, of course, misunderstand the matter, and raise the objection that we are putting the matter as if perception was classified rather than its object. We are not doing this at all. Such a performance would involve acts of a quite different, much more complex constitution, expressible through expressions of corresponding complexity, e.g. the perception of the ink pot. It follows that the recognitive experience of this thing as my ink pot, is nothing but a recognition which, in a definite and direct fashion, fuses an expressive experience. On the one hand, with the relevant percept, on the other. The same holds of cases in which picture presentations serve in place of percepts. The imaginatively apparent object, e.g. the identical inkpot in memory or in fancy, is felt to bear the expression which names it. This means, phenomenologically speaking, that a recognitive act in union with an expressive experience is so related to an imaginative act as to be, in objective parlance, spoken of as the recognition of an imaginatively presented object, as, example, our inkpot. The imagined object, too, is absolutely nothing. In our presentation of it, our experience is rather a certain blend of images. Fancied sensations, informed by a certain interpretative act character. To live through this act, and to have an imaginative presentation of the object, are one and the same. If we therefore express the situation in the words I have before me an image, the image of an inkpot, we have plainly coupled new acts with our expressions and, in particular, a recognitive act which is intimately one with our act of imagining. The following more exact argument would seem to show conclusively that in all cases where a name is applied to a thing intuitively given, we may presume the presence of a recognitive act character mediating between the appearance of the word sounds, on the one hand, or the complete sense informed word, and the intuition of the thing on the other. One often hears of the generality of words, and usually understands by this highly ambiguous phrase that a word is not bound to an individual intuition, but belongs rather to an endless array of possible intuitions. In what, however, does this belonging consist? Let us deal with an extremely simple example, that of the name red. In so far as it names an appearing object as red, it belongs to this object in virtue of the moment of red that appears in this object. And each object that bears a moment of like sort in itself, justifies the same appellation, the same name belongs to each, and does so by way of an identical sense. But in what does this appellation by way of an identical sense consist? We observe first that the word does not attach externally, and merely through hidden mental mechanisms, to the individual, specifically similar traits of our intuitions. It is not enough, manifestly, to acknowledge the bare fact that, wherever such and such an individual trait appears in our intuition, the word also accompanies it as a mere pattern of sound. A mere concomitance, a mere external going with or following on one another would not forge any internal bond among them, and certainly not an intentional bond. Yet plainly we have here such an intentional bond, and one of quite peculiar phenomenological character. The word calls the red thing red. The red appearing before us is what is referred to by the name, and is referred to as red. In this mode of naming reference, the name appears as belonging to the named and as one with it. On the other hand, however, the word has its sense quite apart from an attachment to this intuition, and without attachment to any corresponding intuition. Since this sense is everywhere the same, it is plain that it is not the mere phoneme, rather the true, complete word, endowed on all occasions with the constant character of its sense, that must be held to underlie the naming relation. Even then it will not be enough to describe the union of meaningful word and corresponding intuition in terms of mere concomitance. Take the word, present in consciousness and understood as a mere symbol without being actually used to name anything, and set the corresponding intuition beside it. These two phenomena may at once, for genetic reasons, be brought together in the phenomenological unity of naming. Their mere togetherness is, however, not as yet this unity, which grows out of it with plain novelty. it is conceivable, a priori, that no such unity should emerge, that the coexistent phenomena should be phenomenologically disjoined, that the object before us should not be the thing meant or named by the meaningful word, and that the word should not belong to the object as its name, and so name it. Phenomenologically we find before us no mere aggregate, but an intimate, in fact intentional, unity. We can rightly say that the two acts, the one setting up the complete word, and the other the thing, are intentionally combined in a single unity of act. What here lies before us can be naturally described with equal correctness by saying that the name red calls the object red, or that the red object is recognized, known, as red, and called red as a result of this recognition. To call something red, in the fully actual sense of calling, which presupposes an underlying intuition of the thing so called, and to recognize something as red, are in reality synonymous expressions. They only differ in so far as the latter brings out more clearly that we have here no mere duality, but a unity engineered by a single act character. In the intimacy of this fusion, we must nonetheless admit the various factors implicit in our unity: the physical word phenomenon with its ensouling meaning, the aspect of recognition, and the intuiting of what one names, do not separate themselves off clearly, but our discussion compels us to presume them all to be there. We shall have more to say on this point later on. It is plain that the recognitive character of certain acts, which gives them their significant relation to objects of intuition, does not pertain to words as noises, but to words in their meaningful, their semantic, bedeutungsmäßigen essence. Very different verbal sounds, e.g. the same word in different languages, may involve an identical recognitive relation. The object is essentially known for the same, though with the aid of quite different noises. Naturally, the complete recognition of something red, being equivalent to the actually used name, must include the noise red as a part. The members of different speech communities feel different verbal sounds to be fitting, and include these in the unity of knowing something. But the meaning attaching to such words, and the recognitive act actually attaching this meaning to its object, remains everywhere the same, so that these verbal differences are rightly regarded as irrelevant. The generality of the word means, therefore, that the unified sense of one and the same word covers, or, in the case of a nonsense word, purports to cover, an ideally delimited manifold of possible intuitions, each of which could serve as the basis for an act of recognitive naming endowed with the same sense. To the word red, example corresponds the possibility of both knowing as, and calling red, all red objects that might be given in possible intuitions. This possibility leads on, with an a priori guarantee, to the their possibility of becoming aware, through an identifying synthesis of all such naming recognitions, of a sameness of meaning of one with the other. This A is red, and that A is the same, i.e. also red, the two intuited singulars belong under the same concept. A dubious point emerges here. We said above that a word could be understood even if not actually used to name anything. Must we not, however, grant that a word must at least have the possibility of functioning as the actual name of something, and so of achieving an actual recognitive relation to corresponding intuition? Must we not say that without such a possibility it could not be a word at all? The answer, of course, is that this possibility depends on the possibility of the recognitions, the knowings, in question. Not all intended knowing is possible, not all nominal meaning can be realized. Imaginary names may be names, but they cannot actually be used to name anything. They have properly speaking, no extension, they are without generality in the sense the possible and the true. Their generality is empty pretension. But how these last forms of speech are themselves to be made clear, what phenomenological facts lie behind them, will be a matter for further investigation. What we have said applies to all expressions, and not merely to such as have generality of meaning in the manner of a class concept. It applies also to expressions having individual reference, such as proper names. The fact spoken of as the generality of verbal meaning does not point to the generality accorded to generic, as opposed to individual concepts, but, on the contrary, embraces either indifferently. The recognition, the knowing, of which we speak when a significantly functioning expression encounters corresponding intuition, must not, therefore, be conceived as an actual classification, the ranging of an intuitively or cogitatively presented object in a class, a ranging necessarily based on general concepts and verbally mediated by general names. Proper names, too, have their generality, though, when actually used to name anything, they can so not be said to classify it. Proper names, like other names, cannot name anything, without thereby also knowing it. That their relation to corresponding intuition is, in fact, as indirect as that of any other expression, can be shown by a treatment exactly analogous to the one conducted above. Each and every name obviously belongs to no definite percept, nor to a definite imagination, nor to any other pictorial illustration. The same person can make his appearance in countless possible intuitions, and all these appearances have no merely intuitive but also a recognitive unity. Each appearance from such an intuitive manifold will justify a precisely synonymous use of the proper name. Which ever appearance is given, the man using the name means one and the same person or thing. And he means this not merely in being intuitively oriented to it, as when he deals with an object personally strange to him, he knows it as this definite person or thing. He knows Hans as Hans, Berlin as Berlin. To recognize a person as this person, or a city as the city, is again an act not tied to the particular sensuous content of this or that word appearance. It is identically the same act in the case of a variety, in possibility of an infinite variety, of verbal noises, as, example when several different proper names apply to the same thing. This generality of the proper name, and of the peculiar meaning which corresponds to it, is plainly quite different in kind from that of the general name. The former consists in the fact that a synthesis of possible intuitions belongs to a single individual object, intuitions made one by the common intentional character imparted by every relation to the same object, despite all phenomenal differences among individual intuitions. On this unified basis, the particular unity of recognitive knowing reposes, which belongs to the generality of verbal meaning, to its range of ideally possible realizations. In this way, the naming word has a recognitive relation to a boundless multitude of intuitions, whose identical object it both knows and thereby names. The case of the class name is quite different. Its generality covers a range of objects, to each of which, considered a part, a possible synthesis of percepts, a possible individual meaning and proper name belongs. The general name covers this range through being able to name each item in the whole range in general fashion, i.e. not by individually recognizing it in the manner of the proper name, but by classifying it, in the manner of the common name. The thing that is either directly given, or known in its authentic self-being, Eigenheit, or known through its properties, is now known as an A and named accordingly. From the tranquil, as it were static coincidence of meaning and intuition, we now turn to that dynamic coincidence where an expression first functions in merely symbolic fashion, and then is accompanied by a more or less corresponding intuition. Where this happens, we experience a descriptively peculiar consciousness of fulfillment, for the act of pure meaning, like a goal-seeking intention, finds its fulfillment in the act which renders the matter intuitive. In this transitional experience, the mutual belongingness of the two acts, the act of meaning, on the one hand, and the intuition which more or less responds to it, on the other, reveals its phenomenological roots. We experience how the same objective item which was merely thought of in symbol is now presented in intuition, and that it is intuited as being precisely the determinate so and so that it was at first merely thought or meant to be. We are merely expressing the same fact if we say that the intentional essence of the act of intuition gets more or less perfectly fitted into the semantic essence of the act of expression. In the previously considered static relation among acts of meaning and intuition, we spoke of a recognition, a knowing. This represents the sense-informed relation of the name to the intuitive datum that it names. But the element of meaning is not here itself the act of recognition. In the purely symbolic understanding of a word, an act of meaning is performed, the word means something to us, but nothing is thereby known, recognized. The difference lies, as the foregoing paragraphs have established, not in the mere accompanying presence of the intuition of the thing named, but in the phenomenologically peculiar form of unity. What is characteristic about this unity of knowing, of recognition, is now shown up by the dynamic relationship before us. In it there is at first the meaning intention, quite on its own, then the corresponding intuition comes to join it. At the same time, we have the phenomenological unity which is now stamped as a consciousness of fulfillment. Talk about recognizing objects, and talk about fulfilling a meaning intention, therefore express the same fact, merely from differing standpoints. The former adopts the standpoint of the object meant, while the latter has the two acts as its foci of interest. Phenomenologically the acts are always present, while the objects are sometimes non-existent. Talk of fulfillment therefore characterizes the phenomenological essence of the recognitive relation more satisfactorily. It is a primitive phenomenological fact that acts of signification and acts of intuition can enter into this peculiar relation. Where they do so, where some act of meaning intention fulfills itself in an intuition, we also say, the object of intuition is known through its concept, or the correct name has been applied to the object appearing before us. We can readily do justice to the obvious phenomenological difference between the static and the dynamic fulfillment or recognition. In the dynamic relationship, the members of the relation, and the act of recognition which relates them, are disjoined in time, they unfold themselves in a temporal pattern. In the static relationship, which represents the lasting outcome of this temporal transaction, they occur in temporal and material, sachlicher coincidence. Here we have a first stage of mere thought, of pure conception, or mere signification, a meaning intention wholly unsatisfied, to which a second stage of more or less adequate fulfillment is added, where thoughts repose as if satisfied in the sight of their object, which presents itself, in virtue of this consciousness of unity, as what is thought of in this thought. What it refers to, as the more or less perfectly attained goal of thinking. In the static relationship, on the other hand, we have this consciousness of unity alone, perhaps with no noticeably marked off, precedent stage of unfulfilled intention. the fulfillment of the intention is not here an event of self-fulfillment, but a tranquil state of being fulfilled, not a coming into coincidence, but a being coincident. From an objective point of view we may here also speak of a unity of identity. If we compare both components of a unity of fulfillment, whether treating them in dynamic transition into one another, or holding them apart analytically in their static unity, only to see them at once flowing back into one another, we assert their objective identity. For we said, and said, with self-evidence, that the object of intuition is the same as the object of the thought which fulfills itself in it, and, where the fit is exact, that the object is seen as being exactly the same as it is thought of, or, what always says the same in this context, meant. Identity, it is plain, is not first dragged in through comparative, cogitatively mediated reflection, it is there from the start as experience, as unexpressed, unconceptualized experience. In other words, the thing which, from the point of view of our acts is phenomenologically described as fulfillment, will also, from the point of view of the two objects involved in it, the intuited object, on the one hand, and the thought object, on the other, be expressively styled the experience of identity, consciousness of identity, or act of identification. A more or less complete identity is the objective datum which corresponds to the act of fulfillment, which appears in it. This means that, not only signification and intuition, but also their mutual adequation, their union of fulfillment, can be called an act, since it has its own peculiar intentional correlate, an objective, something to which it is directed. Another side of the same situation is, again, we saw above, expressed in talk about recognizing or knowing. The fact that our meaning intention is united with intuition in a fulfilling manner gives to the object which appears in such intuition, when it primarily concerns us, the character of a thing known. If we try to say more exactly, as what we recognize something, our objective reflection points, not to our act of meaning, bedeutens, but to the meaning, bedeutung, the self. Identical concept itself, talk of recognition therefore expresses our view of the same unified state from the standpoint of the object of intuition, or of the fulfilling act, in its relations to the meaning concept of the signitive act. Conversely we say, though perhaps in more special contexts, that our thought grasps, begriff, the matter, that it is the latter's concept, begriff, or grasp. After our exposition it is obvious that recognition, like fulfillment, the former is in fact only another name for the latter, can be called an act of identification. Addendum. I cannot here suppress a difficulty connected with the otherwise illuminating notion of the unity of identity or recognition, as an act of identification or recognition. This is particularly the case, since this difficulty will reveal itself as a serious one as our clarifications proceed and progress, and will inspire fruitful discussions. Closer analysis makes it plain that, in the cases detailed above, where a name is actually applied to an object of intuition, we refer to the intuited and named object, but not to the identity of this object, as something at once intuited and named. Shall we say that an emphasis of attention decides the matter? Or ought we not rather to grant that there is not here a fully constituted act of identification? The nucleus of this act, the connective union of significant intention and corresponding intuition is really present, but it represents no objectifying interpretation, Auffassung. On the experienced unity of coincidence no act of relational identification is founded, no intentional consciousness of identity, in which identity, as a unity referred to, first gains objective status. In our reflection on the unity of fulfillment, in analyzing and opposing its mutually connected acts, we naturally, and indeed necessarily, also framed that relational interpretation which the form of its union, with a priori necessity, permits. Our second section will deal with this question in its widest form, which concerns the categorical characters of acts, see chapter 6. 48, and the whole of chapter 7. Meanwhile we shall continue to treat the sort of unity in question as a full act, or we shall at least not differentiate it expressly from a full act. This will not affect the essential point in our treatment, in so far as the passage from a consciousness of unity to a relational identification always remains open, has a possibility guaranteed a priori, so that we are entitled to say that an identifying coincidence has been experienced, even if there is no conscious intention directed to identity, and no relational identification. Our introduction of dynamic fulfillment, OROF fulfillment strung out in an articulated process, to help interpret the static act of recognition, removes a difficulty which threatens to blur our clear grasp of the relation between significant intention and the full act of recognition. Can we really say that all these factors can be distinguished in the unity of recognition, the verbal expression, the acts of meaning and intuition, and, finally, the overarching character of recognitive unity or fulfillment? One might hold that analysis only lays bare verbal expressions, particularly names, on the one hand, and intuition, on the other, both unified through the character of recognitive naming. One might reject the idea of an act of meaning bound up with the verbal expression, an element distinct from recognitive character and fulfilling intuition, and identifiable with the understanding as opposed to the knowing character of the expression. This would seem, at least, to be an unnecessary assumption. This doubt affects, therefore, the central conception which in we took to be most intelligible, before we embarked on our analysis of the unity of recognition. We must accordingly re-emphasize the following points in our discussion. 1. If we compare expressions used in recognizing objects with those used outside of such recognition, it is plain that both have the very same meaning. Whether I understand the word tree as a mere symbol, or use it in connection with my intuition of a tree, it is plain that I mean something by the word, and mean the same thing on both occasions. 2. It is plain that it is the significant intention of the expression that fulfills itself in the process of fulfillment, and so achieves coincidence with an intuition, and that the recognition which stems from this process of coincidence is itself this unity of coincidence. The notion of this unity of coincidence plainly involves that we are not here concerned with a divided duality but with a seamless unity, which only acquires articulation when drawn out in time. We must, therefore, maintain that the same act of meaning intention which occurs in an empty symbolic presentation is also part of the complex act of recognition, but that a meaning intention that was free, is now bound and neutralized in the stage of coincidence. It is so peculiarly inwrought and infused in this combination that, while its semantic essence remains intact, it nonetheless undergoes a certain change of character. The same holds wherever contents are first studied apart, and then seen in their connection with other contents, as parts knit into wholes. Connections would not connect if they made no difference to what they connected. Certain changes necessarily occur, and these are naturally such specific connectednesses as constitute the phenomenological correlatives of what are objectively relational properties. Consider, for example, a line set apart perhaps on a bare white background, and the same line as part of a figure. In the latter case, it impinges on other lines, is touched, cut by them, etc. If we turn from mathematical ideals to empirically intuited linear stretches, these are phenomenological characters that help determine the appearance of linearity. The same stretch, same in internal content, appears ever different according as it enters into this or that phenomenal context and, if incorporated in a line or surface qualitatively identical with it, melts indistinguishably into this background, losing its phenomenal separateness and independence. We may now further characterize the consciousness of fulfillment by seeing in it an experiential form which plays a part in many other fields of mental life. We have only to think of the opposition between wishful intention and wish fulfillment, between voluntary intention and execution, of the fulfillment of hopes and fears, the resolution of doubts, the confirmation of surmises, etc., to be clear that essentially the same opposition is to be found. In very different classes of intentional experiences, the opposition between significant intention and fulfillment of meaning is merely a special case of it. We have dealt with this point previously 6 and delimited a class of intentional experience under the more pregnant name of intentions. Their peculiarity lies in being able to provide the basis for relations of fulfillment. In this class are ranged all the acts which are in a narrower or wider sense logical, including the intuitive, whose role it is to fulfill other intuitions in knowledge. When, example, a familiar melody begins, it stirs up definite intentions which find their fulfillment in the melody's gradual unfolding. The same is the case even when the melody is unfamiliar. The regularities governing melody, as such, determine intentions, which may be lacking in complete objective definiteness, but which nonetheless find or can find their fulfillments. As concrete experiences, these intentions are of course fully definite. The indefiniteness of what they intend is plainly a descriptive peculiarity pertaining to their character. We may say, in fact, with correct paradox, as we did before, in a similar case, that indefiniteness, i.e. the peculiarity of demanding an incompletely determined completion, which lies in a sphere circumscribed by a law, is a definite feature of such an intention. Such an intention has not merely a range of possible fulfillment, but imports a common fulfillment character into each actual fulfillment from this range. The fulfillment of acts which have definite or indefinite intentions is phenomenologically different. And the same holds of fulfillments of intentions whose indefiniteness points in this or that direction of possible fulfillment. In our previous example, there is also a relation between expectation and fulfillment of expectation. It would, however, be quite wrong to think, conversely, that every relation of an intention to its fulfillment was a relationship involving expectation. Intention is not expectancy, it is not of its essence to be directed to future appearances. If I see an incomplete pattern, e.g. in this carpet partially covered over by furniture, the piece I see seems clothed with intentions pointing to further completions. We feel as if the lines and colored shapes go on in the sense of what we see, but we expect nothing. It would be possible for us to expect something, if movement promised us further views. But possible expectations, or occasions for possible expectations, are not themselves expectations. The external perceptions of the senses offer us an indefinite number of relevant examples. The features which enter into perception always point to completing features, which themselves might appear in other possible percepts, and that definitely or more or less indefinitely, according to the degree of our empirical acquaintance with the object. Every percept, and every perceptual context, reveals itself, on closer analysis, as made up of components which are to be understood as ranged under two standpoints of intention and actual or possible fulfillment. The same applies to the parallel acts of imagining and picture thought in general. In the normal case, intentions lack the character of expectancy, they lack it in all cases of tranquil perceiving or picturing, and they acquire it only when perception is in flux, when it is spread out into a continuous series of percepts, all belonging to the perceptual manifold of one and the same object. Objectively put, the object then shows itself from a variety of sides. What was pictorially suggested from one side, becomes confirmed in full perception from another. What was merely adumbrated or given indirectly and subsidiarily as background, from one side, at least receives a portrait sketch from another. It appears perspectively foreshortened and projected, only to appear just as it is from another side. All perceiving and imagining is, on our view, a web of partial intentions, fused together in the unity of a single total intention. The correlate of this last intention is the thing, while the correlate of its partial intentions are the thing's parts and moments. Only in this way can we understand how consciousness reaches out beyond what it actually experiences. It can, so to say, mean beyond itself, and its meaning can be fulfilled in the wider sphere of the acts to which distinctions of intention and fulfillment apply. Frustration may be set beside fulfillment, as its incompatible contrary. The negative expression that we normally use in this case, e.g., even the term non-fulfillment, has no merely privative meaning. It points to a new descriptive fact, a form of synthesis as peculiar as fulfillment. This is so even in the narrower case of significant intentions as they stand to intuitive intentions. The synthesis of recognition, of knowing, is the consciousness of a certain agreement. The possibility correlated with agreement is, however, disagreement or conflict. Intuition may not accord with a significant intention, but may quarrel with it. Conflict separates, but the experience of conflict puts things into relation and unity. It is a form of synthesis. If the previously studied synthesis was one of identification, this new synthesis is one of distinction. Unfortunately, we possess no other positive name. This distinction must not be confused with the other distinction which stands opposed to a positive likening. The oppositions between identification and distinction and between likening and distinction are not the same, though it is clear that a close phenomenological affinity explains our use of the same word. In the distinction which is here in question, the object of the frustrating act appears not the same as, distinct from the object of the intending act. These distinctions point to wider classes of cases than we have hitherto preferred to deal with. Not only significative, but even intuitive intentions are fulfilled in identifications and frustrated in conflicts. We shall have to explore the whole question of the natural circumscription of the acts to which the term same and other, we can as well say is and is not, have application. The two syntheses are not, however, completely parallel. Each conflict presupposes something which directs its intention to the object of the conflicting act. Only a synthesis of fulfillment can give it this direction. Conflict, we may say, presupposes a certain basis of agreement. If I think A to be red, when it shows itself to be in fact green, an intention to red quarrels with an intention to green in this showing forth, i.e. in this application to intuition. Undeniably, however, this can only be the case because A has been identified in the two acts of signification and intuition. Were this not so, the Intention would not relate to the intuition. The total intention points to an A which is red, and intuition reveals an A which is green. It is in the coincidence of meaning and intuition in their direction to an identical A, that the moments intended in union with A in the two cases, come into conflict. The presumed red, i.e. red of A, fails to agree with the intuited green. It is through identity that such non-coincident aspects correspond with each other. Instead of being combined by fulfillment, they are sundered by conflict. An intention is referred to an appropriate aspect in intuition from which it is also turned away. What we have here said with special regard to significant intentions and the frustrations they encounter, applies also to our whole previously sketched class of objectifying intentions. We may generally say, an intention can only be frustrated in conflict in so far as it forms part of a wider intention whose completing part is fulfilled. We can therefore not talk of conflict in the case of simple, i.e. isolated, acts. The relation between intention, in particular, meaning intention, and fulfillment that we have so far considered, was that of total agreement. This was a limitation due to our aim of maximum simplicity. To achieve this, we abstracted from all form, even from the form that announces itself in the little word is. In the relation of an expression to external or internal intuition, we considered only those parts of the expression that fit what we intuit, like a garment. But by bringing in conflict as the possibility opposed to the case of total agreement, conflict that could therefore, somewhat misleadingly, be called total conflict, we are made aware of certain new possibilities, the important cases of partial agreement and disagreement between an intention and the act which fulfills or frustrates it. We shall, from the start, keep the closer treatment of these possibilities so general, that the validity of all essential results will be clear for intentions of the above indicated wider class, and not merely, therefore, for meaning intentions. All conflict pointed to the fact that the frustrated intention in case was part of a more comprehensive intention, which partially fulfilled itself, i.e. in the supplementary parts, while the original part was estranged. In every conflict there is, accordingly, in a certain fashion, both partial agreement and partial conflict. Our attention to objective relations should have revealed these possibilities, since wherever we can talk of coincidence, we can talk about the correlated possibilities of exclusion, inclusion and intersection. Deserves to be called an act constituted on its own, one in which we live, and to whose unified object we pay heed. In the texture of conscious, intentional experience, there are many possibilities of pointing selection of acts and act complexes, which remain for the most part unrealized. And only such pointed unities are relevant when we are speaking of individual acts and their syntheses. The case of pure and complete frustration therefore consists in the fact that 6 alone, not E, is emphasized or at least mainly emphasized, and that a pointed consciousness of conflict establishes unity only between 6 and O. Our interest, in other words, is specially directed to the objects corresponding to 6 and O. This happens when a green intention is frustrated by an intuited red, and the green and red are alone attended to. If the clashing intuition of the red is expressed at all, i.e. by a verbal intention fulfilled in it, we should perhaps say, this, red, is not green. Of course this sentence does not have the same meaning as the sentence the verbal intention green is frustrated by the intuition of red. For the new expression renders objective the relation of acts which concerns us, and turns new meaning intentions upon the latter in total fulfillment. It can also be the case that a, e, t, I enters synthesis as a whole, and is herewith either associated with a corresponding whole E, 0, T, I, or specially associated with its isolated part O. In the former case there is in part coincidence among the combined elements, i.e. among T, I, and in part total conflict, E, 0. The whole synthesis has the character of a total conflict, but of conflict not pure, but mixed. In the other case 0 alone stands out as the corresponding act, for the reason, perhaps, that in mixed conflict, the unity of E, 0, T, I, is resolved. The special synthesis of conflict unites E, 0, T, I, and 0, which is appropriately expressed by this whole object. The red-tiled roof is not green. This important relation may be called one of exclusion, Ausscheidung. Its central character is plainly unaffected, when E and 0 are themselves complex, so that we can distinguish between pure and mixed exclusion. Roughly speaking, the latter may be illustrated by the example: this red-tiled roof is no green-tiled roof. Let us now consider the case of inclusion. An intention can be fulfilled in an act which contains more than its fulfillment needs, insofar as the latter presents an object which contains the intention's object, either as a common or garden part, or as a moment explicitly or implicitly thought of as belonging to it. We are of course ignoring the acts in which a more comprehensive objective field is set up as an objective background, acts not delimited as unities nor as preferential carriers of attention, otherwise we should be brought back to the synthesis of total coincidence. Let us suppose that a red-tiled roof is presented to us, and that the meaning intention behind the word red is fulfilled in it. The verbal meaning is here fulfilled with complete coincidence in the intuited red, but the total intuition of the red-tiled roof, relieved sharply as a single item from the background, through the work of attention, still enters into a peculiar sort of synthetic unity with the meaning intention red. This is red. We speak here of a relation of subsumption, Einordnung, the opposite of the exclusion mentioned above. Subsumption can obviously only be pure. The act of subsumptive synthesis, as the act which puts together the intending and fulfilling acts in its total unity, has its objective correlate in the relation of partial identity of the corresponding objects. Talk of subsumption points in this direction. It pictures our grasp of the relation as an activity which subsumes the part in the whole. The same objective relationship is, with a change of conceptual standpoint, pointing to unnoticed phenomenological differences casually revealed in our form of expression. Expressed in the words, e.g. has e.g. or e.g. pertains to e.g. The index G makes us aware that it is the intentional objects of the acts in question which enter into these relations. We stress the intentional objects, the objects as they are. Me honoring intention and meaning fulfillment 215. Referred to in these acts. The application of these remarks to the case of exclusion, and to the expressions has not or does not pertain, is obvious. To the mere is objective identity belongs in all cases, to the is not non-identity, conflict. That we are specially dealing with the relation of subsumption or exclusion requires other means of expression, e.g. the adjectival form, which marks off what is had or what pertains as such, just as the substantival form expresses its correlative, the thing which has as such, i.e. in its function as subject of an identification. In the attributive, or more generally determining form of expression, even complete identity determines, being is hidden in the inflection of the adjective, to the extent that it is not explicitly and separately expressed in a relative clause, or per contra, not wholly suppressed, this philosopher Socrates. Whether the always mediate x pression of non-identity, whether in cases of predication or attribution, or in substantival forms such as non-identity, non-agreement, expresses a necessary relation of actual negation to an affirmation which, if not actual, is at least present in modified form, would lead to discussions into which we do not now care to enter. All normal statements are accordingly statements of identity or non-identity, and expressions of the same wherever there is a relation to corresponding intuition, i.e. where the intention towards identity or non-identity fulfills itself in a completely achieved identification or distinction. The tiled roof, as we would say in our previous case, provided a mere intention went before, is really read. The predicate intention fits the subject which is presented and intuited as, example, this tiled roof. In the opposite case we say, it is not really read, the predicate does not pertain to the subject. But if the meaning of is finds a fulfillment based on an actual identification, which often has the character of a fulfillment, it is clear that we are here passing beyond the sphere on which we had hitherto always kept our eye, without being quite clear as to its limits, the sphere namely of expressions that can really be fulfilled through corresponding intuition. Or rather, we are made aware that intuition, in the common or garden sense of external or internal sensibility, which we took as an obvious basis in our treatment, is not the only function that can rightly be styled intuitive, and can be regarded as capable of carrying out the work of fulfillment. We leave the closer exploration of this emerging difference to the second section of the present investigation. We must stress, in conclusion, that the above exposition has not provided a complete analysis of the judgment, but a mere fragment of the same. We have ignored the quality of the synthetic act, the differences between attribution and predication, etc. We have, in the above treatment, classed meaning intentions in the wider class of intentions in the pregnant sense of the word. All intentions have corresponding possibilities of fulfillment, or of opposed frustration. These themselves are peculiar transitional experiences, characterizable as acts, which permit each act to reach its goal in an act specially correlated with it. These latter acts, inasmuch as they fulfill intentions, may be called fulfilling acts. But they are called so only on account of the synthetic act of fulfillment, or rather of self-fulfillment. Such transitional experience is not always the same in character. In the case of meaning intentions, and not less clearly in the case of intuitive intentions, such experiences are unities of knowing, or unities of identification in respect of their objects. This need not be so in the wider class of intentions in general. Everywhere we may speak of coincidences, and everywhere we shall meet with identifications. But the latter often depend on an inwrought act of a sort which permits of a unity of identification and also serves as the foundation of one in the contexts in question. An example will clarify the matter. The self-fulfillment of a wish is achieved in an act which includes an identification, and includes it as a necessary component. For there is a law which ties the quality of wishing to an underlying presentation, i.e. to an objectifying act, and more precisely to a mere presentation, and this leads to a complementary law tying a wish fulfillment to an underlying act, which incorporates this presentation in its identifying grasp. A wishful intention can only find its fulfilling satisfaction in so far as the underlying mere presentation of the thing wished for becomes transformed into the corresponding percept. What we have, however, is not this mere transformation, the mere fact of imagination dissolved in perception. Both enter in unity into the character of an act of identifying coincidence. In this synthetic character, we have it constituted that a thing is really and truly so, i.e. as we had previously merely pictured and wished. This of course does not exclude the possibility that such really being so is merely putative, and especially, in most cases, that it is inadequately presented. If a wish is based on a purely signitive presentation, this identification can of course involve the more special coincidence described above, in which meaning is fulfilled by an intuition that fits it. The same could plainly be said of all intentions. That, as objectifying acts, are based on presentations, and what applies to fulfillment carries over, mutatis mutandis, to the case of frustration. It is clear accordingly, to stick to our example, that even if the fulfillment of a wish is founded on an identification, and perhaps on an act of intuitive recognition, this latter act never exhausts the fulfillment of the wish, but merely provides its basis. The self-satisfaction of the specific wish quality is a peculiar act character, different in kind. It is by a mere analogy that we extend talk of satisfaction, and even of fulfillment, beyond the sphere of emotional intentionality. The peculiar character of an intention accordingly goes with the peculiar character of its fulfilling coincidence. Not only does every nuance of an intention correspond to some nuance of the correlated fulfillment, and likewise of the self-fulfilling activity in the sense of a synthetic act, but to the essentially different classes of intention there also correspond pervasive class differences in fulfillment, in the twofold sense mentioned above. And obviously the members which belong to these parallel series belong also to a single class of acts. The syntheses of fulfillment in the case of wish and will intentions certainly show close affinities, and differ deeply from those occurring, example, in the case of meaning intentions. On the other hand, the fulfillments of meaning intentions and of intuitive acts are definitely of the same character. And so in the case of all acts that we classed as objectifying, we may say of this class of acts which alone concerns us here, that in them unity of fulfill meant has the character of unity of identification, possibly the narrower actor of a unity of knowing, i.e. of an act to which objective identity is the corresponding correlate. We must here emphasize the following point: as pointed out above, every fulfillment of a signitive by an intuitive act has the character of a synthesis of identification. But it is not the case, conversely, that, in each synthesis of identification, a meaning intention is fulfilled, and fulfilled by a corresponding intuition. In the widest sense, certainly, we do ordinarily speak of every actual identification as a recognition. But, in a narrower sense, what is clearly felt to be at issue is an approach to a goal of knowledge and, in the narrowest sense of a critique of knowledge, the arrival at that goal. To tum this mere feeling into clear insight, and to define the precise sense of this approach or arrival, will yet be our task. Meanwhile we shall maintain that the unity of identification, and thereby all unity of knowing in the narrower and the narrowest sense, has its place of origin in the sp here of objecti fying acts. Their peculiar manner of fulfillment will therefore suffice to characterize the unified class of acts to which it essentially belongs. We can accordingly define objectifying acts as those whose syntheses of fulfillment have a character of identification, while their synthesis of frustration has a character of distinction. We can also define them as acts which can function phenomenologically as members of possible syntheses of identification and distinction. Lastly, presuming a law as yet unformulated, we can define them as the intending, fulfilling, or frustrating acts which have a possible knowledge function. To this class belong also the synthetic acts of identification and distinction themselves. They are themselves either a merely putative grasp of identity or non-identity, or a corresponding real grasp of the one or the other. This putative grasp can be either confirmed or refuted in an act of knowing, in the pregnant sense of the word identity is really grasped, i.e., adequately perceived, in the former case, as non-identity in the latter. Our analyses have been lightly sketched rather than thoroughly executed. But they lead to the result that both meaning intentions and acts of meaning, fulfillment, acts of thought and acts of intuition, belong to a single class of objectifying acts. We establish thereby that acts of another sort can never exercise any sense-giving function, and that they can be expressed only in so far as the meaning intentions which attach to words are fulfilled in percepts or imaginations which have as objects the acts requiring expression. While, therefore, where acts function meaningfully, and achieve expression in this sense, a signitive or intuitive relation to objects is constituted in them. In the other cases the acts are mere objects, and objects, of course, for other acts which here function as the authentic carriers of meaning. Before we discuss this matter more closely, and seek to refute many plausible counter-arguments, see the final section of this investigation, we must explore the remarkable facts of fulfillment somewhat more carefully. And in the sphere of objectifying acts. A. Sign. Image and self-presentation. In the course of the last discussion we have been led to note how the generic character of an intention closely coheres with that of its synthesis of fulfillment, so that the whole class of objectifying acts can be defined through the identification generically characteristic of their syntheses of fulfillment, whose nature we take to be familiar. This thought leads us on to ask whether the specific differences within this class of objectifications may not likewise rest upon corresponding differences in the mode of fulfillment. Objectifying intentions are basically divided into significative and intuitive intentions. Let us try to give an account of the difference between these types of act. Since the starting point of our treatment lay in expressed acts, we took significative intentions to be the significations, the meanings of expressions. If we leave aside the question whether the same acts which give sense to expressions can also function outside of the sphere of meaning, these significative intentions always have intuitive support in the sensuous side of the expression, but not on that account intuitive content. Though in a manner one with intuitive acts, they yet differ from them in kind. We can readily grasp the distinction between expressed and purely intuitive intentions if we contrast signs with likenesses or images. The sign has in general no community of content with the thing it signifies. It can stand as readily for what is heterogeneous, as for what is homogeneous with itself. The likeness on the other hand is related to the thing by similarity. Where there is no similarity, there can be no talk of a likeness. An image. The sign as object is constituted for us in an act of appearing. This act is not significant, it needs, as we held in former analyses, to be tied up with a new intention, a new way of taking things, through which a novel signified object takes the place of the old, intuitively apparent one. The likeness similarly, e.g. the marble bust, is as much a thing as anything else. The new way of regarding it first makes it a likeness. Not merely a thing of marble appears before us, but we have, based on this appearance, a reference to a person through a likeness. The intentions attaching to the phenomenal content are, in either case, not externally tied up with it, but essentially based upon it, and in such a way that the character of the intention is determined thereby. It would be a Descriptively wrong notion of the matter, to think of the whole difference as lying in the fact that the same intention which, in the one case is tied to the appearance of an object like the object referred to, is in the other case tied to the appearance of an object unlike it. For the sign, too, can be like what it signifies, even entirely like it. The sign presentation is not thereby made into a presentation by way of a likeness. A photograph of the sign A is immediately taken to be a picture of the sign. But when we use the sign A as a sign of the sign A, as when we write A is a letter of the Latin written alphabet, we treat A, despite its representational similarity, as a sign, and not as a likeness. The objective fact of similarity between what appears and what is meant is accordingly irrelevant. It is not, however, irrelevant where something is presented by way of a likeness. This shows itself in the possibility of fulfillment. It was only the recollection of this possibility which allowed us to bring in objective similarity in this context. The likeness presentation plainly has the peculiarity that, when it achieves fulfillment, the object which appears before it as likeness gets identified through similarity with the object given in the fulfilling act. Having held this to be the peculiarity of a presentation by way of likeness, we have admitted that fulfillment of like by like internally fixes the character of a synthesis of fulfillment as imaginative. But when, on the other hand, casual likeness between sign and thing signified leads to a knowledge of their mutual resemblance, this knowledge is not at all a case of the peculiar consciousness of identity, when similar is referred to similar and made to coincide with it in the manner of likeness and original thing. It is rather of the very essence of a significative intention, that in it the apparent objects of intending and fulfilling acts, e.g. name and thing, named in their fully achieved unity, have nothing to do with one another. It is clear, therefore, that descriptively distinct modes of fulfillment, being rooted in the descriptively distinct character of our intention, can help us to detect these latter differences, and to find definitions for them. We have so far only considered the difference between signative and imaginative intentions. If we ignore less weighty distinctions within the wider sphere of imaginative acts, we have preferred to consider representation by way of physical images, instead of stressing those of fantasy. We must still consider the case of percepts. As opposed to imagination, perception is characterized by the fact that in it, as we are wont to express the matter, the object itself appears, and does not merely appear in a likeness. In this we at once recognize characteristic differences in syntheses of fulfillment. Imagination fulfills itself through the peculiar synthesis of image resemblance, perception through the synthesis of identical thinghood, such like an identity. The thing establishes itself through its very self, in so far as it shows itself from varying sides while remaining one and the same. We must, however, pay heed to the following distinction. Perception, so far as it claims to give us the object itself, really claims thereby to be no mere intention, but an act, which may indeed be capable of offering fulfillment to other acts, but which itself requires no further fulfillment. But generally, and in all cases of external perception, this remains a mere pretension. The object is not actually given, it is not given wholly and entirely as that which it itself is. It is only given from the front, only perspectively foreshortened and projected, etc. While many of its properties are illustrated in the nuclear content of the percept, at least in the perspectival manner which the last expressions indicate, many others are not present in the percept in such illustrated form. The elements of the invisible rear side, the interior etc., are no doubt subsidiarily intended in more or less definite fashion, symbolically suggested by what is primarily apparent, but are not themselves part of the intuitive, i.e. of the perceptual or imaginative content, of the percept. On this hinges the possibility of indefinitely many percepts of the same object, all differing in content. If percepts were always the actual, genuine self-presentations of objects that they pretend to be, there could be only a single percept for each object, since its peculiar essence would be exhausted. In such self-presentation, we must, however, note that the object, as it is in itself in the only sense relevant and understandable in our context, the sense which the fulfillment of the perceptual intention would carry out, is not wholly different from the object realized, however imperfectly, in the percept. It is part, so to say, of a percept's inherent sense to be the self-appearance of the object. Even if, for phenomenological purposes, ordinary perception is composed of countless intentions, some purely perceptual, some merely imaginative, and some even signative, it yet, as a total act, grasps the object itself, even if only by way of an adumbration. If we may conceive of a percept put into a relation of fulfillment to the adequate percept that would of fer us the object itself, in the ideally strict and most authentic sense, then we may say that a percept so intends its object that this ideal synthesis would have the character of a partial coincidence of the purely perceptual contents of intending and fulfilling acts, and also the character of a complete coincidence of both complete perceptual intentions. The purely perceptua one content in externa one perception is what remains over when we abstract from all purely imaginative and symbolic components. It is the sensed content to which its own immediate purely perceptual interpretation is given, which evaluates all its parts and moments as self-projections of corresponding parts and moments of the perceptual object, and so imparts to its total content the character of a perceptual picture, a perceptual adumbration of the object. In the ideal limit, in case of adequate perception, this self-presenting sensed content coincides with the perceived object. This common relation to the object in itself, i.e., to the ideal of adequation, enters into the sense of all perception, and is also manifest in the phenomenological mutual belongingness of the manifold percepts pertaining to a single object. In one percept the object appears from this side, in another from that side, now it appears close, now at a distance etc. In each percept, despite these differences, one and the same object is there, in each it is intended in the complete range of its familiar and of its perceptually present properties. To this corresponds phenomenologically a continuous flux of fulfillment or identification, in the steady serialization of the percepts pertaining to the same object. Each individual percept is a mixture of fulfilled and unfulfilled intentions. To the former corresponds that part of the object which is given in more or less perfect projection in this individual percept, to the latter that part of the object that is not yet given, that new percepts would bring to actual, fulfilling presence. All such syntheses of fulfillment are marked by a common character, they are identifications binding self-manifestations of an object to self-manifestations of the same object. It is at once clear that similar distinctions apply in the case of imaginative presentation. Here too the same object is pictured, now from this and now from that side, corresponding to the synthesis of manifold perceptions. Where the same object always presents itself, we have the parallel synthesis of manifold imaginations, in which the same object appears in a likeness to the changing perceptual adumbrations of the object. There are corresponding imaginative adumbrations, and in the ideal of perfect copying the projection, would coincide with the complete likeness. If imaginative acts are at one time fulfilled in imaginative contexts, and at another time through corresponding percepts, the difference lies plainly in the character of their synthesis. Of fulfillment, the passage from likeness to likeness has a different character from the passage from likeness to original thing. The above analysis will be of use for the further investigations to be carried on in the next chapter. They also show the mutual affinity of percepts and imaginations, and their common opposition to signitive intentions. In all cases we distinguish between an actually given, appearing content, which is not what we mean, and an object which is what we mean, whether we signify, represent or perceive it, or between a sign content on the one hand, and the imaginative or perceptual projection of the object on the other. But while sign and things signified have nothing to do with one another, there are inner affinities between a thing's imaginative and perceptual projections and the thing itself, affinities which are part of the very sense of our use of such words. These relationships are phenomenologically documented in differences in their constitutive intentions, and not less in their syntheses of fulfillment. This account does not, of course, affect our interpretation of every fulfillment as being an identification. In all cases an intention comes into coincidence with the act which offers it fullness, i.e. the object which is meant in it is the same as the object meant in the fulfilling act. We were not, however, comparing these objects of meaning reference, but signs and adumbrations. In their relations to such objects, or to what corresponds phenomenologically to these relationships. Our interest in the preceding paragraphs was primarily directed to peculiarities in syntheses of fulfillment. These enable us to differentiate intuitive and signitive acts in a merely indirect manner. Only in the further course of our investigation, in 26, shall we be able to give a direct characterization, based on an analysis of the intentions, and without regard to their possible fulfillments. In our last discussion we have pinned down certain components of intuitive acts as signitive intentions. But in the whole of our investigations up to this point, signitive acts were for us acts of meaning, sense-giving factors attached to expressions. The terms signification and signitive intention were for us synonymous. It is now time to ask ourselves whether the same acts, or acts essentially similar to those found to function in meaning, may not occur quite divorced from this function and from all expressions. That this question must be answered affirmatively, is shown by certain cases of wordless recognition, which exhibit the precise character of verbal recognition, although words, in their sensuous signitive content, are not actually present at all. We recognize an object, e.g. as an ancient Roman milestone, its scratchings as weather-worn inscriptions, although no words are aroused at once, or indeed at all. We recognize a tool as a drill, but its name will not come back to us, etc. Genetically expressed, present intuitions stir up an associative disposition directed to the significant expression. But the meaning component of this last alone is actualized, and this now radiates backwards into the intuition which aroused it, and overflows into the latter with the character of a fulfilled intention. These cases of wordless recognition are none other than fulfillments of meaning intentions, but phenomenologically divorced from the signitive contents which otherwise pertain to them. Comparable examples are furnished by reflection on the normal interweavings of scientific pondering. We observe here how trains of thought sweep on to a large extent without bondage to appropriate words, set off by a flood of intuitive imagery or by their own associative interconnections. With this is connected the further fact that expressive speech goes so far beyond the intuitive datum necessary for the actual appropriateness of the expression of acquaintance. This has, no doubt, an opposed ground in the extraordinary ease with which verbal images are revived by intuitions, and can themselves then revive symbolic thoughts without corresponding intuitions. But we must also observe, contrariwise, how the reproduction of imaged words often lags quite far behind the trains of thought revived by each present intuition. In both these ways a large number of inadequate expressions arise, which do not apply in a straightforward manner to the primary intuitions actually present, nor to the synthetic formations actually built upon them, but range far beyond what is thus given. Curious mixtures of acts result. Objects are, strictly speaking, only known, as they are given in their actual intuitive foundation, but, since the unity of our intention ranges further, objects appear to be known as what they are for this total intention. The character of knowing is accordingly somewhat broadened. Thus, we recognize, know, a person as an adjutant of the Kaiser, a handwriting as Goethe's, a mathematical expression as the Cartesian formula, and so on. Here our recognition can of course not apply itself to what is given in perception. At best it permits possible application to intuitive sequences, which need not themselves be actualized at all. In this manner recognitions, and sequences of recognitions, are possible on a basis of partial intuitions, which would on a priori grounds, not at all be possible on a basis of complete actual intuitions, since they combine incompatibles in themselves. There are, and are only too many, false and even absurd recognitions. But really, they are not recognitions, i.e. not logically worthwhile, complete knowings. Not recognitions in the strong sense. To say this is to anticipate later discussions. For we have not yet clarified the ordering of the levels of knowledge, a matter here touched upon, nor the ideals which limit these. So far we had to do with signitive intentions, which exist identically, and just as they are, both within and without the function of meaning. But countless signitive intentions lack either a fixed or a passing tie with expressions, though their essential character puts them in a class with meaning intentions. I here recur to the perceptual or imaginative course of a melody, or of some other familiar type of event, and to the definite or indefinite intentions and fulfillments which arise in such a course. I refer likewise to the empirical arrangement and connection of things in their phenomenal coexistence, in regard to whatever gives the things appearing in this order, and especially the parts in each unified individual thing, the character of a unity involving precisely this order and this form. Representation and recognition through analogy may unite likeness and original, analogon and analogism, and may make them seem to belong together, but they can not unite what is not merely contiguously given together, but what appears as belonging together. And even if, in the realization of representations, through contiguity, images anticipating what is signitively represented are confirmed by their fulfilling originals, the unity among such contiguous representatives and what is represented through them can be given by no relation of picturing, since such a relation is not operative among them, but only through the entirely peculiar relation of signitive representation by way of contiguity. We may therefore rightly see, in inadequate percepts and imaginations, interwoven masses of primitive intentions, among which, in addition to perceptual and imaginative elements, there are also intentions of a signitive kind. We may therefore maintain, in general, that all phenomenological differences in objectifying acts reduced to their constituent elementary intentions and fulfillments, the former bound to the latter through syntheses. of fulfillment. On the side of intentions, the only last differences are those between signitive intentions, as intentions by way of contiguity, and imaginative intentions, as intentions by way of analogy, each plain and pure in their own kind. On the side of fulfillment, intentions of either sort again function as components, but on occasion, as in the case of perception, we have components which cannot be called intentions, since they only fulfill, but require no fulfillment, self-presentations of the object meant by them in the strictest sense of the word. The character of the elementary acts then determines the characters of the syntheses of fulfillment, which in their turn determine the homogeneous unity of the complex act. The emphatic power of attention helps to transfer the character of this or that elementary act to the unity of the act as a whole. This whole act becomes imagination or signification or pure perception. And where two such unified acts enter into relationships of agreement and conflict arise, whose character is determined by the total acts underlying such relations, and ultimately by their elements. In the next chapter these relationships will be further tracked down, within the limits in which they can be phenomenologically ascertained and epistemologically evaluated. We shall keep strictly to phenomenologically given unities, and to the sense inherent in these and declared in their fulfillment. We shall thus avoid the temptation to embark on hypothetical construction, with whose doubts a clarification of knowledge should in no way be burdened. In describing the relation of significant intention to fulfilling intuition, we began with the verbal expression of a percept, and said that the intentional essence of the intuitive act fitted in with, or belonged to, the semantic essence of the significative act. This is plainly so in every case of total identification, where acts of like quality, i.e. both assertive or both unassertive, are synthetic. Unified, where the acts are of unlike quality, the identification is solely based on their materials. This carries over, mutatis mutandis, to cases of par tile identification, so that we may hold that the material or matter is the aspect of the character of each act which comes up for synthesis, that is essential for identification, and naturally also for distinction. In the case of identification, the matters are the special carriers of the synthesis, without themselves being identified. For talk of identification is, in virtue of its sense, concerned with the objects presented by such matters. On the other hand, in the act of identification, the matters themselves achieve coincidence. Every example shows, however, that even where qualities are alike, the acts need not become quite alike. This is due to the fact that an act is not exhausted by its intentional essence. What remains over will reveal its importance in a careful phenomenological investigation of the levels of knowledge, which will be our task. It is clear from the start that, if knowledge admits of degrees of perfection, even when matter is constant, matter cannot be responsible for such differences of perfection, and cannot therefore determine the peculiar essence of knowledge as against any identification whatever. We shall tie our further investigation to a discussion of the previously studied difference of mere identification and fulfillment. We equated fulfillment with knowledge, in the narrower sense of the word, indicating that we were only talking of certain forms of identification which brought us nearer to the goal of knowledge. What this means may be elucidated by saying, in each fulfillment there is more or less complete intuitive illustration, Vereinskalischung. What the intention means, but presents only in more or less inauthentic and inadequate manner, the fulfillment, the act, sets directly before us, or at least more directly than the intention does. In fulfillment our experience is represented by the words, this is The thing itself. This itself must not be understood too strictly, as if there must be some percept bringing the object itself to actual phenomenal presence. It is possible that, in the progress of knowledge, in the gradual ascent from acts of poorer, to acts of ever richer epistemic oneness, we must at length always reach one filling percepts. This does not mean that each step, each individual identification that we call a one filment, need contain a percept as its fulfilling act. The relative manner in which we speak of more or less direct and of self, indicates the main point, that the synthesis of one filment involves an inequality in worth among its related members. The fulfilling act has a superiority which the mere intention lacks. It imparts to the synthesis the fulness of self, at least leads it more directly to the thing itself. The relativity of this directness, this self, points further to the fact that the relation of fulfillment is of a sort that admits of degrees. A concatenation of such relations seems accordingly possible where the epistemic superiority steadily increases. Each such ascending series points, however, to an ideal limit, or includes it as a final member, a limit setting an unsurpassable goal to all advances, the goal of absolute knowledge, of the adequate self. Presentation of the object of knowledge. We have thereby achieved, at least in preliminary fashion, to the characteristic differentiating mark of fulfillments within the wider class of identifications. For not every identification represents such an approach to a goal of knowledge. There can well be a purposeless infinity of ever further identifications. There are, example, indefinitely many arithmetical expressions having the same numerical value too, which permit us to add identification to identification in infinitum. Just so there may be infinitely many images of one and the same thing, determining again the possibility of endless chains of identifications tending to no goal of knowledge. The same holds for the endlessly many percepts of one and the same thing. If we pay heed to the constitutive elementary intentions in these intuitive examples, we shall of course find moments of true fulfillment entering into the total act of identification. This happens when we set image presentations side by side which are not of completely equal intuitive content, so that the new image brings out many things much more clearly, and perhaps sets something before us just as it is, while a former image merely projects it or denotes it symbolically. If we imaginatively envisage an object turning itself to every side, our sequence of images is constantly linked by syntheses of fulfillment in respect of its partial intentions, but each new image presentation does not, as a whole, fulfill its predecessor, nor does the whole series progressively approach any goal. Just so in the case of the manifold percepts belonging to the same external thing. Gain and loss are balanced. At every step, a new act has richer fullness in regard to certain properties, for whose sake it has lost fullness in regard to others. But against this we may hold that the whole synthesis of the series of imaginations or percepts represents an increase in fullness in comparison with an act singled out from the series. The imperfection of the one-sided representation is, relatively speaking, overcome in the all-sided one. We say relatively speaking, since the all-sided representation is not achieved in such a synthetic manifold, in the single flash which the ideal of adequation requires, as a pure self presentation without added analogizing or symbolization. It is achieved piecemeal and always blurred by such additions. Another example of an intuitive fulfillment series is the transition from a rough drawing to a more exact pencil sketch, then from the latter to the completed picture, and from this to the living finish of the painting, all of which present the same, visibly the same, Object. Such examples from the sphere of mere imagination show that the actor of fulfillment does not require that assertive quality in the intending and fulfilling acts which is part of the logical concept of knowledge. We prefer to speak of knowledge where an opinion, in the normal sense of a belief, has been confirmed or attested. We must now inquire into the part played in knowledge by the various kinds of objectifying acts, signitive and intuitive acts, and, under the latter rubric, acts of perception and imagination. Here intuitive acts plainly seem to be preferred, so much so, in fact, as to incline one to call all fulfillment intuitive illustration, Vereinskalischung, as we did above in passing, or to describe the work of fulfillment, wherever one deals with intuitive intentions, as a mere increase in intuitive fullness. The relation between intention and fulfillment plainly underlies the formation of the conceptual couple, thought. More narrowly, concept, on the one hand, and corresponding intuition, on the other. But we must not forget that a notion of intuition oriented towards this relation does not at all coincide with that of an intuitive act. Although, through the inherent tendency towards intuition which enters into the sense of all fulfillment, it closely depends on the latter and even supposes it. To make a thought clear to oneself means, primarily, to give epistemic fullness to the content of one's thought. This can, however, be achieved, in a certain fashion, even by a signitive presentation. Of course, if we ask for a clearness which will make matters self-evident, which will make the thing itself clear, render its possibility and its truth knowable, we are referred to intuition in the sense of our intuitive acts. For this reason, talk of clearness in epistemological contexts plainly has this narrower sense. It indicates recourse to fulfilling intuition, to the originative source of concepts and propositions in their subject matters themselves. Carefully analyzed examples are now needed if we are to confirm and develop what has just been suggested. These will help us to clear up the relation between fulfillment and intuitive illustration, and to render quite precise the part played by intuition in every fulfillment. Differences between authentic and inauthentic illustration, or fulfillment, will distinguish themselves clearly. And the difference between mere identification and fulfillment will also therewith reach final clarity. The work of intuition will be shown to be that of contributing to the intended act, when authentically fulfilled, a genuinely novel element, to which the name fullness may be given. We are thereby made aware of a hitherto unstressed side of the phenomenological content of acts, which is fundamental for knowledge. Fullness must take its place as a new moment in an intuitive act alongside of its quality and its matter, a moment specially belonging to the matter which it in some manner completes. The formation of every mathematical concept which unfolds itself in a chain of definitions reveals the possibility of fulfillment chains built member up on member out of signitive intentions. We clarify the concept, 53, for by having recourse to the definitory presentation, number which arises when one forms the product 53, 53, 53, 53. If we wish to clarify this latter concept, we must go back to the sense of 53, i.e. to the formation 5, 5, 5. Going back further, we should have to clarify 5 through the definitory chain 5 equals 4 plus 1, 4 equals 3 plus 1, 3 equals 2 plus 1, 2 equals 1 plus 1. After each step we should have to make a substitution in the preceding complex expression or thought, and, were this preceding indefinitely repeatable, it is certainly so in itself, just as it is certainly not so. For us, we should at last come to the completely explicated sum of ones of which we should say, this is the number W, for itself. It is plain that an act of fulfillment not only corresponded to this final result, but to each individual step leading from one expression of this number, to the express Zion next in order, which clarified it and enriched its content. In this manner, each ordinary decimal number points to a possible chain of fulfillments, whose links are one less in number than the number of their component units, so that chains of indefinitely many numbers are possible a priori. We usually talk as if, in the sphere of mathematics, the straightforward meaning of a word were identical with the content of its complex defining expression. In this case there could be no talk of fulfillment chains, we should be moving among pure identities wholly tautological in character. But if one considers the complexity of the thought formations which arise through substitution, and compares them, in those very simple cases where such substitution can be fully carried out, with the significative intentions that one at first experienced, one can hardly seriously think that in these last intentions all this complication was present from the start. It is plain that there are real differences in intention which, whatever their more precise description, are knit together through relationships of fulfillment which identify them as wholes. A remarkable property of the cases just discussed, and of the class of significative presentations which they illustrate, lies in the fact that in them the content of the presentations, or, more clearly their matter, dictates a determinate order of fulfillment a priori. The fulfillment which here results mediately, can never also result immediately. To each signitive intention of this class there is a definite, proximate fulfillment or group of fulfillments, which in its turn has a definite, proximate fulfillment, etc. This property is also characteristic of certain intuitive intentions, as when we represent a matter to ourselves through images, pictures, images, pictures. The matter of the presentation here also prescribes a prime fulfillment, which puts the primary image itself before our eyes, but to this intention a new intention pertains, whose fulfillment leads on to the thing itself. What is common to all mediate presentations, whether intuitive or signitive, may be put by saying that they are presentations which do not present their objects straight forwardly, but by way of presentations built upon other presentations to a higher or lower degree. To put it more pointedly, they are presentations which present their objects as objects of other presentations, or as related to objects so presented. As objects can be presented in relation to any other objects, so they can be presented in relation to presentations. These presentations are presented presentations in the relational presentation, they belong among its intentional objects, not among its constituents. In connection with the class of cases just mentioned, we speak of mediate, or superordinate, intentions or fulfillments. The rule holds that every mediate intention requires immediate fulfillment, which naturally, after a finite number of steps, ends up in an immediate intuition. From these mediate presentations we must, however, distinguish presentations of presentations, i.e. presentations simply directed upon other presentations as their objects. Although such presented presentations are, generally speaking, themselves intentions and so capable of fulfillment, the nature of the presenting presentations which are in question requires no mediate fulfillment. Through fulfillment of the presented presentation, the intention of P1, P2, a presentation of a presentation, is directed to P2, it is fulfilled, and completely fulfilled, when P2 itself is present. It is not enriched when the intention of P2 is fulfilled in its turn, when its object appears in an image or in a richer image, or even in a percept. For PL refers, not to this object, but only to its presentation P2. Nothing obviously alters if the embodiment becomes more complex, e.g. in the case expressed by the symbol PL, P2, P3, etc. The thought signitive presentation, for instance, is fulfilled in the intuition of a signitive presentation, e.g. of the presentation integral, or of the presentation signitive presentation itself. These examples must not be misunderstood as meaning that the signitive presentation integral itself claimed an intuitive status, as if the concepts of intuition and signitive act, meaning, intention, were here confounded. It is not the signitive presentation integral but the inner percept of this presentation that serves as the fulfilling intuition to the thought signitive presentation. This presentation is not the fulfilling intuition, but the object of the fulfilling intuition. As the thought of a color has its fulfillment in the act of intuiting this color, so the thought of a thought has its fulfillment in an act of intuiting this thought, and its final intuitive fulfillment in an adequate percept of the same. Here as elsewhere, the mere being of an experience involves neither its intuition, nor, more particularly, its perception. It must be noted that, in our general opposition between thought or intention, and fulfilling intuition, intuition is not to be understood as mere outward intuition, the perceiving or imagining of external physical objects. As our just discussed example shows, and as the nature of presentation makes obvious, inner perception or inner imagination can function as a fulfilling intuition. Now that we have sufficiently stressed and clarified the distinction between mediate presentations and presentations of presentations, it will be proper to turn to what they have in common. Each mediate presentation includes, on the above analysis, presentations of presentations, inasmuch as it refers to its object as the object of certain presentations, which it itself presents. Thus if we think of 1000 as 103, we think of it as the number characterized as the object of the presentation which would arise were we to carry out the exponentiation in question. From this it is clear that genuinely intuitive illustrations play the essential part in all fulfillment of mediate intentions, and at each step in such fulfillment, the characterization of an object as object of a presented presentation, or as one related in a certain manner to objects so defined, presupposes in its fulfillment the fulfillment of these presentations of presentations, and these inwoven intuitive fulfillments are the first to give the whole identification its character of a fulfillment. Its gradual increase in fullness consists solely in the fact that, one by one, all its presentations of presentations have been fulfilled, whether such presentations were inwoven in it from the beginning, or have emerged in the process of fulfillment through realizing construction of these presented presentations, and through intuition of them when realized, so that in the end the dominant, total intention, with its structure of conjoined and subordinate intentions, appears as identified with an immediate intention. This last identification thereby has, as a whole, the character of a fulfillment. This kind of fulfillment is, however, a case of inauthentic intuitive illustration, since we are only entitled to predicate authentic intuitive illustration if fullness is not added anywhere, but only imparts an increase to the object presented by the presentation as a whole, which accordingly becomes more fully presented. This means no more, ultimately, than that a purely signitive presentation is without any fullness, and that all fullness rather resides in the actual making present. Wie Erdigung, of properties that pertain to the object itself. We shall presently pursue this last thought. Here we shall add that the difference we called one of authentic and inauthentic intuitive illustration could also be called one of authentic and inauthentic fulfillment, since an intention aims at its object, is as it were desirous of it, and since fulfillment, in the pregnant sense of the word only registers the fact that some part of the fullness of the object is imparted to the intention. We must, however, still hold that inauthentic and authentic fulfillments are alike marked out among syntheses of identification by a common phenomenological character, that of fulfillment in the wider sense, and that there is a peculiar principle to the effect that all inauthentic fulfillment implies authentic fulfillments, and indeed borrows its character of fulfillment from these authentic cases. To demarcate the difference between authentic and inauthentic intuitive illustrations somewhat more precisely, and at the same time deal with the class of cases where inauthentic intuitive illustrations have every appearance of authenticity, we add the following remarks. It is not always the case that, when the fulfillment of a signitive intention is consummated on an intuitive basis, the matters of the acts concerned, as presupposed above, are in a relationship of coincidence, so that the object which appears intuitively also comes before us as itself meant in our act of meaning. Only when this happens, however, may one talk of intuitive illustration in the true sense, only then is a thought realized perceptually, or illustrated imaginatively. The case is different when the fulfilling intuition presents an indirectly represented object, as when the use of a geographical name calls up the imaginative presentation of a map, which blends with the meaning intention of this name, or as when a statement about certain street connections, courses of rivers, features of mountains, is confirmed by what stands inscribed on a map before us. Here intuition should not be said to fulfill in the true sense of the word, its own matter does not enter into action. The real basis of fulfillment does not lie in it at all, but in a plainly signitive intention intertwined with it. That the apparent object here functions as indirectly representing the object meant and named, means, logically speaking, that its constitutive intuition is now the bearer of a novel intention, an intention pointing beyond the apparent object, and thereby characterizing it as a sign. The analogy of what appears and what is meant, which may be present here, does not lead to a straightforward presentation by way of an image, but to a sign presentation resting upon the latter. The outline of England as drawn in the map may indeed represent the form of the land itself, but the pictorial image of the map which comes up when England is mentioned, does not mean England itself in pictorial fashion, not even mediately, as the country pictured on the map. It means England after the manner of a mere sign, through external relations of association, which have tied all our knowledge of land and people to the map picture. When, therefore, our naming intention is fulfilled through this mental picture, it is not the object imagined in the latter, the map, which counts as the very thing meant by the name, but the original object which the name represents. It will, however, now be necessary to view the achievement of intuitive intentions more closely. Since the fulfillment of mediate intentions refers back to the fulfillment, the intuitive fulfillment of immediate intentions, and since it has transpired that the final outcome of the whole mediate process is an immediate intention, we now concern ourselves with the question of the intuitive fulfillment of immediate intentions and of the relationships and laws governing their sphere. This question we therefore attack. But we may observe from the start that, in the following investigations, only the matter side of an act's intentional essence will have relevance for the relationships to be established. The qualities of our intention, whether assertive or merely presentative, can be varied indifferently. We begin with the following proposition. To every intuitive intention there pertains, in the sense of an ideal possibility, a signitive intention precisely accommodated to its material. This unity of identification necessarily has the character of a unity of fulfillment, in which the intuitive, not the signitive member, has the character of being the fulfiller, and so also, in the most authentic sense, the giver of fullness. We only express the sense of this last statement in a different way if we say that signitive intentions are in themselves empty, and that they are in need of fullness. In the transition from a signitive intention to the corresponding intuition, we experience no mere increase, as in the change from a pale image or a mere sketch to a fully alive painting. The signitive intention is rather lacking in every sort of fullness. The intuitive presentation first brings fullness to it, and, through identification, into it. A signitive intention merely points to its object, an intuitive intention gives it presence. In the pregnant sense of the word, it imports something of the fullness of the object itself. However far an imaginative presentation may lag behind its object, it has many features in common with it. More than that, it is like this object, depicts it, makes it really present to us. A signitive presentation, however, does not present analogically. It is in reality no presentation. In it nothing of the object comes to life. The ideal of complete fullness is, accordingly, the fullness of the object itself, as the sum total of its constitutive properties. The fullness of the presentation is, however, the sum total of properties pertaining to the presentation itself, through which it analogically gives presence to its object, or apprehends it as itself given. Fullness is, accordingly, a characteristic meant of presentations alongside of quality and matter, a positive constituent. Only in the case of intuitive presentations, a privation of the case of signitive. The clearer a presentation is, the higher its pictorial level, the richer it is in fullness. The ideal of fullness would, accordingly, be reached in a presentation which would embrace its object, entire and whole, in its phenomenological content. If we include individualizing features in the fullness of the object, such features can be embraced by no imagination, only by a percept. But, if we ignore these features, a definite ideal exists for imagination as well. We must accordingly return to the features of the presented object, the more of these features enter into the analogical representation and, as regards each separate feature, the greater the similarity with which the presentation represents it in its content, the greater is the fullness of the presentation. Somehow, no doubt, every feature of an object is included in the scope of every presentation, and so in that of the pictorial presentation, but not every property is analogically represented. The phenomenological content of the presentation does not contain a peculiar, so to say analogizing or depicting moment for each. The sum total of the intimately said moments which are thought to underlie purely intuitive, in this case imaginative, ways of regarding things, which first gives them the character of being representative of corresponding objective moments, constitutes the fullness of the imaginative presentation. Hence, in addition to imaginative representations, there are also perceptual ones, graspings of the thing itself, self-exhibitions of objective moments. If we assemble the sum total of the imaginatively or perceptively functioning moments of the perceptual presentation, we have marked off the fullness of the latter. Closely regarded, the concept of fullness is still fraught with an ambiguity. the above-mentioned moments can be looked at in respect of their own existential content, without regard to the functions of pure imagination or perception, which first confer on them the value of being a picture or a perspectively slanted self-revelation, and so a value for the function of fulfillment. On the other hand, one can consider these moments in their interpretation, i.e. not these moments alone, but the full pictures or slanted self-revelations in question. Ignoring only intentional qualities, one can deal with purely intuitive acts as wholes, which include these moments in themselves, since they give them an objective significance. These purely intuitive acts we conceive as mere constituents of the intuitions just mentioned, being the element in them which gives to the moments previously mentioned a relation to corresponding objective properties which are represented through them. We ignore therewith, in addition to the qualities, the yet further attached signitive relations to further parts or sides of the object which are not properly speaking, intuitively represented. It is plainly these purely intuitive constituents which impart to total acts the character of percepts or imaginings, i.e. their intuitive character, and which function in the system of serially ordered fulfillments as the element which confers fullness, or which enriches or increases the same when already present. To deal with this ambiguity in our talk of fullness we shall introduce the following distinguishing terms. By intuitively presentative or intuitively representative contents, in Halton, we understand those contents of intuitive acts which, owing to the purely imaginative or perceptual interpretations that they sustain, point unambiguously to definitely corresponding contents in the object, represent these in imagined or perceived perspectival slantings. The act aspects which characterize them in this manner, we ignore. Since the character of imagination lies in analogical picturing, in representation in a narrower sense, while the character of perception can be called strictly presentative, the following distinctive names suggest themselves, for the intuitively presentative contents in either case. Analogizing or picturing contents, on the one hand, and strictly presentative or self-presentative contents, on the other. The express Zion's imaginatively slanted contents and perceptively slanted contents are also very apt. The intuitively presentative contents of outer perception define the concept of sensation in the ordinary, narrow sense. The intuitively presentative contents of external fantasy are sensory phantasms or images. The intuitively presentative or intuitively representative contents in and with the interpretation put upon them, we call the intuitive substance, Gehalt. Of the act, in this we still ignore the quality of the act, whether assertive or not, as being indifferent to the distinctions in question. On the above, all signitive components of an act are excluded from its intuitive substance. 3. To increase the clearness of the concepts just marked off, and to aid in the marking off of a new set of concepts, rooted in the same soil, we embark on the following discussion. In an intuitive presentation, or stellion, an object is meant in the manner of perception or imagination. In this manner it is more or less perfectly made apparent to each part and each property of the object, including its reference to a here and a now. There must necessarily be a corresponding part or moment of the conscious act. What we do not mean, is simply not. Therefore we presentation, or stellion. We now find in general that it is possible to draw the following phenomenological distinction between 1. The purely intuitive substance, Gehalt, of the act, i.e. all that corresponds in the act to the sum total of the object's properties that become apparent. 2. The signitive substance of the act, which corresponds to the sum total of the remaining, subsidiarily given properties of the object, which do not themselves become apparent. We all draw such a distinction, in purely phenomenological fashion, in the intuition involved in the percept or image of a thing, between whatever in the object is truly made apparent, the mere side from which the object is shown to us, and whatever lacks intuitive presentation, Darstellian, is hidden by other phenomenal objects etc. Such talk plainly implies, what phenomenological analysis within certain limits definitely proves, that even what is not presented, nicht dargestellt, in an intuitive presentation, or stellion, is subsidiarily meant, and that an array of signitive components must accordingly be ascribed to the latter, from which we have to abstract, if we wish to keep our intuitive content pure. This last gives the intuitively presenting, darstellend, content its direct relation to corresponding objective moments, other novel and, to that extent, mediate, signitive intentions are attached to these by contiguity. If we now define the weight of the intuitive, or signitive, content as the sum total of the intuitively, or signitively, presented, voorgesteld, moments of the object, both weights in each presentation, or stellion, will add up to a single total weight, i.e. the sum total of the object's properties. Always. Therefore the symbolic equation holds, I plus S equals 1. The weights I and S can plainly vary in many regards. The same, intentionally same, object can be intuitively given with more or less numerous, ever-varying properties. The signitive content also alters correspondingly, it is increased or diminished. Ideally we now have the possibility of two limiting cases. I equals O, S equals 1. I equals 1, S equals O. In the former, the presentation, or stellion, would have only signitive content, no property of its intentional object would remain over which was brought to intuitive presentation, darstellion, in its content. The special case of purely signitive presentations, well known to us as pure meaning intentions, therefore appears here as a limiting case of intuition. In the second case the presentation, or stellion, has no signitive content whatever. In it all is fullness, no part, no side, no property of its object fails to be intuitively presented, dargestellt, none is merely indirectly and subsidiarily meant. Not only is everything that is intuitively presented also meant, so much is analytically true, but whatever is meant is also intuitively presented. This new class of presentations may be defined as pure intuitions, the term here used with innocuous ambiguity, at times to cover complete acts. At times such acts in abstraction from their quality. We may speak distinguishingly of qualified and unqualified pure intuitions. In each presentation, or stellion, we can therefore surely abstract from all signitive components, and limit ourselves to what is really represented in its representative content. By so doing we form a reduced presentation, with a reduced object in regard to which it is purely intuitive. We can accordingly say that the intuitive substance, Gehalt, of a presentation comprises all that is pure intuition in it, just as we may also speak of the object's purely intuitive content, of all that is rendered intuitive in this presentation. The like applies to the signitive substance of the presentation, this can be said to be all that is pure signification in it. Each total act of intuition has either the character of a percept or an imagination, its intuitive substance is then either perceptual or imaginative substance or content. This must not be confused with the perceptually or imaginatively presenting content in the sense defined in 22. Perceptual content comprises, though not in general exclusively, strictly presentative contents. Imaginative contents comprise only analogizing contents. It is not to the point that these latter contents permit of another interpretation, as in the case of physical images, in which they function strictly presentatively, on account of the mixture of perceptual and imaginative components, which the intuitive substance of a percept permits and usually exhibits. We can again consider adopting a division of perceptual content into pure perceptual content, on the one hand, and supplementary image content, on the other. If then, in each pure intuition we take PP and IP to be the weights of its purely perceptual and purely imaginative components, we can write down the symbolic equation, where I symbolizes the weight of the total intuitive content of the pure intuition, and thus the total content of its object. If IP equals 0, i.e. if the pure intuition is free from all imaginal content, it should be called a pure perception. We shall here ignore the qualitatively assertive character usually embraced in the sense of the term perception. But if PP equals 0, the intuition is called pure imagination. The purity of pure perception relates, therefore, not merely to signitive, but also to imaginative supplements. The narrowing of an impure percept which throws out symbolic components yields the pure intuition which is immanent in it. A further reductive step then throws out everything imagined, and yields the substance of pure perception. Can the intuitively presentative content in the case of pure perception be identified with the object itself? The essence of pure presentation, in the strict sense, surely consists in being a pure self-presentation of the object. One which means the intuitively presentative content directly, in the manner of self, as its object. This would, however, be a paralogism. The percept, as presentation in the strict sense, so interprets the intuitively presentative content, that the object appears as itself given with and in this content. Presentation, in the strict sense, is pure, when each part of the object is actually and intuitively presented in the content, and none is merely imagined or symbolized. As there is nothing in the object not strictly presented, so there is nothing in the content not strictly presentative. Despite such exact correspondence, self-presentation may still have the character of the mere, even if all-sided perspectivity, of a completed perceptual picture it need not attain the ideal of adequation, where the intuitively presenting content is also the intuitively presented content. The pure picture presentation, which completely depicts its object through its freedom from all signitive additions, holds in its intuitively presentative content a complete likeness of the object. This likeness can approach the object more or less closely, to a limit of complete resemblance. The same may be true in the case of pure perception, with the sole difference, that imagination treats the content as a likeness or image, whereas perception looks on it as a self-revelation of the object. Pure perception no less than pure imagination admits, accordingly, of differing degrees of fullness, without thereby altering its intentional object. Regarding the degrees of fullness of intuitive content, to which degrees of fullness of representative content run eo ipso parallel, we may distinguish 1. The extent or richness of the fullness, according as the content of the object achieves intuitive presentation with greater or less completeness. 2. The liveliness of this fullness, i.e. the degree of approximation of the primitive resemblances of the intuitive presentation to the corresponding moments of content in the object. 3. The reality level, Realitätsgehalt, of the fullness, the greater or less number of its strictly presentative contents. In all these regards, adequate perception represents an ideal. It has a maximum of extent, liveliness, and reality. It is the self-apprehension of the whole, full object. We framed our talk of fullness with an ito relationships of fulfillment. That peculiar form of the synthesis of identification. But in our last results, we not only threw light on the concept of fullness, but also on its differences of greater or lesser completeness, liveliness, and reality, as well as on the gradations in pictorialization and perspectival projection, and all by way of relationships among the inner moments of our presentations, or among these and the objective moments that they intend. But it is plain that to these relationships there correspond possible gradients of increase, fo undate on sin. Theses of fulfillment. Fulfillment arises out of the first application of fullness as such, in the identifying accommodation of corresponding intuition to a signitive intention. In the context of coincidence, the intuitive act gives its fullness to the signitive act. The consciousness of increase is here founded on the partial coincidence of the fullness with correlative parts of the signitive intention, while to the corresponding empty parts of both intentions, which alike enter this identifying coincidence, no part of this sense of increase can be ascribed. A continuous increase in fulfillment is further achieved in the continuity of intuitive acts or serial fulfillments which present the object with ever more extended and intense illustrativeness. That B 2 is a more perfect image than B L means that fulfillment obtains in the synthetic context of the pictorial presentation in question, and increased fulfillment in the direction of B 2. Here, as elsewhere, distances pertain to increases, and transitivity to concatenated relationships. If B 2 is at once B 1 and B 3, B 2, then B 3, B L, and this last distance exceeds those which mediate it. This is so at least if we take separate account of the three moments of fullness, i.e. extent, liveliness, and reality, which were distinguished above. These increases and gradients of increase correspond, as analysis shows, to resemblances and gradients of resemblance among the intuitively presentative contents of the fullnesses. Likeness of presentative contents, or concatenations of such likenesses, are not, however, to be taken to be the same as simple or concatenated increases. They are not so when these fullnesses are considered in their own being as contents, in abstraction from their representative function in the relevant acts. Only through this latter function, i.e. through the fact that, in the order of graded fulfillments, and of the increases obtaining among its acts, each later act of fullness appears richer, do the representative contents of the acts achieve their ascending order. They appear one after the other as not only themselves furnishing fullness, but as furnishing it ever more abundantly. To call such components fullnesses is to talk relatively and functionally. It is to express a characteristic accruing to the contents through the acts, and through the part played by these acts in possible syntheses of fulfillment. Our term here resembles the term object. To be an object represents no positive mark, no possible species of content. It refers to the content only as intentionally correlated with the presentation. For the rest, relationships of fulfillment and increase plainly have their foundation in the phenomenological substance, Gehalt, of our acts, considered purely in their specificity. We are concerned throughout only with ideal relationships determined by the ideal species in question. In the synthesis of intuitive acts there is, however, not always an increase in fullness, partial fulfillment can go hand in hand with partial emptying, as we mentioned above. The distinction between mere identification and fulfill meant points back to the fact, we may say, that in the case of the former there may be either no genuine fulfillment, since we have to do only with asserted identities among acts alike lacking in fullness, or because the fulfillment or enriched fulfillment which obtains goes together with the simultaneous emptying or surrender of previous fullness, so that no emphatic unmixed consciousness of increase arises. In any case, the primitive relations among our elementary intentions are either fulfillments of empty, i.e. purely signitive intentions, or supplementary fulfillment of intentions already to some extent filled, i.e. increase and realization of an imaginative intention. We now wish to discuss the relation between the new concept of presentational content covered by the name fullness, with content in the sense of matter, which last has played such a large part in our investigation up to this point. Matter was classed as that moment in an objectifying act, which makes the act present just this object in just this manner, le. In just these articulations and forms, and with special relation to just these proper ties or relationships. Presentations which agree in their matter do not merely present the same object in some general fashion, they mean it in the most complete fashion as the same, as having exactly the same properties. The one presentation confers nothing on the object in its intention which the other presentation does not likewise confer. To each objectifying articulation and form on one side there is a corresponding articulation and form on the other, in such a manner that the agreeing elements of the presentations have an identical objective reference. In this sense we said in our fifth investigation, in elucidating the concepts of matter and semantic essence, two judgments are in essence the same judgment, le judgments with the same matter, if everything that would hold of the state of affairs judged according to one, would likewise hold of it according to the other. And nothing different would hold of it in either case. The truth value of the judgments is the same. They mean the same in regard to the object, even if they are otherwise quite different, if the one example is achieved signitively, while the other is more or less illustrated by intuition. I was led to form this notion through a consideration of what is identical in the assertive and understanding use of the same expression, where one may believe the content of some statement, while another leaves it undecided, without disturbing this content's identity, in which case it also makes no difference whether expression occurs in connection with correspondent intuition, and whether it can so occur or not. One might therefore be tempted, I myself hesitated long on this point, to define meaning as this very matter, which would, however, have the inconvenience that the moment of assertion in, example a predicative statement, would fall outside of that state. Ment's meaning. One could no doubt limit the concept of meaning in this fashion, and then distinguish between qualified and unqualified meanings. Our comparison of meaning intentions with their correlative intuitions, in the static and dynamic unity of identifying coincidence, showed us, however, that the very thing that we marked off as the matter of meaning, paired once more in the corresponding intuition, and furnished the means for an identification. Our freedom, therefore, to add to or take away into it elements, and even all correspondent intuitions, wherever we limited our concern to the abiding meaningfulness of a given expression, was based on the fact that the whole act attaching to the sound of our words had the same matters on the intuitive as on the meaning side, in respect, that is, of such elements of meaning as receive intuitive illustration at all. It is clear, therefore, that the concept of matter must be defined by way of the unity of total identification as the element in our acts which serves as a basis for identification, and that all differences of fullness which go beyond mere identification, and which variously determine peculiarities of fulfillment and increase of fulfillment, have no relevance in the formation of this conception. However, the fullness of a presentation may vary within its possible gradients of ulfi, and its intentional object, intended as it is intended, remains the same, its matter, in other words, stays the same. Matter and fullness are, however, by no means unrelated, and, when we range an intuitive act alongside a signitive act to which it brings fullness, the former act does not differ from the latter merely by the joining on of a third distinct moment of fullness to the quality and matter common to the two acts. This at least is not the case where we mean by fullness the intuitive content of intuition. For intuitive content itself already includes a complete matter, the matter of an act, reduced to a pure intuition. If the intuitive act in question was already purely intuitive, its matter also would be a constituent of its intuitive content. The relations which obtain here will be best set forth by establishing the following parallelism between signitive and intuitive acts. A purely signitive act would be a mere complex of quality and matter, if indeed it could exist by itself at all, i.e. be a concrete experiential unity on its own. This it cannot be. We always find it clinging to some intuitive basis. This intuition of a sign may have nothing at all to do with the object of the significative act, it may stand to it in no relation of fulfillment, but it realizes its possibility in con series 2 of being an altogether unfulfilled act. The following proposition therefore seems to hold: an act of signification is only possible insofar as an intuition becomes endued with a new intentional essence, whereby its intuitive object points beyond itself in the manner of a sign, whether as a sign regularly or fleetingly used. More closely considered, this proposition does not, however, seem to express the necessities of connection, which obtain here with the needed analytic clearness, and perhaps says more than is justified. For we can, it seems, say that it is not our undying intuition as a whole, but only its representational content, which really assists the signitive act. For what goes beyond this content, what pins down the sign as a natural object, can be varied at will without disturbing the sign's signitive function. Whether the letters of a verbal sign are of wood, iron, or printers, ink, etc., or seem to be such objectively, makes no difference. Only their repeatedly recognizable shape is relevant, not as the objective shape of the thing of wood, etc., but as the shape actually present in the intuitively presentative sensuous content of intuition. If there is only a connection between the signitive act and the intuitively presentative content of our intuition, and if the quality and matter of this intuition mean nothing to the signitive function, then we ought not to say that each signitive act requires a founding intuition, but only that it requires a founding content. It would seem that any content can function in this fashion, just as any content can function as the intuitively presentative content of an intuition. If we now turn our regard to the parallel case of the purely intuitive act, its quality and matter, its intentional essence, are not capable of separate existence on their own. Here too a supplement is required. This is furnished by the representative content, i.e. the content, sensuous in the case of a sensuous intuition, which in its present fusion with an intentional essence has acquired the character of being an intuitive representative. If we bear in mind the fact that the same, e.g. sensuous, content can at one time carry a meaning, and at another time an intuition, denoting in one case and picture in the other, we are led to widen the notion of a representative content, and to distinguish between contents which represent signitively, signitive representatives, and contents which represent intuitively, intuitive representatives. Our division is, however, incomplete. We have so far considered only the purely intuitive or purely signitive acts. If we bring in the mixed acts as well, those we ordinarily class as intuitive, we find them peculiar in the fact that their representative content is pictorial or self-presentative in respect of one part of what it objectively presents, while being merely denotative as to the remaining part. We must accordingly range mixed representatives beside purely signitive and purely intuitive representatives. These represent signitively and intuitively at the same time, and in regard to the same intentional essence. We may now say, each concretely complete objectifying act has three components: its quality, its matter, and its representative content. To the extent that this content functions as a purely signitive or purely intuitive representative, or as both together, the act is a purely signitive, a purely intuitive, or a mixed act. We may now ask what this functioning really stands for, since we have it as an a priori possibility that the same content, bound up with the same quality and matter, should function in this threefold manner. It is plain that it can only be the phenomenological peculiarity of the relevant FORMOF unity that can give a phenomenologically discoverable content to our distinction. This form specially unites the matter to the representative content, since the representative function is unaffected by change in the quality. Whether, example, an imaginative picturing claims to be the calling up of a real object or to be merely imaginative, makes no difference to its pictorially presentative character, that its content bears the function of an image content. We therefore call the phenomenological union of matter with representative content, insofar as it lends the latter its representative character, the FORMOF representation, and the whole engendered by these two moments the representation pure and simple. This designation expresses the relation between representing and represented content, latter going back to its phenomenological foundation, leaving aside the object as something not phenomenologically given, and endeavoring merely to express the fact that, when a content functions representatively, we are always differently minded. We may speak of a change in interpretation, Auffassung. We may also call the form of representation the interpretative form. Since the matter after a manner fixes the sense in which the representative content is interpreted, we may also speak of the interpretative sense. If we wish to recall the older term, and at the same time indicate an opposition to form, we may also speak of the interpretative matter. In each interpretation we must therefore distinguish phenomenologically between interpretative matter or sense, interpretative form, and interpreted content. This last is to be distinguished from the object of the interpretation. The term apperception is unsuitable, despite its historical provenance, on account of its misleading terminological opposition to perception. Apprehension would be more usable. Our next question concerns the distinguishing marks of the various modes of representation or interpretation which, as we saw, can be different even when the interpretative matter, the as what of interpretation, is constant. In the previous chapter we characterized differences of representations through differences in forms of fulfillment. In the present context we have regard to an internal characterization limited to the proper descriptive stuff of intentions. If we may make use of the beginnings of an analytical clarification which our previous treatment suggested, as well as of our subsequent advances in the general grasp of representation, the following train of ideas suggests itself. We begin with the observation that signitive representation institutes a contingent, external relation between matter and representative content. Whereas intuitive representation institutes one that is essential, internal. The contingency of the former consists in the fact that an identical signification can be thought of as attached to every content whatsoever. Significative matter has a general need for supporting content, but between the specific nature of the for matter and the specific being of the latter no bond of necessity can be. Found. Meaning cannot, as it were, hang in the air, but for what it means. The sign, whose meaning we call it, is entirely indifferent. The case of purely intuitive representation is quite different. Here there is an internal, necessary connection between matter and representing content, fixed by the specific stuff of both. Only those contents can be intuitively representative of an object that resemble it or are like it. Phenomenologic. Ally put, we are not wholly free to interpret a content as this or as that, or in this or that interpretative sense, and this has more than an empirical foundation. Every interpretation including a significative one is empirically necessary, since the content to be interpreted sets limits to us through a certain sphere of similarity and exact likeness, i.e. through its specific substance. The internality of the relation does not merely forge a link between the interpretative matter as a whole and the whole content, it links their parts on each side piece by piece. This occurs in the presupposed case of pure intuition. In the case of impure intuition, the specific union is partial, a part of the matter of the reduced, and therefore, of course, pure intuition provides the intuitive sense in which the content is interpreted, while the remainder of the matter undergoes no representation through similarity or exact likeness, but merely through contiguity, i.e. in mixed intuition. The representative content functions as intuitive representative for one part of the matter, but as signitive representative for the remaining part. If one finally asks how one and the same content, in the sense of same matter, can at times be taken up in the manner of an intuitive, and at times in the manner of a signitive representative, in what the differing nature of these interpretative forms consists, I can give them no further answer. We are facing a difference that cannot be phenomenologically reduced. In these discussions we have treated representation independently as a union of matter and representative content. If we go back again to the complete acts, these reveal themselves as combinations of act quality with either intuitive or signitive representation. The whole acts are called intuitive or signitive, a difference determined by these inwrought representations. The study of relations of fulfillment led us above to the concept of intuitive substance or fullness. If we compare that case of concept formation with the present one, it sets bounds to the purely intuitive representation, i.e. pure intuition, that belongs to an act of impure intuition. Fullness was a notion specially framed for the comparative treatment of acts in their fulfilling function. The limiting case opposed to pure intuition, pure signification, is of course the same as purely signitive representation. Penultimate chapter, 41, is either itself an objectifying act, or has such an act as its basis. The ultimate basis of all acts are therefore presentations in the sense of representations. Talk of the diff fe ring mode of relation of an act to its objects has been shown in the above discussions, to cover the following essential ambiguities. 1. The quality of acts, the modes of believing, entertaining, wishing, doubting, etc. 2. The underlying representation, and a. The interpretative form, i.e. whether the object is presented in purely signitive or intuitive or mixed fashion. Here also belong the differences between a perceptual and an imaginative presentation, etc. b. The interpretative matter, whether the object is presented in this or that sense, e.g. significatively through differing meanings, presenting the same object but qualifying it differently. c. The interpreted contents, whether the object is presented by way of this or that sign, or by way of this or that representative content. In the latter case, if we consider the matter more closely, the laws connecting intuitive representatives with matter and form entail that we are also concerned with differences that affect form even where matter remains constant. In our first investigation, 14, we opposed fulfilling sense to meaning, or fulfilling meaning to intending meaning, by pointing to the fact that, in fulfillment, the object is given intuitively in the same way in which the mere meaning means it. We then took the ideally conceived element which thus coincides with the meaning, to be the fulfilling sense, and said that, through this coincidence, the merely significant intention, or expression, achieved relation to the intuitive object, expressed this and just this object. This entails, to employ conceptual formations later introduced, that the fulfilling sense is interpreted as the intentional essence of the completely and adequately fulfilling act. This conceptual formation is entirely correct and suffices for the purpose of pinning down the entirely general aspects of the situation where a signitive intention achieves relation to its intuitively presented object. It expresses the important insight that the semantic essence of the signitive, or expressive, act reappears identically in corresponding intuitive acts, despite phenomenological differences on either side, and that the living unity of identification realizes this coincidence itself, and so realizes the relation of the expression to what it expresses. On the other hand, it is clear, in virtue precisely of this identity, that the fulfilling sense carries no implication of fullness, that it does not accordingly include the total content of the intuitive act, to the extent that this is relevant for the theory of knowledge. It might be thought objectionable that we have conceived the intentional essence so narrowly as to exclude such an important constituent of the act, and one so decisive for knowledge. We were guided by the thought that the essence of an objectifying intention must be something which no intention of this sort could lack, or which could not be freely varied in it, without having an ideally necessary effect on its relation to its object. Purely signitive acts are, however, empty acts, acts lacking in the moment of fullness, and so only the unity of quality and matter can count as the essence of an objectifying act. It might now be objected that signitive intentions without sensuous support are impossible, that they also have intuitive fullness in their fashion. But, in the sense of our treatment of signitive representation, and our earlier treatments of authentic and inauthentic illustration, this is really not fullness. Or rather it is fullness, but not fullness of the signitive act, but of the act on which it is founded, the act in which the sign is set up as an intuitive object. This fullness may, we saw, vary without limit, without affecting the signitive intention, and what concerns its object. Taking into account this circumstance, as well as the fact that, even in intuitive acts, fullness may vary, albeit within bounds, while the same object is constantly meant, with the same properties and with the same act quality, we plainly need a term to stand for the mere unity of quality with matter. But it is now also useful, on the other hand, to frame a more embracing concept. We accordingly define as the epistemic essence of an objectifying act, in opposition to its merely semantic essence, all the content which has relevance for its knowledge function. The three components of quality, matter, and fullness, or intuitive content, all belong to it. If we wish to avoid the overlap of the last two components, and have wholly exclusive components. We may make it consist of quality, matter, and intuitively representative content. The last of which falls away in empty intentions, together with all fullness. All objectifying acts having the same epistemic essence are the same act. For the ideal purposes of the theory of knowledge. When we speak of objectifying acts in specie, we have a corresponding idea in mind. The same holds of, deliberately, restrictive talk of intuitions in specie etc. In an intuitive presentation a varying amount of intuitive fullness is possible. This talk of a varying amount points, as we argued, to possible gradients of fulfillment. Proceeding along these, we come to know the object better and better, by way of a presentative content that resembles it ever more and more closely, and grasps it more and more vividly and fully. We know also that intuition can occur where whole sides and parts of the object meant are not apparent at all, i.e. the presentation has an intuitive content not containing pictorial representatives of these sides and parts, so that they are only presented inauthentically, through inwrought signitive intentions. In connection with these differences, which result in very different modes of presentation for one and the same object, with meaning governed by the same matter, we spoke above of differences in the extent of fullness. Here, two important possibilities must be distinguished. 1. The intuitive presentation presents its object adequately, i.e. with an intuitive substance, Gehalt, of such fullness, that to each constituent of the object, as it is meant in this presentation, a representative constituent of the intuitive content corresponds. 2. Or this is not the case. The presentation contains no more than an incomplete projection of the object, it presents it inadequately. Here we are talking of the adequacy or inadequacy of a presentation to its object. Since, however, we speak more widely of adequacy in contexts of fulfillment, we introduce yet another set of terms. We shall speak of complete and effective intuitions, more particularly of complete and mutilated percepts, or imaginations. All pure intuitions are complete. The following considerations will at once show that the converse does not hold, and that our proposed division does not simply coincide with that of pure and impure intuitions. Whether presentations are simple or complex is a matter regarding which nothing is presupposed in the distinction just drawn. Intuitive presentations may, however, be complex in two ways. A. The relation to the object may be simple insofar as the act, more specifically, its matter, has no constituent acts, or no separate matters, that independently present the same total object. This does not preclude the possibility that an act should be made up of partial intentions homogeneously fused, which relate to the individual parts or sides of its object. One can scarcely avoid assuming such complexity in the case of external percepts and imaginations, and we have proceeded on this assumption. But, on the other hand, we have b. the kind of complexity in which the total act is built out of constituent acts, each of which independently is a full intuitive presentation of the same object. This we have in those extremely remarkable continuous syntheses which bind together a multitude of percepts which pertain to the same object, into a single many-sided or all-sided percept, which deals with the object continuously in varying positions. There are the corresponding syntheses of imagination. In the continuity of a prolonged fusion into sameness not broken up into isolated acts, the same single object appears singly, not as often as individual acts can be distinguished. It appears, however, with altering fullness of content, though the matters, and likewise the qualities remain steadfastly the same, at least when the object is known from all angles, and repeatedly comes to light in its unenriched familiarity. The distinction between adequacy and inadequacy relates also to these continuous syntheses. An adequate presentation of, example, an external thing is possible in synthetic form in respect of its all-sided surface contours. In the form of an objectively simple presentation, it is impossible. Of complete intuitions it is plain that objectively simple ones, but by no means always objectively complex ones, are pure intuitions. The pure intuition which corresponds to an empirical thing is denied to us, it lies hidden after a fashion in the complete synthetic intuition itself, but as it were dispersedly, with a perpetual admixture of signitive representation. If we reduce this synthetic intuition to its pure form, we do not have the pure intuition possible in an objectively simple presentation, but a continuum of intuitive contents, in which each aspect of the object quite often achieves intuitive representation, achieves ever varied perspectival projection, and in which only the continuous fusion of identity constitutes the phenomenon of objective unity. When an intuitive fact serves to give fullness in connection with a signitive intention, perhaps in connection with a meaning intention expressed in words, similar possibilities arise. The object as it is meant can receive an adequate or an inadequate intuitive illustration. The former possibility covers two separable possibilities in the case of complex meanings. First, that to all parts, members, moments, forms, of the meaning, which themselves have a meaning character, fulfillment should accrue through corresponding parts of the fulfilling intuition. Secondly, that the fulfilling intuition, to the extent that its object is meant in any articulations and forms which have been drawn into the function of fulfillment, is intrinsically adequate to its object. The first determines the completeness of the adaptation of signitive acts to corresponding intuitions, the second the completeness of the adaptation of signitive acts, through complete intuitions, to the object itself. The expression a greenhouse can thus be intuitively illustrated if a house is really present to our intuition as green. This is a case of the first perfection. The second requires an adequate presentation of a greenhouse. We generally only have the former in mind when we speak of an adequate illustration of expressions. To find distinct terms for this double perfection, we shall speak of an objectively perfect intuitive illustration of our signitive presentation as opposed to its adequate, but objectively effective, intuitive illustration. Similar relationships obtain in the case of an intuitive illustration which conflicts with, rather than fulfilling a meaning. When a signitive intention encounters frustration from an intuition, because perhaps it refers to a green A, though the same A, perhaps any A at all, is read, and is now intuited as read, the objective completeness of the intuitive realization of conflict requires that all constituents of the meaning intention should find an objectively complete intuitive illustration. It is therefore necessary, not merely that the A intention should receive complete objective fulfillment in the intuition in question, but also that the green intuition should be fulfilled, though naturally in another intuition which cannot be united to the intuition of the red A. It is not then merely the signitive green intention, but the same intention in its objectively complete fulfillment, which is at odds with the red intuition. These two intuitive moments are in total rivalry, while the relative intuitive wholes are in partial rivalry. This rivalry especially touches, as one might say, the intuitive or intuitively presentative contents of these fulfilling acts. If nothing special is prefaced, we shall in future speak of intuitive illustrations only in the case of fulfillments, not frustrations. Distinctions of fullness in cases where quality and matter are identical prompt us to frame one further important concept. We shall say that two intuitive acts have the same essentia, essence, if their pure intuitions have the same matter, a percept, and the whole possibly existent infinity of imaginative presentations, which all present the same object with the same breadth of fullness, have one and the same essentia. All objectively complete intuitions with one and the same matter have the same essentia. A signitive presentation has no essentia in its own right. But a certain essentia may, in an inauthentic sense, be ascribed to it, if it permits of complete fulfillment through one of the possible manifold of intuitions pertaining to this essentia, or, what is the same, if it has a fulfilling sense. This probably clarifies the true meaning of the scholastic term essentia, which certainly hinges on the possibility of a concept. It is not possible to fit intuitive acts to every signitive intention in the manner of an objectively complete intuitive illustration. Meaning intentions may accordingly be divided into the possible, internally consistent, and the impossible, internally inconsistent, imaginary. This division, and the law underlying it, does not concern acts in isolation. This applies also to all other propositions propounded here, but their epistemic essence in general, and therein their matters taken generally. For it is not possible that a signitive intention with matter M should find a possibility of fulfillment in some intuition, while another signitive intention with the same matter M should lack this possibility. These possibilities and impossibilities do not refer to intuitions actually found in certain empirical interweavings of consciousness. They are not real, really, but ideal possibilities, with their sole ground in specific character. In the sphere of the verbally expressed, to which we may without essential loss limit ourselves, the axiom runs, meanings, i.e. concepts and propositions in specie, divide into the possible and the impossible, the real and the imaginary. Drawing on our just made notional constructions, we may define the possibility, reality, of a meaning by saying that there is an adequate essential which corresponds to it in specie in the sp here of objectifying acts, an essentia whose matter is identical with its own, or what is the same, that it has a fulfilling sense, or that there exists in specie a complete intuition whose matter is identical with its own. This exists has here the same ideal sense as in mathematics. To reduce it to the possibility of corresponding particulars is not to reduce it to the possibility of anything different, but merely to employ an equivalent turn of phrase. This is true, at least, when possibility is given its pure, and therefore non-empirical, sense, and is real only in this pure fashion. The idea of the possibility of a meaning really expresses, to look at the matter more exactly, a generalization of the relation of fulfillment in the case of objectively complete intuitive illustration, and the above definitions are to be regarded, not as classifications of words, but as the ideal, necessary and sufficient criteria of possibility. They really state the specific law that where such a relationship obtains between the matter of a meaning and the matter of an essentia, possibility also obtains, and conversely also that in every case of possibility such a relationship obtains. Further, that such an ideal relationship obtains at all, i.e. that this generalization holds objectively, and is therefore in its own turn possible, this itself amounts to a law which may be simply expressed in the words, THR. Are possible meanings. It must be noted that meaning does not stand for the act of meaning. Not every empirical relationship permits such a generalization. If we find this intuited paper rough, we cannot pronounce generally. Paper is rough, as we can pronounce generally, on the basis of a certain actual act of meaning, this meaning is possible, real. Just for this reason, the proposition every meaning is either possible or impossible, is no mere case of the law of excluded middle, in the familiar sense which excludes contradictory predicates from individual subjects, and can only pronounce such an exclusion for such subjects. The exclusion of contradictory predicates in an ideal sphere, e.g. the sphere of numbers, of meanings etc., is by no means obvious, but must be demonstrated afresh in each such sphere, or set up as an axiom. We may recall that we cannot, for instance, say that every kind of paper is either rough or not rough, for this would entail that every individual paper of a particular sort was rough, or that every individual paper of that particular sort was not rough. Such assertions are obviously not valid for every possible species. There accordingly really lies, behind the division of meanings into possible and impossible, a peculiar general law rich in content, a law that governs phenomenological moments in ideal fashion by binding their species in the manner of general propositions. To be able to utter such an axiom, one must see its truth, and that we possess self-evidence in our case is certain. If we realize, example, the meaning of the expression white surface on an intuitive basis, we experience the reality of the concept. The intuitive appearance really presents something white and a surface, and precisely as a white surface. This implies that the fulfilling intuition does not merely present a white surface, but brings it to intuit I've givenness through its content as completely as its meaning intention demands. Impossibility is ranged beside possibility as an idea of equal title, which should not merely be defined as a negation of possibility, but should be realized by way of a peculiar phenomenological fact. This is, moreover, presupposed by the fact that the concept of impossibility can find application, and that it can appear in an axiom. There are impossible meanings. The equivalence of talk about impossibility and inconsistency shows us that this phenomenological fact is to be sought in the realm of conflict. We start with the concept of consistency or compatibility, which governs the widest sphere of contents in general, objects in the widest sense of the word. Two contents, which are parts of any whole, are united in it, and are accordingly compatible, consistent within the unity of the whole. This seems emptily obvious, but the same contents will still be compatible when they chance not to come together. There is good sense in speaking of a compatibility of contents, whose actual union always has been, and always will be, excluded. But if two contents are unified, their union proves not only their own compatibility, but that of an ideal infinity of other cases, namely of all pairs of contents exactly like them and belonging to similar kinds. It is clear what this points to, and that the following axiom is by no means an empty assertion. Compatibility does not pertain to dispersed individual specimens, but to the species of contents. If, example, the moments of redness and roundness have once been found unified, a complex species is at once reached by ideative abstraction, and can forthwith be given, which embraces both the species of redness and roundness in its specifically grasped form of combination. It is the ideal existence of this complex species in which the compatibility of redness and roundness, in each thinkable instance, has its a priori foundation, a compatibility which is an ideally valid relationship, whether empirical union occurs anywhere in the world or not. If the valuable sense of talk of compatibility is pinned down as the ideal being of the corresponding complex species, a yet weightier point must be made, that Talk OF compatibility always relates to some sort OF whole, which is the decisive point for our logical interest. Such talk is applied when we are considering whether or not certain given contents can be fitted together on a pattern set by certain forms, a question decided in the affirmative if we can exhibit a whole of the sort in question. The correlate of this compatibility of contents is the possibility of the complex meanings. This follows from our above criteria of possibility. The appropriate essentia, the complete intuitive illustration of the corresponding complex content, proves the compatibility of its parts, and conversely furnishes an essentia and a corresponding meaning to such incompatibility. The reality of a meaning is therefore equivalent to the meaning is an objectively complete expression of an intuitive compatibility of content. In the limiting case of a simple content, one can define the validity of the simple species as a compatibility with self. Obviously, the combination of expression and expressed, meaning and corresponding, i.e., objectively quite adequate, intuition, is itself again a combination of compatibles, whose specific content we determined above. In talk of compatibility, as regards meanings, concepts, we are not merely concerned with their compatibility in a whole. This would rather be a purely logico-grammatical compatibility in the sense of our fourth investigation, but are rather concerned with the compatibility of meanings in a possible meaning, i.e. a meaning compatible with corresponding intuition in the unity of objectively adequate knowledge. We have here accordingly a derived, secondary form of speech. The same is true of the term possibility. The original possibility, or reality, is the validity, the ideal existence of a species. It is at least fully guaranteed by this. Next, the intuition of an individual case which corresponds to this possibility, and the intuitable individual itself, are possible. Finally, the meaning realized with objective completeness in such an intuition is said to be possible. The difference between talk about compatibility and talk about possibility consists solely in the fact that, while the latter denotes the simple validity of a species, the former, prior to the widening of the notion to cover the limiting case, connotes the relationship of the compound and species in a species which counts as one, and in connection therewith also the relationship of the partial intuitions in a total intuition, of the partial contents to be intuited within a total content to be intuited as one, of partial meanings to be fulfilled within a total meaning to be fulfilled as one. Finally, we remark that the concept of essentia, like the concepts of possibility and compatibility, imparts its original sense derivatively to the realm of meaning. The original concept of essentia is expressed in the proposition: every valid species is an essentia. Contents are incompatible, to pursue the opposed case down to its general grounds, if they cannot suffer each other in the unity of a whole. Put phenomenologically, no unified intuition must be possible which presents such a whole with complete adequacy. But how shall we know this? In empirical instances we attempt to unite contents, sometimes successfully. Sometimes without success, we experience an absolute resistance. But the fatal failure does not establish a necessary failure. Possibly greater power could ultimately overcome the resistance. Nonetheless, in our empirical concern with the contents in question, and our attempted removal of their rivalry, we experience a peculiar relationship of the contents, again grounded in their specific being, and with an ideality quite independent of the empirical effort, and all the other features of the individual case. It is the relationship of conflict. This relationship puts quite definite sorts of content into relation, within quite definite associations of contents. Colors conflict with one another, not in general, but only in specific contexts. Several moments of color, of varying specific difference, are incompatible as simultaneous overlays of one and the same bodily extension, while they are quite compatible if set side by side within a single extension. This is universally the case. A content of the sort Q is never simply incompatible with the content of the sort P. Talk of their incompatibility always relates to a definite sort of combination of contents. W, A, B, P, which includes P, and should now include Q as well. The word should certainly indicates an intention, a presentative and generally also a voluntary intention, which thinks of the Q, given in any intuition I, Q, as brought into the present intuition of W, which presents Q signitively in W. This intention we shall, however, ignore, just as, in the case of compatibility, we ignored the intention towards unification, as well as the process of transference and union. We only maintain the presence of a descriptively peculiar relationship between Q, the remainder of A is variable at will and plays no further part, and P, within the whole of contents W, and that this whole is independent of the individual element in the case. In other words, it is grounded purely in the species W, P, and Q. What is specific in the consciousness of conflict pertains to these species, i.e. the generalization of the situation is actual, is realizable in an intuitively unified consciousness of universality. It yields a unified, valid, possible, species which unites P and Q, through conflict, on the basis of W. To this last expression and sentence there attach a series of disquieting doubts and questions. Does conflict unify? Is the unity of conflict a unity of possibility? Unity in general certainly underlies possibility, but does not the latter absolutely exclude conflict, inconsistency? These difficulties are resolved when we remember that not only talk of an incompatibility, but also talk of a compatibility, necessarily relates to a certain whole WW which, subjectively speaking, governs our intention. Looking out from the specific makeup of this whole, we call its parts compatible. We should call the same contents P, Q, which here function as parts, incompatible, if in our symbolic intention towards their unity within such a whole, we experienced intuitive conflict instead of intuitive unity. The correlation of the two possible cases in relation to the two definite sorts of wholes, or combinations of compatible or incompatible contents, is clear. This relation also determines the sense of these terms. We do not call P, Q simply compatible, merely considering that they are unified and not at all how they are so, but in the light of their union after the manner OFW, and that this union of P, Q excludes the conflict of the same P, Q in relation to the same W. Contents P, Q are similarly not said to be simply incompatible, but in the light of the fact that they will not suffer one another within the framework of a unity of the sort W which just happens to interest us. The intention to such a unity brings out a conflict instead of such a unity. The exclusion of unity by correlated conflict once more also plays its part. The consciousness of conflict entails disunity, since it excludes the W type unity which is in question here. With this direction of interest, conflict does not itself count as unity, but as separation, not as a combination but a sundering. But if we change the relations, an incompatibility can also function as a unity, e.g. between the character conflict and the contents separated by it. This character is compatible with these contents, and perhaps Incompatible with others. If our dominant intention is upon the whole, shaped by conflict which is the whole for the parts just mentioned, then, when we find such a whole, when conflict accordingly obtains, there is compatibility among these parts, P, Q. In this context, and in the conflict which separates them, TH's conflict is not a conflict among the members of the intended conflict, whose absence it in fact indicates, but a conflict attaching to the contents P, Q, united without conflict in one intuition, and the moment of conflict which is made intuitive in another intuition. The paradox of talking of a unification through conflict is cleared up by noting the relativity of these concepts. One can no longer object, conflict absolutely excludes unity. In the manner of conflict, anything and everything could ultimately be unified. Where unity fails, there conflict obtains, and to allow this conflict once more to count as a unity, is to obliterate the absolute, stark distinction between unity and conflict, and corrupt its true sense. No, we may now presume to reply, conflict and unity do not absolutely exclude one another, but only in a variously determined correlation which changes from case to case. In this correlation, they exclude each other as stark opposites, and only if we limit our absolutely to some such tacitly presupposed correlation can we be satisfied with our polemical assertion. Not everything, moreover, can be unified in the form of a conflict, but only such things as serve to base a conflict, and none of the things that are or could be unified. For in the meaning of this talk of union in the form of conflict, it is implied that the form of conflict of AP, Q, thought of as in a certain combination WO, shall count as a unity, which as a unity re-establishes union and compatibility, and so corresponds to the W we mentioned above. But if unity obtains among P, Q, in respect of the combination WO, then these P, Q, will not permit themselves to be brought into a relationship of conflict in respect of this combination, since combination as such means unity. So not everything can really be united in the form of conflict, at least not for the stated reason that failure of unity would be manifest in a conflict, which would therefore restore unity through conflict. We understand the confusion here fallen into, the confounding of underlying relations. The failure of the unity WO fixes the character of the conflict attaching to P, Q. Within the context determined by the notion WOO, this conflict does not, however, yield the unity WO, but another unity. As regards the former, it has the character of a separation, as regards the new unity that of a combination. All this is in order, as an example will make clear. In relation to a peculiar phenomenal context, red and green are called incompatible, red and round compatible. The character of conflict determines incompatibility in the first case, it produces separation between red and green. Despite this, in regard to another kind of combination, it helps to establish a unity, i.e., in regard to the type of combination conflict among the sensuous qualities of a phenomenal object. Conflict is now a unity between red and green, a unity in respect of the elements conflict, red, green. As opposed to this conflict of red and round is now disunity in respect of these elements conflict, red, round. After this elucidation, very important for our basic analysis of the sense of relations of compatibility, we can lay down primitive axioms and complete their phenomenological clarification. The first would be the axiom OF. The convertibility OF relations OF compatibility, or incompatibility, which our analysis of the underlying phenomenological relationships makes immediate. 8ly clear. The next axiom to be set up requires more consideration, that unity and conflict, or compatibility and incompatibility, each pair related to the same basis of correlation, exclude each other reciprocally, or are incompatible with one another. We need no longer emphasize that incompatibility is not the mere privation of compatibility, not the mere fact that a certain unity does not objectively obtain. Union and conflict are notions with different phenomenological foundations, and we are therefore really uttering a state meant with content if we say that if AP conflicts with AQ as regards the form of unity W, P, Q, such conflict is a phenomenologically positive character. The union of AP with AQ in the sense of the same W is possible. The phenomenological ground of this fact has been laid bare in the previous discussion, when we try to unite actual conflict between P, Q, with the corresponding unity of P, Q, actually to impose the form of unity W, which has been somewhere really intuited in the case of items M, N. In the pertinent case of conflict on the same items P, Q, a new conflict emerges, which has its roots in the first conflict and the elsewhere intuited form of unity. Analogous things are plain in the converse case, which may for the rest be regarded as an application of the first axiom. The propositions that there is a conflict, and the proposition that there is no unity among any given P, Q. The same in both cases, say exactly the same thing. Every NOT expresses a conflict. When a conflict attaches to the circumstance that P, Q shall be in conflict, that P, Q shall be one in the form of conflict, P, Q are one. In other words, if P, Q are not in conflict, are not unified, they are unified, axiom of double negation, which entails that either unity or conflict obtains, one or other is the case, there is no third possibility. Non-unity is, however, another name for conflict, and non-conflict, according to the previous axiom, an equivalent of unity. The final elucidation of these axioms, and their relation to purely logical axioms, goes beyond the boundaries of the present investigation. What we have here adduced is only intended to point to the internal relations that we desire to track down later. They make us aware, very vividly, that we are here already working to lay down the phenomenological foundations of pure logic. Incompatibility, like compatibility, appears in thought in connection with signitive intentions directed to certain combinations, in connection, accordingly, with signitive and intuitive identifications. The concept of incompatibility does not relate to intentions, but the identically styled concept which relates to intentions is derivative, is a special case of the original notion, very definite in scope, and with limited openings for relations of frustration. Here we have an analog of the matters set forth above, 3.1, in regard to compatibility or consistency. Talk of incompatibility in regard to meanings. Concepts may again be said to express, not any and every ideal incompatibility of the same, not, example a purely grammatical incompatibility. It has to do only with the relationship of the partial meanings within a complex meaning, which does not fulfill itself in an objectively complete illustration, but is, or may be frustrated. Plainly, conflict of the intuitively illustrated contents underlies such frustration, although, be it noted, this conflict is not itself meant and expressed. Otherwise conflict would pertain to the fulfilling intuition, and the expression would express adequately, and in an entirely possible manner, an objective impossibility. The connection between the meaning and each of the unified intuitions, which cancel each other in the process of intuitive conflict, is likewise one of conflict, of course with partial coincidence. The ideal laws to be set up for the possibility of meanings are based on the original, more general concepts, and on the axioms set up for such concepts above, which have, however, to be carried further. Here we have such propositions as incompatibility and compatibility among the same meanings, in relation to identical context, are mutually exclusive. Of a pair of contradictory meanings, of meanings such that what the one means as incompatible the other means as compatible, one is possible and the other impossible. The negative of a negative, i.e. a meaning which presents incompatibility in a given matter M as itself involving incompatibility, is equivalent to the corresponding positive meaning. This positive meaning is defined as the meaning which presents the inner consistency of the same M through the same presentative matter, the matter left over after the negations have been cancelled. Quite obviously a real theory of meanings according to their logical relations would demand that all such propositions should be enunciated and proved in a systematically ordered fashion. We break off our fragmentary discussions, leaving their completion to later investigations. We need, in the interests of logic, a much more extensive, completely executed phenomenology and theory of identifications and differentiations, particularly of such as are partial, as well as of their obviously close relations to the doctrine of unity and conflict. In our discussions up to this point we have said nothing of the qualities of acts, nor presumed anything in regard to them. Possibility and impossibility have indeed no special relation to these qualities. It makes no difference. Example to the possibility of a proposition, whether we realize the propositional matter as matter for an act of assertion, not of an act that assents to some thing in the accepting or recognizing manner of approval, but in the manner of a simple act of belief or taking for true, or whether we use it, in qualitatively modified fashion, as the matter of a pure presentation. A proposition is always possible, when the concrete act of propositional meaning permits of a fulfilling identification with an objectively complete intuition of matching material. It is likewise irrelevant if this fulfilling intuition is a percept, or a pure construction of fantasy, etc. Since the summoning up of imaginative pictures is more subject, in varying degrees, to our will, than that of percepts and assertions, we incline to relate possibility specially to the picture life of fantasy. A thing counts as possible, if it allows itself, objectively speaking, to be realized in the form of an adequate imaginative picture, whether we ourselves, as particular empirical individuals, succeed in thus realizing it or not, but through the ideal linkage between perception and imagination, which assures us a priori that to each percept a possible image corresponds. This proposition is equivalent to our own, and the limitation of the concept to imagination not essential. What we have now to do, quite briefly, is to discuss the effect of these just indicated differences upon relationships of fulfillment, so that our treatments may at least reach a provisional term, as well as a view over further researches. Presentations. Signitive acts constitute the lowest step, they possess no fullness whatever. Intuitive acts have fullness, in graded differences of more and less. And this is already the case within the sphere of imagination. The perfection of an imagination, however great, still leaves it different from a perception. It does not present the object itself, not even in part, it offers only its image, which, as long as it is an image at all, never is the thing itself. The latter we owe to perception. Even this, however, gives us the object in varied gradations of perfection, in differing degrees of projection. The intentional actor of perception, as opposed to the mere representation of imagination, is that of direct presentation. This is, as we know, an internal difference of acts, more precisely of their interpretative form. But direct presentation does not in general amount to a true being present, but only to an appearance of presence, in which objective presence, and with it the perfection of veridicity, wahrnehmung, perception, exhibits degrees. This is shown by a glance at the corresponding scale of fulfillment, to which all exemplification of perfection in presentation is here, as elsewhere, referred. We thereby become clear that a difference extends over the fullness of perception that we sought to cover by our talk of perceptual projection, a difference that does not concern fullness in respect of its sensuous stuff, its internal character, but means a graded extension of its character as fullness, i.e. of the interpretative character of the act. From this point of view many elements of fullness count for us, quite apart from anything genetic, for we know full well that these, like all similar differences, have an associative origin, as final presentations of the corresponding objective elements. They offer themselves as identical with these last, not as their mere representatives, they are the thing itself in an absolute sense. Other cases again count as mere adumbrations of color, perspectival foreshortenings etc., in which case it is clear that to such locutions something corresponds in the phenomenological content of the act prior to all reflection. We have already dealt with these projective differences, and found them, pictorially transferred, in the case of imagination. Every projection is representative in character, and represents by way of similarity. But the manner of this representation by similarity differs according as the representation takes the projected content as picture or self-presentation. Self-projection, of the object. The ideal limit, which an increase of fullness of projection permits, is, in the case of perception, the absolute self of the thing, as in imagination it is its absolutely resembling image, and that for every side and for every presented element of the object. The discussion of possible relationships of fulfillment therefore points to a goal in which increase of fulfillment terminates, in which the complete and entire intention has reached its fulfillment, and that not intermediately and partially, but ultimately and finally. The intuitive substance of this last fulfillment is the absolute sum of possible fullness. The intuitive representative is the object itself, as it is in itself. Where a presentative intention has achieved its last fulfillment, the genuine adequatio reiet intellectus has been brought about. The object is actually present or given, and present as just what we have intended it, no partial intention remains implicit and still lacking fulfillment. And so also, eo ipso, the ideal of every fulfillment, and therefore of a significative fulfillment, is sketched for us. The intellectus is in this case the thought intention, the intention of meaning. And the adequatio is realized when the object meant is in the strict sense given in our intuition, and given as just what we think and call it. No thought intention could fail of its fulfillment, of its last fulfillment, in fact, in so far as the fulfilling medium of intuition has itself lost all implication of unsatisfied intentions. One sees that the perfection of the adequation of thought to thing is twofold. On the one hand there is a perfect adaptation to intuition, since the thought means nothing that the fulfilling intuition does not completely present as belonging to the thought. In this the two previously, 29, distinguished perfections are plainly comprehended, they yield what we call the objective completeness of the fulfillment. On the other hand, the complete intuition itself involves a perfection. The intuition fulfills the intention, which terminates in it as not itself again being an intention which has need of further fulfillment, but as offering us the last fulfillment of our intention. We must therefore draw a distinction between the perfection of the adaptation to intuition, which is adequation in the natural, wider sense, and the perfection of final fulfillment which presupposes this fulfillment, and which is an adequation with the thing itself. Each faithful, unalloyed description of an intuitive object or event provides an example of the former perfection. If the object is something in interior experience, and is grasped as it is in reflex perception, then the second perfection may be added, as when, for instance, looking back on a categorical judgment just made, we speak of the subject presentation in this judgment. The first perfection is, however, lacking when we call the tree standing before us a cultivated variety of apple tree, or when we speak of the vibratory frequency of the note just dying away, or, in general, when we speak of such properties of perceptual objects as, however much they may be marginally meant in our perceiving intention, are not even more or less projectively present in what actually appears. The following observation is also in place. Since an ultimate fulfillment may contain absolutely no unfulfilled intentions, it must issue out of a pure percept, an objectively complete percept, but one achieved by the continu. A synthesis of impure percepts will not fill the bill. Against our mode of treatment, which places the final fulfillment of all intentions in perception, it may be objected that the realized consciousness of the universal, the consciousness which gives fullness to conceptually general presentations, and which sets the universal object itself before our eyes, rests on a ground of mere imagination, or is at least indifferent to the difference between perception and imagination. The same is obviously true, as a consequence of what has just been said, of all self-evident general assertions, which make themselves plain to us, in axiomatic fashion, from our very notions alone. This objection points to a gap in our investigation that has already been touched on from time to time. We first took perception, with immediate obviousness, as being the same as sense perception, intuition as being the same as sensuous intuition. Tacitly, without any clear consciousness, we have frequently gone beyond the bounds of these notions, e.g. in connection with our discussions of compatibility. We regularly did this, when, example, we spoke of intuiting a conflict or a union, or some other synthesis as such. In our next chapter, which deals generally with categorical forms, we shall show the need to widen the concepts of perception and other sorts of intuition. To remove our objection, we shall now only say that the imagination, which serves as basis for generalizing abstraction, does not therefore exercise an actual, authentic function of fulfillment, and so does not play the part of a corresponding intuition. What is individually singular in phenomena, is not itself, as we have several times stressed, the universal, nor does it contain the universal as a real piece of itself. Under the rubric of intentions, positing and non-positing acts have so far been indiscriminately ranged. Nonetheless, though the general character of fulfillment essentially depends on the matter of acts, which alone is relevant to an array of most important relationships, the quality of acts shares in the determination of others, and to such a degree that talk of intention, of directed aiming, really only seems to suit assertive acts. Our thought, meaning, aims at a thing, and it hits its mark, or does not hit it, according as it agrees or does not agree in a certain way with perception, which is here an assert. I've act. Positing then agrees with positing, the intending and fulfilling act are alike in this quality. Mere presentation, however, is passive, it leaves matters in suspense. Where by chance an adequate percept accompanies a mere presentation, a fulfilling coincidence certainly issues from the mutual ally fitting matters of the acts. In the transition, however, the presentation acquires an assertive note, and the unity of coincidence itself certainly has this note quite homogeneously. Each actual identification or differentiation is an assertive act, whether itself founded on assertions or not. This last briefly worded proposition adds an all-important characterization to the results of our last chapter, a characterization determining all relationships of compatibility. The theory of identifications and differentiations thereby reveals itself, with more clearness than before, as a chapter in the theory of judgment. For according as positing or non-positing acts function in our intentions or their fulfillments, they illuminate distinctions like that between illustration, perhaps exemplification, on the one hand, and verification or confirmation and its opposite refutation, on the other. The concept of verification relates exclusively to positing acts in relation to their positing fulfillment, and ultimately to their fulfillment through percepts. To this last preeminent case we now give closer consideration. It is a case in which the ideal of adequation yields us self-evidence, evidence. We speak somewhat loosely of self-evidence wherever a positing intention, a statement in particular, finds verification in a corresponding, fully accommodated percept, even if this be no more than a well-fitting synthesis of coherent single percepts. To speak of degrees and levels of self-evidence then has a good sense. Here are relevant all approximations of percepts to the objective completeness of their presentation of their object, all further steps towards the final ideal of perfection, the ideal of adequate perception, of the complete self-manifestation of the object, however it was referred to in the intention to be fulfilled. But the epistemologically pregnant sense of self-evidence is exclusively concerned with this last unsurpassable goal, the act of this most perfect synthesis of fulfillment, which gives to an intention, e.g. the intention of judgment, the absolute fullness of content, the fullness of the object itself. The object is not merely meant, but in the strictest sense given, and given as it is meant, and made one with our meaning reference. It does not matter, for the rest, whether one is dealing with an individual or a universal object. With an object in the narrower sense or with a state of affairs, the correlate of an identifying or distinguishing synthesis. Self-evidence itself, we said, is the act of this most perfect synthesis of coincidence. Like every identification, it is an objectifying act, its objective correlate being called being in the sense of truth, or simply truth. If one does not prefer to award this term to another concept of the many that are rooted in the said phenomenological situation. Here, however, a closer discussion is needed. 1. If we at first keep to the notion of truth just suggested, truth as the correlate of an identifying act is a state of affairs, Sachverhalt, as the cor relate of a coincident identity it is an identity, the full agreement of what is meant with what is given as such. This agreement we experience in self-evidence, in so far as self-evidence means the actual carrying out of an adequate identification. The proposition that self-evidence is the experience of truth cannot, however, be simply interpreted as telling us that the self-evidence is the perception, in a sufficiently wide sense, of truth and, in the case of strict self-evidence, the adequate perception of truth. 4. To recur to a previously voiced doubt, see the addendum to 8 and chapter 7, we must allow that the carrying out of an identifying coincidence is not as yet an actual perception of objective agreement, but becomes so only through its own act of objectifying interpretation, its own looking towards present truth. Truth is indeed present. Here we have always the a priori possibility of looking towards this agreement, and of laying it before our intentional consciousness in an adequate percept. 2. A second concept of truth concerns the ideal relationship which obtains in the unity of coincidence which we defined as self-evidence, among the epistemic essences of the coinciding acts. While truth in sense I was the objective item corresponding to the act of self-evidence, truth in this sense is the idea which belongs to the act form, the epistemic essence interpreted as the ideal essence of the empirically contingent act of self-evidence, the idea of absolute adequation as such. 3. We also experience in self-evidence, from the side of the act which furnishes fullness, the object given in the manner of the object meant, so given, the object is fullness itself. This object can also be called being, truth. The truth in so far as it is here not experienced as in the merely adequate percept, but as the ideal fullness for an intention, as that which makes an intention true, or as the ideal fullness for the intention's specific epistemic essence. 4. Lastly, considered from the standpoint of the intention, the notion of the relationship of self-evidence yields us truth as the rightness of our intention, and especially that of our judgment, its adequacy to its true object, or the rightness of the intention's epistemic essence in specie. We have, in the latter regard, the rightness, example of the judgment in the logical sense of the proposition directs itself to the thing itself, it says that it is so, and it really is so. In this we have the expression of the ideal, and therefore general, possibility that a proposition of such and such a matter admits of fulfillment in the sense of the most rigorous adequation. We must further particularly note that the being here in question in our first objective sense of truth, is not to be confused with the being covered by the copula in the affirmative categorical judgment. Self-evidence is a matter of total coincidence, whereas the being of the copula corresponds generally, if not invariably, to partial identifications, i.e. judgments of quality. But even where total identification is predicated, the two beings will not coincide. For we must observe that in the case of a self-evident judgment, i.e. of a self-evident predicative assertion, being in the sense of truth is experienced but not expressed, and so never coincides with the being meant and experienced in the is of the assertion. This second being is the synthetic moment in what is in the sense of is true. How could it express the fact that the latter is true? There are in fact several agreements which are here brought to synthesis. One of these, the partial, predicative one, is meant assertively and perceived adequately, and so self-presented. What this means will become clearer in the next chapter by way of the more general doctrine of categorical objectification. This is the agreement of subject with predicate, the suiting of predicate to subject. We have, in the second place, the agreement which constitutes the synthetic form of the act of self-evidence, and therefore of the total coincidence of the meaning intention of our assertion with the percept of the state of affairs itself, a coincidence naturally achieved in stages, which do not here concern us further. Th's agreement is plainly not asserted, it is not objective like the first agreement, which belongs to the state of affairs judged. No doubt it can always be asserted and asserted with self-evidence. It then becomes the verifying state of affairs for a new self-evidence, of which the like is true, and so on. At each step, however, one must distinguish the verifying state of affairs from the state of affairs constitutive of the self-evidence itself. We must distinguish the objectified from the not objectified state of affairs. The distinctions just drawn lead to the following general discussion. In our exposition of the relationships of the concepts of self-evidence and truth, we have not drawn a distinction which touches the objective side of the acts which, whether functioning as intentions or fulfillments, find their absolute adequation in self-evidence. We have not, that is, distinguished between states of affairs, on the one hand, and other objects, on the other. We have paid no heed, correspondingly, to the phenomenological difference between acts which relate, on the one hand, acts of agreement and disagreement, predicative acts, and acts which do not relate, on the other. We have paid no need, therefore, to the difference between relational and non-relational meanings, or to the relational-non-relational distinction among ideally apprehended essences in general. Strict adequation can bring non-relating as much as relating intentions into union with their complete fulfillments. If we now particularly consider the field of expressions, we need not concern ourselves with judgments as assertive intentions or assertive fulfillments. Acts of naming can also achieve their adequation. The concepts of truth, rightness, the true, are generally interpreted more narrowly than we have done. They are connected with judgments and propositions, or with the states of affairs which are their objective correlates. Being is mean, while mainly spoken of in relation to absolute objects, not states of affairs. Though no definite lines are drawn, our right to our more general interpretation of these concepts is unassailable. The very nature of the case demands that the concepts of truth and falsehood should, in the first instance at least, be fixed so widely as to span the whole sphere of objectifying acts. It seems therefore most suitable that the concepts of truth and being should be so distinguished, that our concepts of truth, a certain range of equivocation remaining inevitable but hardly dangerous once our concepts are clarified, are applied from the side of the acts themselves and their ideally graspable moments, whereas the concepts of being, genuine being, are applied to the corresponding objective correlates. Truth would then have to be defined in the manner of, to, and, for, as the idea of adequation, or as the rightness of objectifying assertion and meaning. Being would then have to be pinned down according to, 1, and, 3, as the identity of the object at once meant and given in adequation, or, in conformity with the natural sense of 2 words, as the adequately perceivable thing as such, in an indefinite relation to an intention that it is to make true or fulfill adequately. After our concepts have been thus widely fixed and assured phenomenologically, we may pass on, having regard to the distinction between relational and non-relational acts, predications versus absolute assertions, to define narrower concepts of truth and being. The narrower concept of truth would be limited to the ideal adequation of a relational act to the corresponding adequate percept of a state of affairs. Just so the narrower concept of being would concern the being of absolute objects, and would separate this off from the subsistence of the state of affairs. The following is accordingly clear: if one defines a judgment as an assertive act in general, then the sphere of judgment, subjectively speaking, coincides with the joint spheres of the concepts true and false in the widest sense of these words. But if one defines it by way of the statement and its possible fulfillment, and ranges under judgments only the sphere of relational assertions, then the same coincidence obtains again, provided that the narrower concepts of truth and falsehood are again used as a basis. In one-sided fashion we have hitherto favored the case of self-evidence, the act described as one of total coincidence. But, turning to the correlated case of conflict, we encounter absurdity, the experience of the total conflict between intention and quasi-fulfillment. To the concepts of truth and being, the correlated concepts of falsehood and non-being then correspond. The phenomenological clarification of these concepts can be carried out without particular difficulty, once all foundations have been prepared. The negative ideal of an ultimate frustration would first have to be exactly circumscribed. When self-evidence is conceived strictly, in the manner made basic here, it is plain that such doubts as have from time to time been expressed in modern times are absurd, doubts as to whether the experience of self-evidence might not be associated with the matter A for one man, while absurdity is associated with it for another. Such doubts are only possible as long as self-evidence and absurdity are interpreted as peculiar, positive or negative, feelings which, contingently attaching to the act of judgment, impart to the latter the specific features which we assess logically as truth and falsehood. If someone experiences the self-evidence of A, it is self-evident that no second person can experience the absurdity of this same A. For, that A is self-evident, means that A is not merely meant, but also genuinely given, and given as precisely what it is thought to be. In the strict sense, it is itself present. But how could a second person refer in thought to this same thing A, while the thought that it is A is genuinely excluded by A, genuinely given non-A? One is, it is plain, dealing with a matter of essence. The same matter, in fact, that the law of contradiction, into whose ambiguities the correlations discussed in 39, p. 264 naturally enter, successfully expresses. It is reliably clear, as a result of our analyses, that being and non-being are not concepts which in their origin express opposition among the qualities of our judgments. Following our interpretation of the phenomenological relationships involved, every judgment is assertive. This assertion does not characterize the is of which the is not is the qualitative contrary. The qualitative contrary of a judgment is a mere presentation having the same matter. Differences between is and is not are differences in intentional matter. Just as an is expresses predicative agreement after the manner of a meaning intention, so an is not expresses a predicative conflict. In our discussions up to this point we have repeatedly and strongly felt a large gap. It had to do with the categorial objective forms, or with the synthetic functions in the sphere of objectifying acts through which these objective forms come to be constituted, through which they may come to intuition and thereby also to knowledge. We shall now attempt to some extent to fill in this gap, taking our point of departure from the investigation of our first chapter. This was concerned with one limited aim of epistemological clarification, the relation of a meaning intention as the thing to be expressed, with an expressed sensuous intuition. We shall for the time being again build on the simplest cases of perceptual and other intuitive statements, and shall use them to shed light on the theme of our next treatments. In the following manner. In the case of a perceptual statement, not only the in-wrought nominal presentations are fulfilled, the whole sense of the statement finds fulfillment through our underlying percept. We say likewise that the whole statement gives utterance to our percept. We do not merely say I see this paper, an inkpot, several books, and so on, but also I see that the paper has been written on, that there is a bronze inkpot standing here, that several books are lying open, and so on. If a man thinks the fulfillment of nominal meanings clear enough, we shall ask him how we are to understand the fulfillment of total statements, especially as regards that side of them that stretches beyond their matter, in this case beyond their nominal terms. What may and can furnish fulfillment for those aspects of meaning which make up propositional form as such, the aspects of categorical form to which, example, the copula belongs. Looked at more narrowly, this question also applies to nominal meanings. In so far as these are not totally formless like the meanings for individuals. The name, like the statement, even in its grammatical appearance, possesses both matter and form. If it comprises words, the form lies partly in the way these words are strung together, partly in its own form words, partly in the mode of construction of the individual words, which allows us to draw a distinction between its moments of matter and its moments of form. Such grammatical distinctions refer us back to distinctions of meaning. There is at least a rough expression of the articulations and forms which are rooted in our meaning's essence and the articulations and forms of grammar. In our meanings, therefore, parts of very different kinds are to be found, and among these we may here pay special attention to those expressed by formal words such as the, a, some, many, few, to, is, not, which, and, or etc., and further expressed by the substantival and adjectival, singular and plural inflection of our words etc. How does all this stand as regards fulfillment? Can the ideal of completely adequate fulfillment formulated by us in our third chapter still be maintained? Are there parts and FORMSOF perception corresponding to all parts and FORMSOF meaning? In that case we should have the parallelism between meaningful reference and fulfilling intuition that talk of expression suggests. The expression would be an image-like counterpart of the percept, i.e. in all its parts and forms to be expressed, but reconstituted in a new stuff, an expression in the stuff FOF meaning. The prototype for interpreting the relation between meaning and intuiting would then be the relation of the proper individual meaning to COR responding percepts. The man who knows cologne itself, and therefore possesses the genuine proper meaning of the word cologne, has in his contemporary actual experience something exactly corresponding to the future confirming percept. It is not, properly speaking, a representation of the percept, as, example, the corresponding imagination would be. But just as the city is thought to be itself present to us in the percept, so the proper name Cologne, in its proper meaning, refers, as previously argued, to the same city directly. It means that city itself, and as it is. The straightforward percept here renders the object apparent without the help of further, superordinate acts, the object which the meaning intention means, and just as the latter means it. The meaning intention therefore finds in the mere percept the act which fulfills it with complete adequacy. If instead of considering directly naming, unstructured expressions, we rather consider structured, articulated expressions, the matter seems quite the same. I see white paper and say white paper, thereby expressing, with precise adequacy, only what I see. The same holds of complete judgments. I see that this paper is white, and express just this by saying, this paper is white. We are not to let ourselves be led astray by such ways of speaking. They are in a certain manner correct, yet are readily misunderstood. One might try to use them to show that meaning here has its seat in perception, which, as we have shown, is not so. The word white certainly means something attaching to the white paper itself, This meaning therefore coincides, in the state of fulfillment, with the partial percept which relates to the white aspect of the object. But the assumption of a mere coincidence with this part percept is not enough. We are wont to say here that the white thus apparent is known as white and is called so. In our normal talk of knowledge, we are, however, more inclined to call the object which is our logical subject the thing known. In such knowledge another act plainly is present, which perhaps includes the former one, but is nonetheless different from it. The paper is known as white, or rather as a white thing, whenever we express our percept in the words white paper. The intention of the word white only partially coincides with the color aspect of the apparent object. A surplus of meaning remains over, a form which finds nothing in the appearance itself to confirm it. White paper is paper which is white. Is this form not also repeated, even if it remains hidden, in the case of the noun paper? Only the quality meanings contained in its concept terminate in perception. Here also the whole object is known as paper, and here also a supplementary form is known which includes being, though not as its sole form, in itself. The fulfillment effected by a straight percept obviously does not extend to such forms. We have but to ask, further, what corresponds in perception to the difference between the two expressions this white paper and this paper is white, which are both realized on the same perceptual basis. We have but to ask, what side of perception is really brought out by this difference, the difference, that is, of the attributive and the predicative mode of statement, and what, in the case of adequate adaptation, this difference brings out with peculiar exactness, and we experience the same difficulty. Briefly, we see that the case of structured meanings is not so simple as the case of a proper individual meaning, with its straightforward relation of coincidence with perception. Certainly one can tell one's auditors, intelligibly and unambiguously, that I see that this paper is white, but the thought behind such talk need not be that the meaning of this spoken sentence expresses a mere act of seeing. It may also be the case that the epistemic essence of our seeing, in which the apparent object announces itself as self-given, serves to base certain connective or relational or otherwise formative acts, and that it is to these that our expression in its changing forms is adjusted, and that it is in such acts, performed on a basis of actual perception, that our expression, in respect of such changing forms, finds fulfillment. If we now combine these founded acts, or rather act forms, with the acts which serve as their foundation, and give the comprehensive name founded act to the whole act complexes that result from such formal founding, we may say, granted the possibility just sketched, our parallelism may be re-established, but it is no longer a parallelism between the meaning intentions of expressions and the mere percepts which correspond to them. It is a parallelism between meaning intentions and the above-mentioned perceptually founded acts. If we suppose our range of examples widens so as to cover the whole field of predicative thinking, we shall encounter similar difficulties and similar possibilities of resolving them. Judgments in particular will come up which have no definite relation to anything individual which ought to be given through any intuition. They will give general expression to relations among ideal unities. The general meanings embodied in such judgments can also be realized on a basis of corresponding intuition, since they have their origin, mediately or immediately, in intuition. The intuited individual is not, however, what we mean here. It serves at best only as an individual case, an example, or only as the rough analogue of an example, for the universal, which alone interests us. So, for instance, when we speak generically of Color, or specifically of red, the appearance of a single red thing may furnish us with a documenting intuition. It also at times happens, that one calls such a general statement an expression of intuition. We say, example, that an arithmetical axiom expresses what we find in intuition, or we raise objection to a geometrician that he merely expresses what he sees in his figure without deducing it formally, that he borrows from his drawing and omits steps in his proof. Such talk has its good sense, as when the objection scores no mean hit against the formal validity of Euclidean geometry, but expression here means something different from the previous cases. Even in their case, expression was not a mere counterpart of intuition. This is even less the case here, where our thought's intention is not aimed at intuitively given phenomena nor at their intuitive properties or relationships, and can in our case not be aimed at them. For a figure understood geometrically is known to be an ideal limit incapable in principle of intuitive exhibition in the concrete. Even in our case, nonetheless, and in the generic field as such, intuition has an essential relation to expression and to its meaning. These, therefore, constitute an experience of general knowledge related to intuition, no mere togetherness of them all, but a unity of felt belongingness among them. Even in our case, concept and proposition are oriented towards intuition, through which alone, after corresponding adjustment, self-evidence, the crown of knowledge, emerges. It requires little reflection, on the other hand, to see that the meaning of the expressions in question is not found in intuition at all, that such intuition only gives them a feeling of clarity, and in the favorable case of self-evidence, we in fact know only too well that the overwhelming majority of general statements, and in particular those of science, behave meaningfully without any elucidation from intuition, and that only a vanishing section, even of the true and the proven, are and remain open to complete intuitive illumination. Even in the general realm, as in the realm of individuals, our natural talk has a relation to intuitively founded acts of thought. Should intuition fall wholly away, our judgment would cease to know anything. It means, in all cases, in cogitative style, just what could be known by the aid of intuition, if such judgment is indeed true at all. Knowledge always has the character of a fulfillment and an identification. This may be observed in every case where we confirm a general judgment through subsequent intuition, as in every other case of knowledge. Our difficulty then is how identification can arise where the form of the general proposition, and in particular its form of universality, would vainly seek sympathetic elements in individual intuition. To remove this difficulty, as in the previous case, the possibility of founded acts suggests itself. This possibility, carried out more fully, would run more or less as follows. Where general thoughts find fulfillment in intuition, certain new acts are built on our percepts and other appearances of like order, acts related quite differently to our appearing object from the intuitions which constitute it. This difference in mode of relation is expressed by the perspicuous turn of phrase employed above, that the intuited object is not here itself the thing meant, but serves only as an elucidatory example of our true general meaning. But if expressive acts conform to these differences, their significative intention will not move towards what is to be intuitively presented, but towards what is universal, what is merely documented in intuition. Where this new intention is adequately fulfilled by an underlying intuition, it reveals its own objective possibility, or the possibility or reality of the universal. After these provisional treatments have shown us our difficulty, and have provided us with the thought leading to its possible removal, we shall embark upon our actual discussion. We started by assuming that, in the case of structured expressions, the notion of a more or less mirror-like mode of expression was quite unavailing in describing the relation which obtains between meanings to be expressed on the one hand, and expressed intuitions, on the other. This is doubtless correct and need now only be made more precise. We need only earnestly ponder what things can be possible matter for perception, and what things possible matter for meaning, to become aware that, in the mere FORMOFA judgment, only certain antecedently specifiable parts of our statement can have something which corresponds to them in intuition, while to other parts of the statement nothing intuitive possibly can correspond. Let us consider this situation a little more closely. Perceptual statements are, completely and normally expressed, articulate utterances of varying pattern. We have no difficulty in distinguishing such types as A is P, where A serves as index for a proper name, and SISP. This SISP, all SRP etc. Many complications arise through the modifying influence of negation, through the introduction of distinctions between absolute and relative predicates, attributes, through conjunctive, disjunctive and determinative connectives etc. In the diversity of these types certain sharp distinctions of meaning make themselves clear to the various letters, variables, and words in these types correspond sometimes members, sometimes connective FORMs, in the meanings of the actual statements which belong to these types. Now it is easy to see that only at the places indicated by letters, variables, in such forms of judgment, can meanings be put that are themselves fulfilled in perception, whereas it is hopeless, even quite misguided, to look directly in perception for what could give fulfillment to our supplementary formal meanings. The letters, variables, on account of their merely functional meaning, can doubtless take complex thoughts as their values. Statements of high complexity can be seen from the standpoint of very simple judgment types. The same difference between matter and form therefore repeats itself in what is looked upon, in unified fashion, as a term. But eventually, in the case of each perceptual statement, and likewise, of course, in the case of every other statement that in a certain primary sense, gives expression to intuition, we shall come down to certain final elements of our terms, we may call them elements of stuff, which find direct fulfillment in intuition, perception, imagination etc., while the supplementary FORMs, which as forms of meaning likewise crave fulfillment, can find nothing that ever could fit them in perception or acts of like order. This fundamental difference we call, in a natural extension of its application over the whole sphere of objectifying presentation, the categorial and absolute distinction between the FORM and matter of presentation, and at the same time separate it off from the relative or functional difference which is closely bound up with it, and which has just been subsidiarily touched on above. We have just spoken of a natural extension of our distinction over the whole sphere of objectifying presentation. We take the constituents of the fulfillment which correspond to the material or formal constituents of our meaning intentions as being material or formal constituents respectively, so making clear what is to count as material or formal in the general sphere of objectifying acts. Of matter, stuff, and form we often talk in many other senses. We must expressly point out that our present talk of matter, which has its contrast in categorial form, has nothing whatever to do with the matter which contrasts with the quality of acts, as when, example, we distinguish the matter in our meanings from their assertive or merely presentative quality, this matter being what tells us as what, or as now determined and interpreted. An object is meant in our meanings. To make the distinction easier, we shall not speak of matter in our categorical contrast, but of stuff, while wherever matter is meant in our previous sense, we shall talk pointedly of intentional matter or of interpretative sense. It is now time to illuminate the distinction to which we have just given a name. We shall link on, for this purpose, to our previous examples. The form-giving flexion being, whether in its attributive or predicative function, is not fulfilled, as we said, in any percept. We here remember Kant's dictum, being is no real predicate. This dictum refers to being qua existence, or to what Herbart called the being of absolute position, but it can be taken to be no less applicable to predicative and attributive being. In any case, it precisely refers to what we are here trying to make clear. I can see color, but not being colored. I can feel smoothness, but not being smooth. I can hear a sound, but not that something is sounding. Being is nothing in the object, no part of it, no moment tenanting it, no quality or intensity of it, no figure of it or no internal form whatsoever, no constitutive feature of it however conceived. But being is also nothing attaching to an object, as it is no real's, internal feature, so also it is no real external feature, and therefore not, in the real sense, a feature at all. For it has nothing to do with the real forms of unity which bind objects into more comprehensive objects, tones into harmonies, things into more comprehensive things or arrangements of things, gardens, streets, the phenomenal external world. On these real forms of unity the external features of objects, the right and the left, the high and the low, the loud and the soft etc., are founded. Among these anything like an is naturally not to be found. We have just been speaking of objects, their constitutive features, their factual connection with other objects, through which more comprehensive objects are created, and also, at the same time, external features in the partial objects. We said that something corresponding to being was not to be sought among them. For all these are perceptible, and they exhaust the range of possible percepts, so that we are at once saying and maintaining that being is absolutely imperceptible. Here, however, a clarifying supplement is necessary. Perception and object are concepts that cohere most intimately together, which mutually assign sense to one another, and which widen or narrow the sense conjointly. But we must emphasize that we have here made use of a certain naturally delimited, natural, but also very narrow concept of perception, or of object. It is well known that one also speaks of perceiving, and in particular of seeing, in a greatly widened sense, which covers the grasping of whole states of affairs, and even ultimately the a priori self-evidence of laws, in the case of insight. In the narrower sense of perception, to talk roughly and popularly, we perceive everything objective that we see with our eyes, hear with our ears or can grasp with any outer or even inner sense. In ordinary speech, no doubt, only external things and connective forms of things, together with their immediate qualities, can count as perceived by the senses. But once talk of an inner sense had been introduced, one should insist in have widened the notion of sense perception suitably, so as to include inner perception, and so as to include under the name sense object the correlated sphere of inner objects, the ego and its internal experiences. In the sphere of sense perception thus understood, and in the sphere, likewise, of sensuous intuition in general, we adhere to our much widened talk of the sensuous. A meaning like that of the word being can find no possible objective correlate, and so no possible fulfillment in the acts of such perception. What holds of being is plainly true of the remaining categorial forms in our statements, whether these bind the constituents of terms together, or bind terms themselves together in the unity of the proposition. The and the and the or, the if and the then, the all and the none, the something and the nothing, the forms of quantity and the determinations of number, etc. All these are meaningful propositional elements, but we should look in vain for their objective correlates, if such may be ascribed to them at all, in the sphere of real objects, which is in fact no other than the sphere of objects of possible sense perception. This holds, we stress it expressly, both of the sphere of outer sense, and of that of inner sense. It is a natural but quite misguided doctrine, universally put about since the time of Locke, that the meanings in question, or the corresponding substantively hypostatized meanings, the logical category, i.e. such as being and non-being, unity, plurality, totality, number, ground, consequence, etc., arise through reflection on certain mental acts, and so fall in the sp here of inner sense, of inner perception. In this manner, indeed, concepts like perception, judgment, affirmation, denial, collecting, counting, presupposing and inferring arise, which are all, therefore, sensuous concepts, belonging, that is, to the sphere of inner sense. The previous series of concepts do not arise in this manner, since they cannot at all be regarded as concepts of mental acts, or of their real constituents. The thought of a judgment fulfills itself in the inner intuition of an actual judgment. But the thought of an is does not fulfill itself in this manner. Being is not a judgment nor a constituent of a judgment. Being is as little a real constituent of some inner object as it is of some outer object, and so not of a judgment. In a judgment, a predicative statement functions as a side of our meaning, just as perhaps, although otherwise placed and functioning, gold and yellow do. The is itself does not enter into the judgment, it is merely meant, signitively referred to, by the little word is. It is, however, self-given, or at least putatively given, in the fulfillment which at times invests the judgment, the becoming aware of the state of affairs supposed. Not only what is meant in the partial meaning gold, nor only what is meant in the partial meaning yellow, itself appears before us, but also gold being yellow. Thus appears judgment and judgmental intuition are therefore at one in the self-evident judgment, and preeminently so if the judgment is self-evident in the ideally limiting sense. If one now understands by judging, not merely meaning intentions connected with actual assertions, but the fulfillments that in the end fit them completely, it is indeed correct that being can only be apprehended through judging, but this does not at all mean that the concept of being must be arrived at through reflection on certain judgments, or that it can ever be arrived at in this fashion. Reflection is in other respects a fairly vague word. In epistemology it has at least the relatively fixed sense that Locke gave it, that of internal perception. We can only adhere to the sense in interpreting a doctrine which imagines it can find the origin of the concept of being through reflecting on judgments. The relational being expressed in predication, e.g. through is, are, etc., lacks independence. If we round it out to something fully concrete, we get the state OFAFFAIRS in question, the objective correlate of the complete judgment. We can then say, as the sensible object stands to sense perception, so the state OFAFFAIRS stands to the becoming aware in which it is, more or less adequately, given. We should like to say simply, so the state of affairs stands to the perception of it. As the concept sensuous object, real object, cannot arise through reflection upon perception, since this could only yield us the concept perception, or a concept of certain real constituents of perception, so the concept of state of affairs cannot arise out of reflection on judgments, since this could only yield us concepts of judgments or of real constituents of judgments. That percepts in the one case, and judgments, judgmental intuitions. Percepts of states of affairs, in the other, must be experienced, in order that each such act of abstraction should get started, goes without saying, but to be experienced is not to be made objective. Reflection, however, implies that what we reflect upon, the phenomenological experience, is rendered objective to us, is inwardly perceived by us, and that the properties to be generalized are really given in this objective content. Not in reflection up on judgments, nor even up on fulfillments of judgments. But in the fulfillments of judgments themselves lies the true source of the concept state of affairs and being, in the copulative sense. Not in these acts as objects, but in the objects of these acts, do we have the abstractive basis which enables us to realize the concepts in question. And naturally the appropriate modifications of these acts yield just as good a basis. It is in fact obvious from the start that, just as any other concept, or idea, specific unity, can only arise, i.e. become self-given to us, if based on an act which at least sets some individual instance of it imaginatively before our eyes, so the concept of being can arise only when some being, actual or imaginary, is set before our yes. If being is taken to mean predicative being, some state of affairs must be given to us, and this by way of an act which gives it, an analog of common sensuous intuition. The like holds of all categorial forms, or of all categories. An aggregate example is given, and can only be given, in an actual act of assembly, in an act that is, expressed in the conjunctive form of connection A and B and C. But the concept of aggregate does not arise through reflection on this act. Instead of paying heed to the act which presents an aggregate, we have rather to pay heed to what it presents, to the aggregate it renders apparent in con Siri 2, and then to lift the universal form of our aggregate to conceptually universal consciousness. If we now ask, where do the categorial forms of our meanings find their fulfillment, if not in the perception or intuition which we tried provision ally to delimit in talking of sensibility, our answer is plainly prefigured in the discussions just completed. We have taken it for granted that forms, too, can be genuinely fulfilled, or that the same applies to variously structured total meanings, and not merely to the material elements of such meanings, and our assumption is put beyond doubt by looking at each case of faithful perceptual assertion. This will explain also why we call the whole perceptual assertion an expression of perception and, in a derivative sense, of whatever is intuited or itself presented in perception. But if the categorial forms of the expression, present together with its material aspects, have no terminus in perception, if by the latter we understand merely sense perception, then talk of expressing a percept must here rest on a different meaning. There must at least be an act which renders identical services to the categorial elements of meaning that merely sensuous perception renders to the material elements. The essential homogeneity of the function of fulfillment, as of all the ideal relationships necessarily bound up with it, obliges us to give the name perception to each fulfilling act of confirmatory self-presentation, to each fulfilling act whatever the name of an intuition, and to its intentional correlate the Name of object. If we are asked what it means to say that categorially structured meanings find fulfillment, confirm themselves in perception, we can but reply, it means only that they relate to the object itself in its categorial structure. The object with these categorial forms is not merely referred to, as in the case where meanings function purely symbolically, but it is set before our very eyes in just these forms. In other words, it is not merely thought of, but intuited or perceived. When we wish, accordingly, to set forth what this talk of fulfillment is getting at, what structured meanings and their structural elements express, what unitary or unifying factor corresponds to 1. Them objectively, we unavoidably come on intuition, or on perception. And object. We cannot manage without these words, whose widened sense is of course evident. What shall we call the correlate of a non-sensuous subject presentation, one involving non-sensuous structure, if the word object is not available to us? How shall we speak of its actual givenness, or apparent givenness, when the word perception is denied us? In common parlance, therefore, aggregates, indefinite pluralities, totalities, numbers, disjunctions, predicates, rightness, states OFAFFAIRS, all count as objects, while the acts through which they seem to be given count as percepts. Plainly the connection between the wider and narrower, the supersensuous, i.e. raised above sense, or categorial, and sensuous concept of perception, is no external or contingent matter, but one rooted in the whole business on hand. It falls within the great class of acts whose peculiarity it is that in them something appears as actual, as self-given. Plainly this appearance of actuality and self-givenness, which may very well be delusive, is throughout characterized by its difference from essentially related acts through which alone it achieves full clarity, its difference from an imaginative making present, or from a merely significative thinking of, which both exclude presence, so to say appearance in person, though not excluding the belief in being. As regards the latter, imaginal or symbolic representation is possible in two manners, in an assertive manner, asserting something's being in imaginal or symbolic fashion, and in a non-assertive manner, as mere imagination or thinking without taking something to be. We need not enter more closely into the discussion of these differences after the analyses of the previous section, which permit of a sufficiently general interpretation. It is clear, in any case, that the concept of imagination must be widened in correspondence with the concept of perception. We could not speak of something supersensuously or categorially perceived, if we could not imagine this thing in the same manner, i.e. not merely sensuously. We must therefore draw a quite general distinction between sensuous and categorial intuition, or show the possibility of such a distinction. Our extended concept of perception permits, further, of a narrower and a wider interpretation. In the widest sense, even universal states of affairs can be said to be perceived, seen, beheld with evidence. In the narrower sense, perception terminates upon individual, and so upon temporal being. In our next treatments we shall first only discuss individual percepts, then widen our treatment to take in individual intuitions of the same order. The division between sensuous and supersensuous percepts was only very superficially indicated and quite roughly characterized above. Quod talk of external and internal senses, plainly stemming from the naive metaphysic and anthropology of daily life, may be useful in pointing out the sphere to be excluded, but a true determination and circumscription of the sensory sphere is not thereby reached, so depriving the concept of categorial perception of its descriptive underpinning. To ascertain and clarify the said distinction is all the more important, since such fundamental distinctions as that between categorial form and sensuously founded matter, and the similar distinction between categories and all other concepts, depends wholly on it. Our concern is therefore to seek more profound descriptive characterizations, which will give us some insight into the essentially different constitution of sensuous and categorial percepts, or intuitions in general. For our immediate purposes it is, however, unnecessary to carry out an exhaustive analysis of the phenomena involved. That would be a task that would require extraordinarily comprehensive treatments. Here it is sufficient to concentrate on some weightier points, which may help to mark off both sorts of acts in their mutual relation. It is said of every percept that it grasps its object directly, or grasps this object itself. But this direct grasping has a different sense and character, according as we are concerned with the percept in the narrower or the wider sense, or according as the directly grasped object is sensuous or categorial. Or otherwise put, according as it is a real or an ideal object. Sensuous or real objects can in fact be characterized as objects of the lowest level of possible intuition, categorial or ideal objects as objects of higher levels. In the sense of the narrower, sensuous perception, an object is directly apprehended or is itself present, if it is set up in an act of perception in a straightforward, schlichter manner. What this means is this, that the object is also an immediately given object in the sense that, as this object perceived with this definite objective content, it is not constituted in relational, connective, or otherwise articulated acts founded on other acts which bring other objects to perception. Sensuous objects are present in perception at a single act level, they do not need to be constituted in many-rayed fashion. In acts of higher level, whose objects are set up for them by way of other objects, already constituted in other acts. Each straightforward act of perception, by itself or together with other acts, can serve as basic act for new acts which at times include it, at times merely presuppose it, acts which in their new mode of consciousness likewise bring to maturity a new awareness of objects which essentially presupposes the old. When the new acts of conjunction, of disjunction, of definite and indefinite individual apprehension, that something, of generalization, of straightforward, relational, and connective knowledge, arise, we do not then have any sort of subjective experiences, nor just acts connected with the original ones. What we have are acts which, as we said, set up new objects. Acts in which something appears as actual and self-given, which was not given, and could not have been given, as what it now appears to be, in these foundational acts alone. On the other hand, the new objects are based on the older ones, they are related to what appears in the basic acts. Their manner of appearance is essentially determined by this relation. We are here dealing with a sphere of objects, which can only show themselves in person in such founded acts. In such founded acts we have the categorial element in intuition and knowledge, in them assertive thought, functioning expressively, finds fulfillment. The possibility of complete accord with such acts determines the truth, the rightness, of an assertion. So far we have of course only considered the sphere of perception, and only its most elementary cases. But one sees at once that the distinction of straightforward and founded acts can be extended from percepts to all intuitions. We clearly envisage the possibility of complex acts which in mixed fashion have a part basis in straightforward percepts and a part basis in straightforward imaginations. and the further possibility of setting up new foundations on intuitions which themselves have foundations, and so building up whole series of foundings upon foundings. We further see that signitive intentions have structures patterned on such foundings whether of lower or higher order, and that again mixtures of signitive and intuitive acts emerge out of such founding. Founded acts, in short, that are built on acts of one or the other sort. Our first task, however, is to deal with the elementary cases and elucidate them completely. We shall now scrutinize the acts in which sensuatio and sciaretta and their sensu us constituents are presented as given, as opposed to these we shall later consider the quite different acts in which concretely determinate states of affairs, collections, and disjunctions are given as complex thought objects, or as objects of higher order, which include their foundational objects as real parts, real, in themselves. We shall then deal with acts of the type of generalizing or indefinitely individual apprehension, whose objects certainly are of higher level, but which do not include their foundational objects in themselves. In sense perception, the external thing appears in one blow, as soon as our glance falls upon it. The manner in which it makes the thing appear present is straightforward, it requires no apparatus of founding or founded acts. To what complex mental processes it may trace back its origin, and in what manner, is of course irrelevant here. We are not ignoring the obvious complexity that can be shown to exist in the phenomenological content of the straightforward perceptual act, and particularly in its unitary intention. Many constitutive properties certainly pertain to the thing when it appears with a given content, some of them themselves falling under perception, others merely intended. But we certainly do not live through all the articulated acts of perception which would arise were we to attend to all the details of the thing, or, more precisely, to the properties of the side turned to us. Were we to make them objects in their own right. No doubt ideas of such supplementary properties, not given in perception, are dispositionally excited, no doubt intentions which relate to them contribute to perception and determine its total character. But, just as the thing does not appear before us as the mere sum of its countless individual features, which a later preoccupation with detail may distinguish, and as even the latter does not direct the thing into such details, but takes note of them only in the ever complete, unified thing, so the act of perception also is always a homogeneous unity, which gives the object presence in a simple, immediate way. The unity of perception does not therefore arise through our own synthetic activity, as if only a form of synthesis, operating by way of founded acts, could give unity of objective reference to part intentions. It requires no articulation and hence no actual linkage. The unity of perception comes into being as a straightforward unity, as an immediate fusion of part intentions, without the addition of new art intentions. We may also be unsatisfied with a single glance, we may handle the thing from all sides in a continuous perceptual series, feeling it over as it were with our senses. But each single percept in the series is already a percept of the thing. Whether I look at this book from above or below, from inside or outside, I always see this book. It is always one and the same thing, and that not merely in some purely physical sense, but in the view of our percepts themselves. If individual properties dominate variably at each step, the thing itself, as a perceived unity, is not in essence set up by some overreaching act founded upon these separate percepts. Considering things more closely, we should not present the matter as if the one sensible object could be presented in a founded act, in a continuously developing act of perceiving, while it merely does not need to be presented in such an act. Closer analysis shows that even a continuous perceptual flux involves a fusion of part acts in one act, rather than a peculiar act fondate up on such part acts. To prove this we embark on the following discussion. The individual percepts of our series have a continuous unity. Such continuity does not amount to the mere fact of temporal adjunction. The series of individual acts rather has the character of a phenomenological unity, in which the individual acts are fused. In this unity, our manifold acts are not merely fused into a phenomenological whole, but into one act, more precisely, into one concept. In the continuous running on of individual percepts, we continuously perceive the single, self-same object. Can we now call this continuous percept, since it is built out of individual percepts, a percept fondate upon them? It is of course founded upon them in the sense in which a whole is founded on its parts, not however in the sense here relevant, according to which a founded act manifests a new act character, grounded in the act characters that underlie it and unthinkable apart from these. In the case before us, perception is merely, as it were, extended. It allows parts to be broken off from itself which can function as complete, independent percepts. But the unification of these percepts into a continuous percept is not the performance of some peculiar act, through which a new consciousness of something objective is set up. We find, instead, that absolutely nothing new is objectively meant in the extended act, but that the same object is continuously meant in it, the very object that the part percepts, taken singly, were already meaning. One might lay stress on this sameness, and say that our unity is plainly a unity of identification, that the intention of the serially arranged acts coincides continuously, and that so the unity arises. This is certainly right. But unity of identification is unavoidably distinct, does not say the same as the unity of an act of identification. An act means something, an act of identification means identity, presents it. In our case an identification is performed, but no identity is meant. The object meant in the differing acts of the continuous perceptual series is indeed always the same, and the acts are one through coincidence, but what is perceived in the series, what is rendered objective in it, is solely the sensible object, never its identity with self. Only when we use the perceptual series to found a novel act, only when we articulate our individual percepts, and relate their objects to each other, does the unity of continuity holding among these individual percepts, the unity of fusion through their coinciding intentions, provide a point d'appui for a consciousness of identity. Identity itself is now made objective. The moment of coincidence linking our act characters with one another serves as representative content for a new percept, fondate up on our articulated individual percepts. This brings to intentional awareness that what we now see and what we saw before are one and the same. Naturally we have then to do with the regular act of our second group. Our act of identification is in sober fact a new awareness of objectivity, which causes a new object to appear to us, an object that can only be apprehended or given in its very selfhood in a founded act of this sort. Before we penetrate further into our new class of acts and objects, we must, however, first round off our treatment of straightforward percepts. If we may presume to have cleared up the sense of the concept of a straight forward percept, or, what we take for the same, of sense perception, then we have also cleared up the concept of a sensible or real object, in the most basic sense of real. We define a real object as the possible object of a straightforward percept. there is a necessary parallelism between perception and imagination, which guarantees that a possible imagination, or more precisely a whole series of imaginations, having the same essence, corresponds to each possible percept, a straightforward imagination is correlated with each straightforward percept, thereby giving certainty to the wider concept of sensible intuition. We can then define sensible objects as the possible objects of sensible imagination and sensible intuition in general. This of course involves no essential generalization of our previous definition. The parallelism just stressed makes both definitions equivalent. Through the concept of a real object, the concept of a real part, or more particularly, the concepts of a real piece, and a real moment, real feature, and a rem, are determined. Each part of a real object is a real part. In straightforward perception we say that the whole object is explicitly given, while each of its parts, in the widest sense of parts, is implicitly given. The sum total of objects that can be explicitly or implicitly given in straightforward percepts constitutes the most widely conceived SP here of sensible objects. Each concrete sensible object is perceptible in explicit fashion, and so also every piece of such an object. How does the matter stand in regard to abstract moments? Their nature makes them incapable of separate being. Their representative content, even where there is merely representation by way of analogy, cannot be experienced alone, but only in a more comprehensive concrete setting. But this does not mean that their intuition need be a founded act. It would be one, if the apprehension of an abstract moment was necessarily preceded by the apprehension of the concrete whole or of its complementary moments, such an apprehension being an act of intuitive turning towards its object. This I do not find obvious. It is clear, per contra, that the apprehension of a moment and of a part generally as a part of the whole in question and, in particular, the apprehension of a sensuous feature as a feature, or of a sensuous form as a form, point to acts which are all founded. These acts are in our case of a relational kind. This means that the sphere of sensibility has been left and that of understanding entered. We shall now subject the just mentioned group of founded acts to a closer consideration. 48ch Iraq terization of ca teger ial acts as fu and ded acts. A sensible object can be apprehended by us in a variety of ways. It can, first of all, of course, be apprehended in straightforward fashion. It is this possibility, which like all the other possibilities here in question must be throughout interpreted as ideal, which characterizes the sensible object as a sensible object. Understood in this manner, it stands as it were simply before us. The parts which constitute it are indeed in it, but are not made are explicit objects in the straightforward act. The same object can, however, be grasped by us in explicating fashion. Acts of articulation can put its parts into relief. Relational acts bring the relieved parts into relation, whether to one another or to the whole. Only through such new modes of interpretation will the connected and related members assume the character of parts or of wholes. The articulating acts and, taken in retrospect, the act we call straightforward, are not merely experienced one after the other. Overreaching unities of act are rather always present, in which, as new objects, the relationships of the parts become constituted. Let us first look at the relationships of parts and wholes. Limiting ourselves to the simplest cases, let us consider the relationships A is or has A and A is in A. To point to the founded acts in which these typical states of affairs become constituted as data, and to clear up the just employed forms of categorical statement, to lead them back to their intuitive origin and adequate fulfillment, are one and the same. We are not, however, here concerned with the qualities of acts, but only with the constitution of their interpretative forms. To that extent our analysis, if regarded as an analysis of judgment, will be defective. An act of perception grasps A as a whole, at one blow and in straight forward fashion. A second act of perception is trained upon A, the part or dependent moment, that belongs constitutively to A. These two acts are not merely performed together, or after one another, in the manner of disjoint experiences, rather are they bound together in a single act in whose synthesis A is first given as containing 0 in itself. Just so, A can, with the reversal of the direction of relational perception, achieve self-givenness as pertaining to A. Let us now try to penetrate a little deeper. The total intuitive reference to our object implicitly contains an intention to A. For perception purports to grasp the object itself, its grasping must therefore reach to all its constituents in and with the whole object. Natur. Ally, we are here only concerned with what constitutes the object as it appears in perception, and as what it appears in perception, and not with such constituents as may pertain to it in objective reality, and which only later experience, knowledge, and science will bring out. In the narrowing down of our total percept to one specific percept, the part intention to A will not be torn out of the total appearance of A, so as to break up the latter's unity, but an independent act will have A as its own perceptual object. At the same time one's continuously operative total percept will coincide with this specific percept in respect of one implicit part intention. The content which represents A will be functioning as the same content in a twofold fashion, and, in so far as it does this, it will effect a coincidence, a peculiar unity of the two representative functions. We shall, in other words, have two coincident interpretations, both sustained by the representative content in question. But this unity of these two representative functions will now itself take on a representative role. It will not itself count in its own right as an experienced bond among acts. It will not set itself up as our object, but will help to set up another object. It will act representatively, and to such effect, that A will now appear to contain A in itself, or, with the reverse direction, A will appear as contained in A. According, therefore, to our interpretative standpoint, or to the sense of our passage from part to whole or contrariwise, which are both novel phenomenological characters making their contribution to the total intentional matter of the relating act, there will be two possibilities, marked off in a priori fashion, in which the same relation can achieve actual givenness. 2. These correspond to a priori possibilities of relation, objectively different, yet tied together by an ideal law, possibilities which can only be directly constituted in FO undate acts OF the sort in question, which can achieve self-givenness to perception only in acts built up in this manner. Our exposition obviously applies to all specific forms of the relation between a whole and its parts. All such relationships are of categorical, ideal nature. It would be a mistake to try to locate them in the straightforwardly given whole, to discover them in this whole by analysis. The part certainly lies hidden in the whole before all division into members, and is subsidiarily apprehended in our perceptual grasp of this whole. But this fact, that it thus lies hidden in the whole, is at first merely the ideal possibility of bringing the part, and the fact that it is a part, to perception in correspondingly articulated and founded acts. The matter is plainly similar in the case of external relations, from which predications such as A is to the right of B, A is larger, brighter, louder than B, etc., take their rise. Wherever sensible objects, directly and independently perceptible, are brought together, despite their mutual exclusion, into more or less intimate unities, into what fundamentally are more comprehensive objects, then a possibility of such external relations arises. They all fall under the general type of the relation of part to parts within a whole. Founded acts are once more the media in which the primary appearance of the states OFAFFAIRS in question, of such external relationships, is achieved. It is clear, in fact, that neither the straightforward percept of the complex whole, nor the specific percepts pertaining to its members, are in themselves the relational percepts which alone are possible in such a complex. Only when one member is picked out as principal member, and is dwelt on while the other members are still kept in mind, does a determination of members by members make its appearance, a determination which varies with the kind of unity that is present and plainly also with the particular members set in relief. In such cases also the choice of a principal member, or of a direction of relational apprehension, leads to phenomenologically distinct forms of relationship, correlatively characterized, which forms are not genuinely present in the unarticulated percept of the connection as a straightforward phenomenon, but which are in it only as ideal possibilities, the possibilities, that is, of fulfilling relevant founded acts. A real/e, location of these relations of parts in the whole would be a confusion of distinct things, of sensuous or real, real-en, forms of combination, with categorial or ideal ones. Sensible combinations are aspects of the real-en, object, its actual moments, present in it, if only implicitly, and capable of being lifted out of it by an abstractive percept. As against this, forms of categorial combination go with the manner in which acts are synthesized, they are constituted as objects in the synthetic acts built upon our sensibility. In the formation of external relations, sensuous forms may serve as foundations for the categorial forms which correspond to them, as when, in the face of the sensuously intuited contact of the contents A and B within a comprehensive whole W, we observe, and perhaps verbally express our observation. In the synthetic forms, A is in contact with B, or B is in contact with A. But, in constituting the latter forms, we bring new objects into being, objects belonging to the class of states of affairs, which includes none but objects of higher order. In the sensible whole, the parts A and B are made one by the sensuously combinatory form of contact. The abstraction of these parts and moments, the formation of intuitions of A, B and contact, will not yet yield the presentation A in contact with B. This demands a novel act which, taking charge of such presentations, shapes and combines them suitably. We shall now make an important addition to our analysis up to this point. This concerns the shaping which synthetically combined presentations, each on their own account, may undergo. We have already studied this important point in a special class of cases. We observed, in our fifth investigation, that an assertion can never be made, in unmodified form, the basis of a synthetic act built upon it, the subject or object member of a new assertion. An assertion, we said, must first of all take on nominal form, whereby its state of affairs becomes objective in a new, nominal fashion, INVV, 35, 36. In this fact the intuitive distinction we have in view is brought out, a distinction which does not merely hold of the relata of the hitherto discussed syntheses of lowest grade, immediately based on sensibility, but of all presentations presided over by many rayed syntheses of whatever kind or level. We may at first then hazard the general statement, objectifying acts which exist purely on their own, and the same objectifying acts serving to constitute the terms of some relation or other, are not really the same acts, they differ phenomenologically, and differ in respect of what we have called their intentional matter. Their interpretative sense has changed, and hence the changed meaning of their adequate expression. It is not as if something had merely been shoved in between unchanged presentations, a bond which combined them in merely external fashion. The working of synthetic thought, of intellection, has done something to them, has shaped them anew, though, being a categorial function, it has done this in categorial fashion, so that the sensuous content of the apparent object has not been altered. The object does not appear before us with new real properties, it stands before us as the same object, but in a new manner. Its fitting into its categorial context gives it a definite place and role in this context, the role of a relatum, and in particular of a subject or object member. These are differences that are phenomenologically evident. It is no doubt easier to pay heed to changes of meaning in our expressive symbols than to modifications of our direct presentations themselves. The situation, example in the field of straightforward intuitions, when we compare such intuitions within and without some relational function, is far from clear, and I have not therefore touched on it in my last investigation. Their isolated sense percepts were put on a level with nominally functioning acts. CINVV, 33. Just as the object in a straightforward percept directly confronts us, so too does the state of affairs in the act which names it, and so too does any categorially formed object. The gradual constitution of the object has been completed. As a finished object it becomes a term in a relation, it keeps, it seems, its constitutive sense quite unaltered. One can certainly say that the phenomenological change in sense made by entry into a relational act is at first masked by the very fact that the new form includes the whole previous interpretative sense in itself, to which it only imparts the new sense of a role. Perception remains perception, the object is given as it was before given, only it is put into relation. Such shapings due to our synthetic function do not alter the object itself, we count them only as pertaining to our subjective activity, and we therefore overlook them in phenomenological reflections aiming at a clarification of knowledge. We should in consistency therefore say, a state of affairs also is the same state of affairs when it functions as logical subject, or generally when it functions nominally, and it has its ultimate constitution in the same act of originative intuition as when it functioned in isolation. When, however, it functions as a relatum in an act of higher level, it is constituted with a new form, and with, so to say, the characterizing costume of its role, of which the nominal form is the adequate expression. Further researches will however be necessary for a last clearing up of the phenomenological situation just tackled. We have so far only spoken of the reshapings of terms put into such relations as that of whole and part. External relations, however, show us how sensuous forms enter into the unity of a relation, in its predicate, without undergoing nominal reification, e.g. a brighter than B, A to the right of B, etc. There are undeniable phenomenological differences in interpretative sense, between cases where we so to say, pay direct attention to the form of brightness, and make this our nominal object, as when we say, this relation of brightness, between A and B, is more readily noticeable than that one, between M and N, and the quite different cases, where this form of brightness is meant as in the above expression A is brighter than B. In the latter class of cases we once more have a categorial form pointing to a peculiar function in the total relational situation. Concepts such as terms of relations, form of relation, subject, object, etc., concepts not always clearly expressed and certainly insufficiently clarified, plainly lead back to differences in such categorial forms with which in this and previous paragraphs we have become familiar. We have so far discussed as instances of categorial and synthetic object forms, only certain very simple forms of states of affairs, those of total and partial relations of identity, and of simple external relations. We now turn our regard to two further examples, to synthetic forms, i.e. which, though not themselves states of affairs, nevertheless play a large part in connection with states of affairs, collectiva and disjunctiva. The acts in which these are constituted as data are those which furnish a fulfilling intuition for the meanings of the conjunctions and or. What intuitively corresponds to the words and or, to both or either, is not anything, as we rather roughly put it above, that can be grasped with one's hands, or apprehended with some sense, as it can also not really be represented in an image, e.g. in a painting. I can paint A and I can paint B, and I can paint them both on the same canvas. I cannot, however, paint the both, nor paint the A and the B. Here we have only the one possibility which is always open to us, to perform a new act of conjunction or collection on the basis of our two single acts of intuition, and so mean the aggregate of the objects A and B. In the situation just viewed as an example, this act is constituted as an imaginative presentation of A and B, while this aggregate is only given as itself, in the manner of perception, and can only be so given, in just such an act merely modified in a conformable manner, and which is founded on the percepts of A and B. That we speak of an act which unites these percepts, and not of any connection or mere coexistence of these percepts in consciousness, depends on the fact that a unitary intentional relation is here given, and a unitary object which corresponds to it. This object can only be constituted in such a connection of acts, just as a state of affairs can only be constituted in a relational act connection. We at once see the essential mistake made by those eminent modern logicians who have tried to explain the conjunctive association of names or statements through a mere conscious coexistence of nominal or propositional acts, and have so surrendered N as an objective form in logic. 1. We must also guard against confusing the straightforward percepts of sensuously unified manifolds, series, swarms, etc., with the conjunctive percepts, in which alone the consciousness of plurality is itself properly constituted. I have tried to show in my philosophy of arithmetic how the sensuously unifying characters, I there called them figural or quasi-qualitative moments of sensuous intuitions, serve as signs of plurality. This means that they serve as sensuous points d'appui for the signitively mediated cognition of plurality as such, and of plurality of the kind in question, which cognition now has no need of an articulated grasp and knowledge of individual items, but does not therefore as yet possess the character of a genuine intuition of the collection as such. Point 2. The simple synthetic acts with which we have so far concerned ourselves were so founded upon straightforward percepts that the synthetic intention was subsidiarily directed to the objects of these undying percepts, inasmuch as it held them together in ideal contents or brought them to a relational unity. This is a universal character of synthetic acts as such. We now turn to examples from another set of categorial acts, in which the objects of the founding acts do not enter into the intention of the founded one, and would only reveal their close relation to it in relational acts. Here we have the field of the universal intuition, an expression which no doubt will not seem better to many than wooden iron. Abstraction gets to work on a basis of primary intuitions, and with it a new categorial act character emerges, in which a new style of objectivity becomes apparent, an objectivity which can only become apparent, whether given as real or as merely imagined, in just such a founded act. Naturally, I do not here mean abstraction merely in the sense of a setting in relief of some non-independent moment in a sensible object, but ideational abstraction, where no such non-independent moment, but its idea, its universal, is brought to consciousness, and achieves actual givenness. We must presuppose such an act in order that the very sort, to which the manifold single moments of one and the same sort stand opposed, may itself come before us, and may come before us as one and the same. For we become aware of the identity of the universal through the repeated performance of such acts upon a basis of several individual intuitions, and we plainly do so in an overreaching act of identification which brings all such single acts of abstraction into one synthesis. Through such acts of abstraction, woven into new act forms, there arise, further, acts of universal determination, acts, that is, which determine objects generally as subsumed under certain species A, or acts in which unspecified objects of a sort A become present to us. In an act of abstraction, which need not necessarily involve the use of an abstract name, the universal itself is given to us. We do not think of it merely in significative fashion as when we merely understand general names, but we apprehend it, behold it, talk of an intuition and, more precisely, of a perception of the universal is in this case, therefore, well justified. Difficulties arise, however, from another quarter. Talk of perception presupposes the possibility of correspondent imagination. A distinction between them, we held, is part of the natural sense of our ordinary talk about intuition. But it is just this distinction that we cannot here draw. This seems to stem from the fact that abstractive acts do not differ in consonance with the character of the straightforward intuitions which underlie them. They are quite unaffected by the assertive or non-assertive character of such underlying acts, or by their perceptual or imaginative character. The triangle exemplified in mere fantasy is specifically the same as the triangle exemplified in our percepts. Our consciousness of the universal has as satisfactory a basis in perception as it has in parallel imagination, and wherever it arises, the idea the idea triangle, is itself apprehended, is intuited in the one unique way which permits no distinction between image and original. We must, however, note that the examples adduced were all cases of the adequate perception of the universal. The universal was here truly grasped and given on the basis of truly correspondent instances. Where this is the case, there seems in fact to be no parallel imagination having the same intuitive content, and this is so in every case of adequate perception. For how, we may ask, even in the realm of individuals, could a content pattern itself on itself, since, taken as itself, it cannot also be meant as its own analogon? And how can the note of assertion be wanting, where the meant content is the one experienced and given? It is quite different in, example, the Case where mathematical analysis has given us an indirectly conceived idea of a certain class of curves of the third order, though we have never seen any curve of this sort. In such a case an intuitive figure, e.g. of a familiar third order curve, perhaps actually drawn, perhaps merely pictured, may very well serve as an intuitive image, an analogon, of the universal we are intending. Our consciousness of the universal is here intuitive, but analogically intuitive, in its use of an individual intuition, and does not an ordinary rough drawing function analogically in comparison with an ideal figure, thereby helping to condition the imaginative character of the universal presentation. This is how we contemplate the idea of a steam engine, basing ourselves on a model of a steam engine, in which case there can naturally be no talk of an adequate abstraction or conception. In such cases we are not concerned with significations, but with universal representations by way of analogy, with universal imaginations, in short. If, however, the consciousness of mere analogy lapses, as may happen, example in the intuition of a model, we have a case of the perception of the universal, even if it is one of inadequate perception. In the same way we may now discover the previously missing differences between an assertive, and a merely contemplative, consciousness of the university sal, where we contemplate a universal object in a merely analogizing, imaginative fashion, we may also mean it assertively, and this act, like any assertive reference, may be confirmed or refuted by adequate future perception. The former happens wherever the universal meaning is fulfilled by an adequate percept, i.e. by a new consciousness of the universal which constitutes itself on the basis of a true abstraction from the corresponding individual percept. The universal object is then not merely presented and posited, but is itself given to us. Again we can have an analogizing presentation of the universal, without actually positing it. We conceive it, but leave it in sus pense. The intention to the universal which here rests on an intuitive basis makes no decision regarding being or non-being, only one regarding the possibility or impossibility of the universal, and of its presentation through adequate abstraction. The founded acts analyzed by us in select examples were considered by us to be intuitions, and intuitions of the new types of object that they brought to light, objects which can only be given in founded acts of a sort and form which corresponds to each of them. The explanatory value of this extended use of the concept intuition can only lie in the fact that we are not here dealing with some inessential, merely disjunctive widening of a concept, which permits us to extend the sphere of that concept over the spheres of any heterogeneous concepts whatsoever, but with an authentic generalization, which rests on a community of essential features. We call the new acts intuitions in that, with a mere surrender of a straightforward relation to their object, the peculiar sort of immediacy defined by us as straightforwardness, they yet have all the essential peculiarities of intuitions. We find in their case the same essential divisions, and they show themselves capable of achieving the same fully performed fulfillments. This last mentioned capacity is particularly important for our purposes, for it was with a view to such performances that this whole investigation has been conducted. Knowledge, as the unity of fulfillment is not achieved on a mere basis of straightforward acts, but in general, on a basis of categorical acts, when, accordingly, we oppose intuition to thought, as meaning, we cannot mean by intuition merely sensuous intuition. The conception of categorical acts as intuitions, first brings true perspicuity into the relation of thought to intuition, a relation that no previous critique of knowledge has made tolerably clear, it is the first to render knowledge itself intelligible, in its essence and its achievement. Through such a conceptual extension the theses of our first section first gain adequate confirmation. To all intuitions, in our present widest sense, however near or far they may stand from sensibility, expressive meanings correspond, as their possible ideal counterparts. The divisions drawn by us within epistemic essence, and the concepts framed in close connection therewith, retain their validity in this wider sphere, though marked off by us in relation to NAR. Rower 1. Each categorial act of intuition has therefore 1. Its quality, 2. Its intentional, material, or interpretative sense, 3. Its representing contents. These distinctions do not reduce to distinctions among founding acts. The quality of a total act may differ from that of a basic act, just as basic acts, when many, may be differently qualified, as, example in an idea of a relation between a fictitious object and one taken to be real. Not only has each of the founding acts its own material, but the founded act imports its own material. It is true to say that this novel material, or where this includes the materials of basic acts, the newly added part of it, is FO undate on the materials of the basic act. Finally, also, the new act has representing contents in regard to which there are serious difficulties. Must new representing contents be assumed for this new material, and what can these be? When one begins to analyze categorial acts, one is struck by the apparently irrefutable observation, that all differences of categorial acts reduce to corresponding differences of the acts on which they are founded, i.e. that the new element imported by the categorial function represents an increase of content that cannot be further differentiated. How else could an imaginative presentation of a collection differ from the percept of the same collection, than in respect of the intentional manner in which its members are given? As regards the FORMOF connection, one would say, no further intelligible distinction can be drawn in the two cases. Or should one say that the form of a collection, what we express by the word and, is specifically different, according as it is perceptually or imaginatively apparent? In that case we ought to think that the appearances of fantasy might be bound together by the collective form of perception, while perceptual phenomena might be bound together by the collective form of fantasy, and each differently. But this is plainly unthinkable, nay, unintelligible. Nothing, it might be objected, is easier than just what has been said. Why should we not assemble certain perceptual objects in thought in order to refer imaginatively to some other aggregate? And why should we not assemble imaginative phenomena in thought in order to refer only to this imaginative aggregate, and so to perceive the latter? We may certainly do exactly this. But the perceptual objects will then be functioning as images, and the act of collection will not be directly founded on percepts, but on the imaginations built upon them. Just so, in the other case, we shall not be collecting the objects of our fancyings, but those fancyings themselves, i.e. the act of collection will not be directly founded on fancyings, but upon inner percepts directed upon these latter. This establishes no difference between real collections on a basis of perceived objects, and imaginary collections on a basis of imagined objects. Such a difference does not exist, except as a difference in underlying acts. The same seems to hold for all other modifications that the collective consciousness can show us. The universality or specificity, definiteness or indefiniteness, or whatever other categorial forms may come into play for our underlying objects, will also determine the character of our collective presentation, but not so that we shall be able to find phenomenological differences in the connective character itself. It is always the same, and according as our underlying presentations differ in type, we have a collection of universal objects before us, e.g. species of color, red and blue and yellow, or a collection of individual objects, Aristotle and Plato, a collection of definite objects, as in the previous example, or of indefinite ones, a person and another person, a color and a tone. One cannot conceive how differences in acts of collection should be possible except in respect of differences in the acts which underlie them. The same also seems immediately clear in regard to relational intuitions. Relating always displays an identity of form, all variation depending on the underlying acts. In this situation, can we still hope for ascertainable differences between representing contents and interpretative sense in respect to the newly added part of a founded act, the FORMOF connection in the case of synthetic acts? In the case of straightforward intuitions, interpretative sense, material, and representing content were intimately united, they were mutually related, and far from independent in their variations. Nonetheless, they underwent abundant shifts as against one another. The representing sensum could stay the same while the interpretative sense altered, and could vary while the latter remained constant. An imaginative presentation, example, can remain identical in respect, not only of material, but also of extent of fullness, and can none the less notably change in respect of vivacity. In the sphere of sense, the distinction between material and representing content can be readily pointed out and unhesitatingly acknowledged. How is it, however, in the case of categorial acts, where, if we ignore their act foundation, variability seems entirely absent? Are we to say that they lack the distinction in question as regards their form, that they have no representing contents which extend beyond the representing contents of their underlying acts? When these underlying acts are themselves categorial, e.g. acts of ideation, these too will lack representation, which will be found only in their ultimate foundation of straightforward intuitions. In default of an attitude to this question, we must emphatically observe that in the previous exposition, the complete absence of differentiation among forms, as against the multifarious changes in the total act and its foundation, has perhaps been exaggerated, even misinterpreted. For when the whole act is a perceptual presentation, its form, qua form of a perceptual presentation, certainly differs in character from that of an imaginative presentation. If the form is what is really new and essential in the categorial presentation, it must share in the import of each essential character that penetrates the whole and that belongs to it as a whole. If reflection fails to show us differences of interpretative sense in the form, or at least in the form of the synthetic act, the matter has already been treated sufficiently as regards the abstractive act in the discussions of 52. This can be explained by the fact that we involuntarily abstract from these interpretative characters, since they do not distinguish and mark off the moment of synthesis, but rather pervade the complete, founded act equally. Instead, we attend exclusively to the common element that confronts us in, example, all forms of collective synthesis. But just this common element could be the representing content that we are looking for, as, in straightforward sense perception, the homogeneous unity of the perceptual sense pervades the total representation, having definite relations to each separate part of the representing content, without seeming to inner reflection to be made up of separate partial conceptions. So, in the case of categorial intuitions, the interpretative sense pervades the total act and its representing content, without being clearly divided to match the representing contents that can be distinguished by reflection. The above exposition contains, if we allow the interpretation, the important truth that in all change OFFO undying acts and interpretative FORMS, there is a unique representing content FOR each sort OFFO undayed act. The abundant multiplicity of sense qualities, of sensible forms etc., is at the disposal of straightforward sensuous intuition for purposes of representation. In the sphere of collective intuitions or intuitions of identity etc., we were always limited to one sort. The form of and is everywhere the same, and so is the is form etc. These forms were here to be understood as analogues of the sense kernel, of what is sensuous. In sensuous intuition, there was to be abstraction from quality and from interpretative sense. One might here suspect that the wish was being father to the thought, and might direct attention to a fact issuing from our former treatment, that representing contents are by no means essential constituents of acts. For it is the peculiarity of all signitive acts that they lack representing contents, i.e., authentic representing contents which themselves relate to the internal being of the object. For signitive acts, too, have their non-authentic representing contents, which do not stand for the object meant in the act, but for some other object, the object of an underlying act. If non-authentic representing contents suffice, then we of course have no more difficulty, for such contents are present in our case, since underlying acts always provide them. The authentic representing contents of these underlying acts can be seen as non-authentically representative in relation to the acts founded on them. But the comparison with merely signitive acts makes us vividly aware that founded acts cannot do without authentic representation, and representation as regards categorial form. We are made mindful of relations of possible fulfillment, of the fullness which intuitive acts confer on signitive ones, of the ascending scales formed among intuitive acts by variable fullness, of final adequation as an ideal limit. Representing contents constitute the difference between empty signification and full intuition. They are responsible for fullness, as is shown by the fact that they determine one's sense of fullness, see 22. Only intuitive acts render their object apparent, seeable. For the reason, namely, that a representing content is there, which the interpretative form sees as a likeness, or as the very self, of the object. This is a fact rooted in the universal essence of the relation of fulfillment, and must therefore be demonstrable in our present sphere too. In this present sphere, too, we find signitively opposed to intuitively, the opposition between objectifying acts which mean a categorial object signitively, and the parallel acts which present the same object through the same interpretative sense. Intuitively, whether in likeness or in very self. Since the intentional material is the same in both cases, we can again only treat the new element in our categorial intuition as being representative, as setting the object before us in its content, as treating experienced contents as representing an object meant. Such representation cannot, however, be exclusively carried out in underlying acts, for it is not solely their objects that are presented, but the whole state of affairs, the whole aggregate etc. One might for a moment suppose that, in the case, example of a relation, only the relata were presented, and that the new element consisted in a mere mental character connecting the two appearances. A connection of acts is not, however, pro tanto, a connection of objects. At best it can help to make such a connection apparent, it is not itself the connection that appears in it. A mental bond can be established among acts, and can cause an objective relation to appear before us, while this relation, though it unites truly exist. And objects, has no being at all. If we judge significatively, without intuitive representation of the state of affairs judged, as is the case in ordinary arithmetical judgments, the relational unity of the act is articulated, and has a mental form of connection entirely analogous to that of the corresponding intuition. But the state of affairs is not, in the strong sense of the word, apparent, it is merely meant. If we contrast with this a case of intuitive representation, as when we identify the color of two perceived surfaces, or of two surfaces recalled in memory, or a person represented in two imaginative presentations, then identity is likewise meant, but is meant in a perceptual manner, in a manner that gives us the object, or, in the case of imagination, that gives us a likeness of it. What makes such differences possible? Ought we to locate the whole difference in the founding acts? Against this we must object that, example in the signative identification, the identity of the meant objects is not experientially lived through but is merely thought of, whereas, in the case of intuited objects, the identity is indeed perceived or imagined, but is only given and lived through where adequation is full and strict. The mental bond, which establishes the synthesis, is therefore a bond of thought or meaning, meaning, and is as such more or less fulfilled. It is merely a non-independent constituent of the total meaning, a significative constituent of a significative meaning, and an intuitive constituent of an intuitive meaning. But at all events a constituent which itself shares the character of this meaning, and with this its differences of fullness. We are therefore not unjustified in interpreting the situation as involving that this constituent also exercises a representative function. As we compare different cases in the light of the possibility just raised, we believe that we may reduce the mental bond experienced in actual identification, collection etc. Actual equals authentic, intuitive, to a universal common feature, to be thought of separately from quality and interpretative sense, and yielding in such reduction the representative content that pertains specially to the moment of categorial form. Certain not unimportant observations must here suggest themselves as natural additions. Objectively considered, a synthesis, e.g. one of identity, of attribution etc., belongs to the founding objects. Identity is, example identity of the person, attribution the relation between the subject tree and the predicate are it bearing. The connected objects appear before us by way of their representing contents, and it might be thought that the synthetic bond, in which, or by way of which, perhaps in the manner of a representing content, the connection comes before us as a form, is also the simple and direct phenomenological bond between the representing contents of the underlying objects. As against this we affirm that the moment of synthesis establishes no direct connection between the representing contents of the basic acts, but that, example, the phenomenological form of identification has its essential basis in the underlying acts as such, i.e. it has its basis in what these acts are and contain, in addition to their representing contents. If the lived-through moment of identity, its mental character, were an immediate bond between the representing sense contents, we may confine ourselves to the simplest case where the founding acts and objects are sensuous. The unity established by this moment would also be a sensuous unity, like, example the spatial or qualitative patterns or other forms of unity, which likewise have their foundation in the sense contents in question. All sensuous, real, unity, as our third investigation has set forth, is unity founded in the various kinds of sense content. The concrete contents are many-sided. They sustain various abstract moments in themselves, they underlie manifold possibilities of alteration and connection. We accordingly refer many kinds of connection to this or that moment in such contents. If particular unions are not always founded in the generic characters of complex wholes, taken in their complete specific content, they are nonetheless founded in the primitive generic characters which correspond to the moments of the whole in question. The real lack of relation between categorial act forms and the sense contents of their bases shows itself in the limitless variability of the generic characters of these contents. In other words, no genus of content lacks an a priori possibility of functioning in the foundation of categorial acts of every sort. What is categorial is not bound up with representing sensuous contents, but only and necessarily with their objects, and yet not with them in their sensuous, real, content. This means that the mental actor in which the categorial form is constituted is bound up phenomenologically with the acts in which the objects are constituted. In these acts, sense contents are representatively present, and so certainly contribute to such acts. They do not, however, make up the characteristic essence of these acts, and they can also exist without the interpretation which first renders them representative. In the latter case, they are there, but nothing there by AP pairs, and nothing is consequently there to be connected, or to be treated as subject or predicate etc., in categorial fashion. The categorial moment of the synthetic ally-founded act does not bind these unessential elements of the founding acts together, but binds what is essential to them both. It connects, in all circumstances, their intentional materials, and is in a real sense founded upon these last. This is what was said above quite generally. In all categorial acts, we maintained, the material of the founded acts was founded in the materials of the founding acts. Identity, example, is no immediate form of unity among sensuous contents, but is a unity of consciousness based upon one or another, repeated or inwardly different, consciousness of the same object. This holds in all cases. It is true, no doubt, that intuitions of all sorts, whether straightforward or categorial, by their nature submit to the same categorial formations, but this only means that categorial formation rests phenomenologically on what is universal in an objectifying act, or is a function essentially bound up with the generic element in objectifying acts. Only experiences of this class permit categorial syntheses, and such synthesis directly connects their intentional essences. Particularly in the case of adequate synthetic intuitions, immediately based on individual intuitions, must we guard against the tempting delusion of an immediate phenomenological connection, present at least on this lowest level of categorial synthesis, between the representing sense contents of the one underlying act and those of the other. In virtue of the functional dependence of the adequation, evidence, of the total act on the adequation of its founding intuitions, the situation would seem to have the following pattern: since the founding acts are adequate, the representing contents coincide with the object represented. If on such a basis the intuition of a relation arises, a relation, example between part and whole, the relational act too is evident in character. The relation itself is truly given with the truly given contents. The mental bond of relating, conceived as a relation among sensuous contents and objects, here binds these experienced sense contents as with a direct bond. Binds them with nothing, one might object. Not the sense contents, but the adequate intuitions of such contents, serve to base the unity of the act of relating. Here as elsewhere we must look to the objects, to the sensuous Contents at once representing and represented, in order to perform the act of relating, to relate this content as whole to that content as part. Relations can only be given on a basis of given objects. Objects are, however, not given in mere lived experience, in itself blind, but only and solely in percepts, and in our case in the perception of lived through contents which no longer represent something beyond themselves. All this confirms our original introduction of categorial acts as founded acts. It is essential to these acts, in which all that is intellectual is constituted, that they should be achieved in stages. Objectivations arise on a basis of objectivations, and constitute objects which, as objects of higher order, objects in a wider, intellectual sense, can only come to light in such founded acts. This excludes from synthetic acts that immediate unity of representation which unites all representative contents of straightforward intuitions. The complete synthetic intuition therefore arises, if we are right in our above attempted interpretation, which requires a most careful pondering, in so far as the mental content which binds the underlying acts itself sustains interpretation as the objective unity of the founded objects, as their relation of identity, of part to whole, etc. It is now extremely important to bring to complete clearness the relation between the two distinctions introduced by us at the very beginning of this investigation, the distinction between outer and inner sensibility, on the one hand, and between straightforward and categorial acts, on the other. A presentation as a mental experience, whether it be straightforward or founded, sensuous or categorial, belongs to the sphere of inner sense. Is a study in categorial representation 303. There no contradiction in this. Is an inner percept, which reflects on an act, and a founded act to boot, e.g. on an actual insight into the equation 2 plus I equals 1 plus 2, not EOIP, so a founded percept, and therefore a non-sensuous 1. In this act of perception the founded act is given together with the acts that underlie it, and is given in the strongest sense of the word. It belongs to, and is part of the real makeup of the inner percept. In so far as the latter directs itself to the former act, it is itself related to it, and is therefore itself a founded percept. We shall here obviously have to reply, to perceive an act, or an act moment, or an act complex of any sort, is to perceive sensuously, since it is to perceive straightforwardly. This cannot be doubted, since the relation of an act which perceives to an act which is perceived is no relation of foundation, even if we take a founded act to be the act perceived. The foundedness of an act does not mean that it is built on other acts in any manner whatsoever, but that a founded act, by its very nature or kind, is only possible as built upon acts of the sort which underlie it, and that, as a result, the objective correlate of the founded act has a universal element of form which can only be intuitively displayed by an object in a founded act of this kind. The intuitive consciousness of the universal cannot, example, exist without underlying individual intuition, nor an identification without underlying acts which relate to the identified objects, etc. The perception, however, which we direct to a founded act could as read Ili be directed to a non-founded act and to any objects of outer sense, e.g. horses, colors, etc. In each case perception consists in a straightforward looking at our object. The material of perception, its interpretative sense, stands in no necessary relation to the material of the perceived act. The whole phenomenological content of this act has rather the sheer character of a representative content. It is objectively interpreted in accordance with the interpretative form of perception, as being this very act of perception itself. For this reason also, every abstraction based on inner sense, e.g. the abstraction which looks to a founded act, is a sensuous abstraction. As opposed to this, an abstraction which is itself built on a founded act, is, to the extent that this founded act has the character of an intuition, even that of a categorial intuition, a categorial abstraction. If we look at an intuitive act of identification, i.e. an intuition of identity, and if we abstract from it the moment of identification, we have performed a sensuous abstraction. But if, while living through an identification, we turn our regard to objective identity, and make this the basis of our abstraction, we have performed a categorial abstraction, cf. the closer discussion in 60. The objective moment of identity is no act, and no form of an act, it is an objective categorial form. As against this, on the other hand, the moment of identification, that unites the founded acts phenomenologically, is a sensuous and categorial act form. The same difference essentially divides those concepts framed on a ground of reflection on any intuitive acts, from the quite different concepts 304 elements of a phenomenological elucidation of knowledge, framed on the ground of these intuitive acts themselves. I perceive a house and, reflecting on my percept, frame the concept of perception. But if I look simply at the house, I use my percept itself, rather than the percept of this percept. As the founding act for an abstraction, and the concept of house arises, there is accordingly nothing remarkable in saying, the same mental moments which are sensuously given in inner perception, and which therefore function in it as sensuous representing contents, may, in a founded act of the character of a categorial perception or imagination set up a categorial form, and so sustain a totally different categorial representation. The non-independence of categorial forms as forms, is mirrored in the department of inner sense in the fact that the moments in which a categorial form can be constituted, moments too narrowly restricted for each form, so that each type of form corresponds to a single type of moment, themselves represent non-independent mental contents, moments founded on characters of acts. Since, however, all characters of acts have their ultimate foundation in the contents of outer sense 3, we note that there is an essential phenomenological gulf in the field of sense. We have principally to distinguish between 1. The contents of reflection, those contents which are themselves characters of acts or founded upon such characters. 2. The primary contents, those contents in which all contents of reflection are either immediately or mediately founded. These latter would be the contents of external sensibility, which is here plainly not defined in terms of some metaphysical distinction of outward and inward, but through the nature of its representing contents, as being ultimately foundational, phenomenologically lived through contents. The primary contents form a unique highest genus, which divides into many species. The manner in which the contents of reflection have their foundation in primary contents is the loosest conceivable. It is such that reflective contents are never bound to a narrower class than the whole class of these primary contents. Corresponding to the difference between purely sensuous and purely categorial objects of intuition, there is a distinction of representing contents. Only reflective contents can serve as purely categorial representing contents. One might now try to pin down the concept of a category by saying that it comprises all objective forms arising out of the forms, and not out of the matters of conceptual interpretation. The following misgiving no doubt might arise. Ought we not also to attribute to sensuous intuition the character of a categorial act, in so far as through it the form of objectivity is constituted? For what we perceive does not merely exist in perception, but is given in it as an object. The concept of an object is, however, framed as the correlate of the concept of perception, and so presupposes, not merely an act of abstraction, but also acts of relation. It therefore also qualifies as a categorial concept in our present sense. The varied forms of founded acts where, instead of straightforward, sensuously intuitive objects, categorially formed and synthetically connected objects are constituted, permit manifold complications into new forms, in consequence of certain a priori categorial laws. Categorial unities may again and again become the objects of new connecting, relating, or ideating acts. Universal objects, example, can be collectively connected, the collections thus formed can in their turn be collectively connected with other collections of similar or different type, and so on in infinitum. The possibility of unlimited complication is here self-evident and a priori. Just so, within certain law-bound limits, one can unify states of affairs in new states of affairs, pursue an indefinitely extended search for internal and external relations among all such possible unities, use the results of such discovery as terms for novel relations, etc. Obviously, such complication is achieved in founded acts of ever higher level. The governing legality in this field is the intuitive counter part of the grammatical legality of pure logic. In this case, also, we are not concerned with laws which seek to assess the real being of the objects presented at different levels. These laws at all events say nothing directly about the ideal conditions of possibilities of adequate fulfillment. To the pure theory of the forms of meanings we here have a corresponding pure theory of the forms of intuitions, in which the possibility of the primitive types of simple and complex intuitions must be established by intuitive generalization, and the laws of their successive complication into ever new and more complex intuitions must be laid down. To the extent that adequate intuition itself represents a type of intuition, the pure theory of intuitive forms embraces all the laws which concern the forms of adequate intuition. These have a peculiar relevance to the laws of the adequate fulfillment of significative intentions, or of intentions already intuitive. The relative, mere life-functional difference of matter and form hangs together with the possibility of making categorial intuitions the foundations for new categorial intuitions, and thereupon of expressing them in corresponding expressions and meanings. This difference was indicated above in passing. 42. In an absolute sense, a founding sensibility provides the matter for all acts of categorial form which are built upon it. In a relative sense, the objects OFFO undying acts furnish this matter, relatively, that is, to the newly emergent forms of the founded acts. If we relate two objects already categorial, e.g. two states of affairs, these states of affairs are our matter relatively to the relation which brings them together. To this definite use of the concepts of matter and form, the traditional distinction between the matter and FORMOF statements corresponds exactly. The terms of a statement express the founding acts of the whole relational presentation, or, what is the same, they are names for its founding objects, and therefore represent the place in which alone contributions of sense may be sought. But founding objects may themselves be categorial in type. Plainly, fulfillment is carried out in a chain of acts which take us down a whole ladder of foundations. Indirect presentations here play an essential part, whose exact investigation is an important task in a clarification of the complex forms of cognitive thought. Acts of straightforward intuitions we called sensuous, founded acts. Whether leading back immediately or mediately to sense, we called categorial. But it is worth our while to draw a distinction, within the sphere of categorial acts, between those acts that are purely categorial, acts of pure understanding, and mixed acts of understanding that are blended with sense. It lies in the nature of the case that everything categorial ultimately rests upon sensuous intuition, that a categorial intuition, an intellectual insight, a case of thought, in the highest sense, without any foundation of sense, is a piece of nonsense. The idea of a pure intellect, interpreted as a faculty of pure thinking, equals categorial action, quite cut ofj from a faculty of sensibility, could only be conceived before there had been an elementary analysis of knowledge, in the irrefragable evidence of its being. Nonetheless, the distinctions just indicated, and with them the concept of a purely categorial act and, if one likes, the further concept of a pure understanding, all have a good sense. If we ponder on the peculiarity of eidetic abstraction, that it necessarily rests on individual intuition, but does not for that reason mean what is individual. In such intuition, if we pay heed to the fact that it is really a new way of conceiving, constitutive of generality instead of individuality, then the possibility of universal intuitions arises, intuitions which not merely exclude all individuality, but also all sensibility from their intentional purview. In other, the a priori laws of authentic and inauthentic think ing 307 words, we distinguish between sensuous abstraction, which yields sensuous concepts, purely sensuous or mixed with categorial forms, and purely categorial abstraction, which yields purely categorial concepts. Color, house, judgment, which are purely sensuous concepts, coloredness, virtue, the axiom of parallels etc., have a categorial admixture, while unity, plurality, relation, concept are purely categorial. Where we speak absolutely of categorial concepts, purely categorial ones are always meant. Sensuous concepts find their immediate basis in the data of sensuous intuition, categorial concepts in the data of categorial intuition, purely with regard to the categorial form of the whole categorially formed object. If, example, the intuition of a relation underlies an abstraction, the abstractive consciousness may direct itself to the relational form in specie, so that everything sensuous in what underlies the relation is discounted. So arise categories, which rubric, understood pointedly, merely covers the primitive concepts in our present context. We have just identified concept and species, this was implicit in the whole sense of our completed discussion. But, if one understands by concepts universal presentations instead of universal objects, whether these be universal intuitions or the universal meanings which correspond to them, our distinction carries over simply to these. It carries over similarly to presentations of the form in A, having regard to the fact that the species A may include or exclude what is sensible. All logic forms and formulae such as all S are P, no S is P etc., are purely categorial. Here the letters S, P etc., merely point indirectly to certain, indefinite concepts, variable at will, in the total formula a complex thought, made up of purely categorial elements, corresponds to them. Like all pure logic, so all pure arithmetic, the pure theory of manifolds, pure mathematics, in short, in the widest sense, are pure in the sense that they contain no sensuous concept in their whole theoretica fabric. Our talk of categorial form, as has been clear from our last set of discuss. Science is naturally and harmlessly ambiguous, since we have drawn a thoroughgoing distinction between act and object. We mean by categorial form, on the one hand, the characters OFFO undate acts, which give form to acts of straightforward or of already founded intuition, and transform them into new presentations of objects. These latter presentations, as opposed to the acts on which they are founded, set up for us a peculiarly modified objective. ity, the original objects are now seen in certain interpretative and connective forms which are our categorial forms in the second, objective sense. The conjunctive connection A and B, which as a unified act means a categorial unity of objects, the aggregate of them both, will serve as an example. The expression A and B illustrates, particularly in relation to the meaning of and, a further sense of our talk of categorial form, according to which significative forms, forms which find possible fulfillment in founded types of act, are called categorial forms, or, more cautiously, categorial forms in a loose sense of the word. This being premised, we now wish to bring to explicit clearness, for the sake of its importance, a proposition that we have already enunciated, and which is really obvious in the light of our whole exposition. This is the proposition that categorial functions, in forming sensible objects, leave their real essence untouched. The object is intellectually grasped by the intelligence, and especially by knowledge, itself a categorial function, but it is not thereby falsified. To clarify this, let us remember the difference mentioned in passing between categorial unities in the objective sense, and real unities such as the unity of the parts of a thing, or of trees in an avenue, etc. The unity of the real elements in a mental experience, or the unity of all experiences which coexist in a single individual consciousness, likewise count among such real unities. All such unities, treated as wholes, resemble their parts in being objects in the straightforward, primary sense. They can be intuited in possible straightforward intuitions. They are not merely categorially unified, constituted through a being considered together, through collection, disjunction, relation, etc. They are intrinsically unified, they have a form of union, perceivable in the whole as a real property, a real moment of unity, and perceivable in the same sense in which any of their connected members and their intrinsic properties are perceivable. It is quite different in the case of categorial forms. The new objects they create are not objects in the primary, original sense. Categorial forms do not glue, tie or put parts together, so that a real, sensuously perceivable whole emerges. They do not form in the sense in which the potter forms. Otherwise, the original datum of sense perception would be modified in its own objectivity, relational and connective thought and knowledge would not be of what is, but would be a falsifying transformation into something else. Categorial forms leave primary objects untouched, they can do nothing to them, cannot change them in their own being, since the result would otherwise be a new object in the primary, real sense. Evidently the outcome of a categorial act, e.g. one of collection or relation, consists in an objective view, façon, of what is primarily intuited, a view that can only be given in such a founded act, so that the thought of a straightforward percept of the founded object, or of its presentation through some other straightforward intuition, is a piece of nonsense. Real, sensuous forms of unity, whether external or internal, are determined by a law governing the essential nature of the parts to be connected. If the individuation of these parts is taken in its full extent, they are absolutely determined. All unity points to governing legality, as real unity points to real governing legality. What is really one, must also really be made one. Where we speak of our freedom to unite or not to unite, we are not speaking of contents in their full reality, which includes their spatio-temporal properties. While in this field the consciousness, and especially the direct intuition of real contents, is eo ipso the consciousness of their real connections and forms, the position is quite different in regard to categorial forms. With real contents, none of the categorial forms which fit them is necessarily given. There is abundant freedom to connect and relate, to generalize and subsume, etc. There are many arbitrary ways to divide up a sensuously unified group into part groups. We may at will arrange these diversely divisible part groups and effect same level connections among them. We can also build collections of the second, third order upon one another. Many possibilities of categorial shaping therefore arise on the foundation of the same sensuous stuff. Just so, we can compare any item from one and the same sense complex with any other of its members, or distinguish it from them. We can make either of them the subject term, or, by arbitrary conversion, the object term of some relation in question. We can put these relations into relation with one another, connect them collectively, classify them, etc. Great, however, as this freedom of categorial union and formation may be, it still has its law-governed limits. The very fact that categorial forms constitute themselves in founded characters of acts, and in these alone, involves a certain necessity of connection. For how else could we speak of categorial perception and intuition, if any conceivable matter could be put into any conceivable form, and the underlying straightforward intuitions therefore permitted themselves to be arbitrarily combined with categorial characters? Where, example, we carry out a whole part relationship intuitively, we can normally convert it, but not in such a manner that the part, with unchanged real content, can be looked on as the whole, and the whole as the part. It is also not open to us to treat this relation as one of total identity, or of total exclusion, etc. We can no doubt think any relation between any set of terms, and any form whatever on the basis of any matter, think them. That is, in the sense of merely meaning them. But we cannot really carry out foundings on every foundation. We cannot see sensuous stuff in any categorial form we like, let alone perceive it thus, and above all not perceive it adequately. In framing our widened concept of perception, we found, eo ipso, a certain tied character in it. This does not mean that the character of perception is really, real, bound up with sensuous content. This is never the case. For this would mean that nothing existed unperceived, or could exist unperceived. Certainly, however, nothing exists that cannot be perceived. This means that the actual performance of actual acts on the ground of just these straightforward intuitions is in the ideal sense possible. And these possibilities, like ideal possibilities in general, are limited by law to the extent that certain impossibilities, ideal incompatibilities, are by law ranged alongside of them. The ideal laws governing the connection of such possibilities and impossibilities belong among categorial forms in specie, i.e. among categories in the objective sense of the word. They determine what variations in any given categorial forms there can be in relation to the same definite, but arbitrarily chosen, matter. They circumscribe the ideally closed manifold of the rearrangements and transformations of categorial forms on the basis of constant self-same matter. This matter is here only relevant in so far as it must be kept intentionally identical. but, to the extent that the species of this matter are quite freely variable, and are only subject to the obvious ideal condition of capacity to sustain the forementioned forms, the laws in question are of an entirely pure and analytic character, and quite independent of the particularity of their matter. Their general expression, therefore, contains no reference to material species, but makes exclusive use of algebraical symbols as bearers of indeterminately general presentations of certain matters, variable in all. But the identity they must keep with themselves. To gain insight into these laws, does not therefore require an actual carrying out of a categorical intuition, which makes its matters truly intuitive. Any categorical intuition suffices, which puts the possibility of the categorical formation in question before one's eyes. In the generalizing abstraction of this comprehensive possibility, the unitary, intuitive insight into the law is achieved. This insight has, in the sense used in our doctrine, the character of an adequate general percept. The general object, which is itself present in it, is the categorical law. We may assert, the ideal conditions of categorical intuition in general are, correlatively regarded, the conditions of the possibility of the objects of categorical intuition, and of the possibility of categorical objects. Simpliciter. That an object thus and thus categorially formed is possible, is essentially related to the fact that a categorical intuition, a mere imagination, can set such an object completely before one's eyes, to the fact, in other words, that the requisite categorical syntheses and other categorical acts can be really performed on the basis of the undying intuitions concerned, even if the latter are imaginary. What categorical formations are in fact permitted by given materials of perception or imagination, what categorical acts can be really carried out on the basis of their constitutive sensuous intuitions, on this point our analytic laws, which are here our ideal conditions, say nothing. That boundless arbitrariness does not here obtain, that actual performability has not here the character of empirical actuality, but of ideal possibility, is shown by our above examples. These also make plain that it is the particularity of the matter which, from case to case, circumscribes possibility, so that we can, example, say that W is really a whole as regards W, or that G is really a property of G, etc. In such cases, of course, the categorical form, unlike its real counterpart, is not limited to the kinds of content covered by W, G, so as to have no bearing on contents of other kinds. Contrariwise, it is evident that contents of all kinds can be remed by all categories. For categorical forms are not founded on material contents, as we have already explained above, cf 57. These pure laws can therefore not prescribe what forms a given matter can assume, but can only tell us that, when it, and any matter in general, assumes a certain form, or is capable of assuming it, a definitely limited circle of further forms remains open to the same matter. There is, i.e., an ideally closed circle of possible transformation of a functioning form into ever new forms. The ideal possibility of these new forms in relation to the same matter, has its a priori guarantee in the before mentioned analytic laws which embody the presuppositions in question. These are the pure laws of authentic thinking, the laws, that is, of categorical intuitions in virtue of their purely categorical forms. For categorical intuitions function in the thought of theory as actual or possible fulfillments, or frustrations, of meanings, and impart to statements, according to their mode of functioning, the logical values of truth and falsehood. On the laws here considered, the normative regulation of purely signitive, or admixedly signitive thought depends. To expound this matter more precisely, and to clear up the special sense implied in talk of the laws of authentic thinking, we must take a closer look into the sphere of meanings and of meaning fulfillments. In our discussions up to this point, we have thought of categorial acts as free from all significative side structures, as carried out, but not as founding acts of knowing or naming. Every unprejudiced analyst will concede that we can example intuit aggregates, or many primitive states of affairs, without expressing them nominally or propositionally. We now oppose the case of mere signification to the case of mere intuition. We note that to all acts of categorial intuition, with their categorially formed objects, purely significative acts may correspond. This is an obvious a priori possibility. There is no act form relevant here, to which there is not a corresponding possible form of meaning, and each meaning can be thought of as carried out without a correlated intuition. The ideal of a logically adequate language is that of a language which can give unambiguous expression to all possible matters and all possible categorial forms. To its words certain significative intentions unambiguously pertain, which can come alive even in the absence of corresponding, i.e. of fulfilling, intuition. There is therefore, running parallel to all possible primary and founded intuitions, a system of primary and founded meanings which could possibly express them. The realm of meaning is, however, much wider than that of intuition, i.e. than the total realm of possible fulfillment. For, on the meaning side, an endless host of complex meanings arises, which lack reality or possibility. They are patterns of meanings assembled together into unitary meanings, to which, however, no possible unitary correlate of fulfillment can correspond. For this reason there is no complete parallelism between categorial types, i.e. types of categorial intuition, and types of meaning. To each categorial type of lower or higher level a meaning type corresponds, but to every type formed by free significative welding to complex types, there is not a corresponding type of categorial objectivity. We recall types of analytic contradictions such as an A which is not an A, all A's are B's and some A's are not B's, etc. Only in connection with primitive types can and must such parallelism obtain, since all primitive meanings originate in the fullness of correlated intuition, or, to put the matter more plainly, since talk of compatibility and incompatibility applies only in the sphere of what is put together, or is to be put together, simple meanings, as expressions of what is simple, can never be imaginary. This applies also to every simple form of meaning. While something that is at once A and not A is impossible, an A and AB is possible, since the N form, being simple, has a real sense. If we transfer the term categorial to the realm of meaning, a peculiar significative form, and a peculiar meaning form in specie, will correspond to each authentic categorial form, whether to one authentic in the objective sense, or to the corresponding categorial form of intuition, in which what is categorially objective is perceptually or imaginatively constituted. In this form of signification we achieve significative reference to a collection or a disjunction, an identity or a non-identity, etc. Whenever one opposes presentation in the authentic to presentation in an inauthentic sense, one normally has the intuitive significative antithesis in mind, though occasionally, no doubt, one is thinking of the other antithesis of adequate-inadequate. Our present cases would accordingly be cases of collection, disjunction, identification, abstraction etc., in an inauthentic sense. If one includes under the rubric of acts of thinking, all the categorical acts, through which judgments, as predicative significations, gain fullness and their whole value for knowledge, we must distinguish between authentic acts of thinking and inauthentic ones. The inauthentic acts of thinking would be the significant intentions behind statements and, by a natural extension, all significative acts which could possibly function as parts of such predicative intentions. All significative acts can plainly function in this fashion. The authentic acts of thinking would lie in the corresponding fulfillments, i.e. the intuitions of states of affairs, and all intuitions which function as possible parts of such intuitions. All intuitions can function in this manner. There is, in particular, no categorical form that could not be a constituent of the form of a state of affairs. The general doctrine of the form of symbolic judgments. The meanings of statements, includes that of the forms of meaning in general. The pure logico-grammatical forms. Just so the general doctrine of the pure forms of the intuitions of states of affairs, and of the pure forms of states of affairs, includes that of the categorical forms of intuitions, and of objective categorical forms, in general. If, as often happens, thinking is identified with judging, we should have to distinguish between authentic and inauthentic judging. The concept of judging would then be pinned down by the element common to statement, intention and statement fulfillment, i.e. by the intentional essence compounded of quality and intentional material. As acts of thinking in the widest sense. Not only acts of judging, but also all possible part acts in judgments, would have to count. We should be brought back to a definition equivalent to our previous definition of the concept act of thinking. In the sphere of inauthentic thinking, of pure signification, we are beyond all bounds of categorical laws. Here anything and everything can be brought together in unity. We spoke of this in our fourth investigation. We pointed to the purely logico-grammatical laws which, as laws of complication and modification, distinguish the spheres of sense and nonsense. In inauthentic categorical formation and transformation, we are free as long as our meanings are not nonsensically conglomerated. But if we wish to avoid formal and real nonsense, the widest sphere of inauthentic thought, of the significatively combinable, is very much narrowed. We are now concerned with the objective possibility of complex meanings, with the possibility of their application to an intuition which fulfills them totally and singly. The pure laws of the valid of meanings, of the ideal possibility of their adequate intuitive illustration, obviously runs parallel to the pure laws governing the combination and transformation of authentic categorical forms. In the pure laws of the validity of meanings, we are again not dealing with laws from which the validity of any given meaning can be read off, but with the possibilities, determined in purely categorical fashion, of the combination and transformation of meanings, that can be undertaken, salva veritate, in each possible given case, i.e. without prejudicing the possibility of a full fulfillment of meaning, to the extent that this previously existed. If, example, the statement W is a part of W is valid, then a statement of the form W is a whole relatively to W is also valid. If it is true that there is an A which is B, then it is also true that a certain A is B, or that not all A's are not B's, etc. In such propositions, what is material is boundlessly variable, hence all material meanings are replaced by algebraical signs of indirect and wholly unfixed significance. For this reason such propositions are characterized as analytic. In this situation, it is again irrelevant whether the matter is constituted in percepts or in imaginations. The possibilities and impossibilities concern the setting up of acts giving adequate intuitive illustration to the form of a meaning whatever its material substratum. We are concerned, in short, with the pure conditions of the possibility of completely adequate signification in general, which, in their turn, depend on the pure conditions of the possibility of categorical intuition in general. These laws of the validity of meanings are not, of course, themselves identical with the authentic categorical laws. But they follow the latter faithfully, in virtue of the law which regulates the connection of significant intentions with fulfillments of meaning. The whole treatment that we have just completed requires a natural, obvious extension. We have simplified the matter to the extent of confining our discussion to two extremes only. We opposed completely intuitive, i.e. actu ally executed categorical act forms, on the one hand, to purely signitive, i.e. not authentically executed act forms, on the other, forms only to be realized in processes of possible fulfillment. The ordinary cases are, however, mixtures. Thought proceeds intuitively in many stretches, Signitively, here a categorical synthesis, a predication, a generalization is really carried out. There a merely signitive intention directed to such a categorical synthesis attaches to the intuitively, or to the only verbally pre-sented members. The complex acts arising in this manner have, taken as a whole, the character of inauthentic categorical intuitions. Their total objective correlate is not actually, only inauthentically, presented. Its possibility, i.e. the objective possibility of its correlate, is not guaranteed. The sphere of inauthentic thinking must accordingly be made wide enough for it to take in these mixed act forms also. Everything we have said then holds, mutatis mutandis, for such an extension. Instead of talking of the laws of the validity of mere meanings, merely symbolic judgments etc., we shall also have to speak of the laws of the validity of signitively admixed presentations or judgments. Where there is talk of merely symbolic thinking, it is generally these mixed cases that one has in mind. Both sorts of laws are, of course, of an ideal nature. That a piece of sensory stuff can only be apprehended in certain forms, and bound together according to certain forms, that the possible transformation of these forms is subject to pure laws, in which the material element varies freely, that the meanings to be expressed are likewise limited to certain forms, which they can change only in prescribed manners, if they are not to lose their true expressibility. All this does not depend on the empirical contingencies of the course of consciousness, not even on the contingencies of our intellectual or common human organization. It depends on the specific nature of the acts in question, on their intentional and epistemic essence. It belongs not to the nature of just our individual or common human sensibility, nor just our understanding, but rather to the ideas of sensibility and understanding in general. An understanding governed by other than the purely logical laws would be an understanding without understanding. If we define understanding, as opposed to sensibility, as the capacity for categorical acts, also, perhaps, as a capacity for expression and meaning directed upon such acts, and made right by them, then the general laws rooted in the specific nature of these acts belong to the definitory essence of understanding. Other beings may gaze upon other worlds, they may also be endowed with faculties other than ours, but, if they are minded creatures at all, possessing some sort of intentional experiences, with the relevant differences between perception and imagination, straightforward and categorical intuition, meaning and intuition, adequate and inadequate knowledge, then such creatures have both sensibility and understanding, and are subject to the pertinent laws. The laws of authentic thinking naturally, therefore, belong also to the nature of human consciousness, to our common human psychic organization. But they are not characteristic of this organization in respect of its peculiar character. The laws are rooted, we said, in the purely specific character of certain acts. This means that they concern these acts not just in so far as they occur together in a human organization. They pertain rather to all possible organizations which can be made up of acts of this sort. The differentiating peculiarities of each type of mental organization, all that distinguishes, example, the human consciousness as such, in the manner of a natural historical SPE size, is not at all affected by such pure laws as are the laws of thought. A relation to our mental organization, or to consciousness in general, understood as the aspects of consciousness common to men in general, does not define the pure and genuine, but a grossly distorted a priori. The notion of a common mental organization, like that of a physical organization, clearly has a merely empirical meaning, the meaning of a mere matter of fact. But pure laws are precisely pure of matter of fact. They tell us not what is generally wont to be in this or that province of the real, but what absolutely goes beyond all want and all divisions into spheres of reality, and that, for the reason that what is in question belongs to the essential make-up of what is. The true logical a priori, therefore concerns all that pertains to the ideal essence of understanding as such, to the essence of its act species and act forms, to that, accordingly, which cannot be eliminated, as long as the understanding, and the acts definitory of it, are what they are, i.e. thus and thus natured, maintaining their self-same conceptual essence. The extent, accordingly, to which the logical laws and, in the first instance, the ideal laws of authentic thinking, also claim a psychological meaning, and the extent to which they govern the course of actual mental happenings, is at once clear. Each genuine pure law, expressing a compatibility or an incompatibility grounded in the nature of a given species, will, in relation to species of mentally realizable contents, limit the empirical possibilities of psychological, phenomenological, coexistence and succession. What is seen to be incompatible in SPECI, cannot be brought together, be rendered compatible, in empirical instances. In so far as the logical thought of experience is, to an incomparably major extent, conducted inadequately and signitively, we can think, believe, many things which in truth, in the manner of authentic thought, the actual carrying out of merely intended syntheses, cannot be brought together at all. Just for this reason the a priori laws of authentic thinking and authentic expression become norms for are merely opinion for remaining, in authentic thought and expression. Put somewhat differently, on the laws of authentic thinking other laws are founded, formulable 2 as practical norms, which express in a manner suited to the sphere of signitive or admixedly signitive presentation, the ideal conditions of a possible truth, or rightness in general, the ideal conditions, that is, of logica 1. Compatibility, logical, since related to possible adequation, within this sphere of admixedly signitive thinking. The laws of inauthentic thinking do not hold psychologically like empirical laws governing the origin and change of such thought, but as the possibilities or impossibilities of adequation founded in their ideal purity in the variously formed acts of inauthentic thinking in relation to corresponding acts of authentic thinking. We now also completely understand why the notion of a course of the world, violating the laws of logic, the analytic laws of authentic thinking and the consequent norms of inauthentic thinking, or of the need or possibility of first grounding these laws in experience, the matter of fact of sense, and fixing for them their limits of validity, is a piece of pure nonsense. We ignore the fact that even a probabilistic grounding on facts is a grounding, which, as such, obeys ideal principles, principles which by anticipation we see to rest upon authentic experiences of probability, both as regards their specific content and their status as laws. Here we must rather stress that the, so to say, facticity of a fact belongs to sensibility, and that to call in sensibility to help provide a basis for purely categorical laws, laws whose very meaning excludes all sensibility and facticity, which make pure assertions of essence about categorical forms, as forms of possible correctness and truth as such, represents a most obvious IJETAJ 300 LSEIS and 0 Yevos. Laws which refer to no fact cannot be confirmed or refuted by a fact. The problem, earnestly and profoundly treated by great philosophers, as to the real or formal meaning of the logical, is therefore a nonsensical problem. 1. Requires no metaphysical or other theories to explain the agreement of the course of nature and the native regularities of the understanding. Instead of an explanation, one needs only a phenomenological clarification of meaning, thinking and knowing, and of the ideas and laws which spring from these. The world constitutes itself as a sensuous unity, its very meaning is to be the unity of actual and possible straightforward percepts. Its true being, however, precludes its being adequately given, or given without qualification, in any closed process of perception. It is for us always a quite inadequately meant unity for theoretical research, in part intended through straightforward and categorical intuition, in part through signification. The further our knowledge progresses, the better and more richly will the idea of the world be determined, the more, too, will inconsistencies be excluded from it. To doubt whether the world really is as it appears to us to be, or as it is thought of in contemporary theoretical science, and as it counts for the well-grounded belief of the latter, has a good sense, since inductive science can never construct an adequate world picture, however far it may carry us. But it is also nonsensical to doubt whether the true course of the world, the true structure of the world in itself, could conflict with the forms of thinking. For this would mean that a definite, hypothetically assumed sensibility, which would bring the world to adequate representation in an ideally complete set of unending perceptual processes, would be capable of assuming categorical forms, while forcing syntheses upon them that are generically ruled out by the universal nature of such forms. That they are thus ruled out, and that the laws of the categories hold as pure laws in abstraction from all sensuous stuff, and are accordingly unaffected by limitless variation of such stuff, this we do not merely think, but we see it to be true. It is given to us in fullest adequacy. This insight is of course achieved subjectively on the basis of any casual empirical intuition, but it is a generic insight relating purely to form. The basis of abstraction contains in this case, as in others, nothing presupposed by the ideal possibility and validity of the idea abstracted from it. It would further be possible to demonstrate ad nauseam the absurdity involved in considering the possibility of an illogical course of the world in signitive thought, thereby making this possibility hold, and destroying in one breath, so to say, the laws which make this or any other possibility hold at all. We could also point out that a correlation with perceivability Intuitability, meanability, and knowability, is inseparable from the sense of being in general, and that the ideal laws, therefore, which pertain to these possibilities in specie, can never be set aside by the contingent content of what itself happens to be at the moment. But enough of such argumentations, which merely ring the changes on one and the same position, and have already given us guidance in the prolegomena. The above investigations should have imported a satisfactory, general clearness into the much used, but little clarified, relation between thinking and intuiting. We here list the following oppositions, whose confusion has vexed epistemological research so inordinately, and whose distinctness has become quite clear to ourselves. 1. The opposition between intuition and signification. Intuition as perception or imagination, it is irrelevant whether categorial or sensuous, adequate or inadequate, is opposed to mere thinking, as merely significative. Reference. Our parenthetically noted differences are, of course, generally ignored. We consider them very important, and now specially stress them. 2. The opposition between sensuous and categorial intuition. We therefore oppose sensuous intuition in the ordinary, straightforward sense, to categorial intuition, or intuition in the extended sense. The founded acts, characteristic of the latter, now count as the thought which intellectualizes sensuous intuition. 3. The opposition between inadequate and adequate intuition, or, more generally, between adequate and inadequate presentation, since we are classing intuitive and significative presentation together. In an inadequate representation we merely think that something is so, appears so, inadequate presentation we look at the matter itself, and are for the first time made acquainted with its full selfhood. 4. The opposition between individual intuition, usually conceived, with what is plainly baseless narrowness, as sensuous intuition, and universal intuition. A new concept of intuition is fixed by means of this opposition. It is opposed to generalization, and so, further, to the categorial acts implying generalization, and also, in unclear admixture, to the significative counter parts of such acts. Intuition, we now say, merely presents the individual, while thought points to the universal, is carried out by way of concepts. One generally speaks in this context of the opposition between intuition and concept. How strongly we tend to let these oppositions shade into one another would be shown by a criticism of Kant's theory of knowledge, which throughout bears the impress of the failure to draw any clear distinction among these oppositions. In Kant's thought, categorial, logical, functions play a great role, but he fails to achieve our fundamental extension of the concepts of perception and intuition over the categorial realm, and this because he fails to appreciate the deep difference between intuition and signification, their possible separation and their usual commixture. And so he does not complete his analysis of the difference between the inadequate and adequate adaptation of meaning to intuition. He therefore also fails to distinguish between concepts, as the universal meanings of words, and concepts as SPE, size of authentic universal presentation, and between both, and concepts as universal objects, as the intentional correlates of universal presentations. Kant drops from the outset into the channel of a metaphysical epistemology, in that he attempts a critical saving of mathematics, natural science and metaphysics, before he has subjected knowledge as such, the whole sphere of acts in which pre-logical objectivation and logical thought are performed. The a priori laws of authentic and inauthentic think ing 319. To a clarifying critique and analysis of essence, and before he has traced back the primitive logical concepts and laws to their phenomenological sources. It was ominous that Kant, to whom we nonetheless feel ourselves quite close, should have thought he had done justice to the domain of pure logic in the narrowest sense, by saying that it fell under the principle of contradiction. Not only did he never see how little the laws of logic are all analytic propositions in the sense laid down by his own definition, but he failed to see how little his dragging in of an evident principle for analytic propositions really helped to clear up the achievements of analytic thinking. All the main obscurities of the Kantian critique of reason depend ultimately on the fact that Kant never made clear to himself the peculiar character of pure ideation, the adequate survey of conceptual essences, and of the laws of universal validity rooted in those essences. He accordingly lacked the phenomenologically correct concept of the a priori. For this reason he could never rise to adopting the only possible aim of a strictly scientific critique of reason, the investigation of the pure, essential laws which govern acts as intentional experiences, in all their modes of sense-giving objectivation, and their fulfilling constitution of true being. Only a perspicuous knowledge of these laws of essence could provide us with an absolutely adequate answer to all the questions regarding our understanding, questions which can be meaningfully raised in regard to the possibility of knowledge. Having gone far enough in our investigation of the relation between meaning and corresponding intuition in regard to much more general problems, and having thus done enough to lay bare the essence of authentic and inauthentic expression, we have reached clearness on the difficult issues which troubled us at the beginning of this investigation, and which first prompted us to undertake it. We have, above all, rid ourselves of the temptation to conceive of the meaning function of expressions as in some sense a case of knowing, and in fact a case of classification, a temptation which springs from a line of thought touched on above, 1, and which always crops up in important epistemo-logical contexts. One says, an expression must surely give expression to some act of the speaker, but in order that this act should find its appropriate speech form, it must be suitably apperceived and known, a presentation as a presentation, an attribution as an attribution, a negation as a negation, etc. Our reply is that talk of knowledge refers to a relationship between acts of thought and fulfilling intuitions. Acts of thought are not, however, brought to expression in statements and parts of statements, e.g. names, in such a manner that they in their turn are thought of and known. Otherwise these last acts would be the carriers of meaning, it would be they primarily that were expressed, they would accordingly be in need of other new acts of thought, and so on in infinitum. If I call this intuited object a watch, I complete, in naming it, an act of thought and knowledge, but I know the watch, and not my knowledge. This is naturally so in the case of all acts that confer meaning. Should I utter the word or in a context of expressive speech, I carry out a disjunction, but my thought, of which the disjoining is a part, is not trained upon the disjoining but upon the objective disjunctivum, in so far as this last enters into the unitary state of affairs. This disjunctivum is known and objectively denominated. The word or is accordingly no name, and likewise no non-independent appellation of disjoining, it merely given voice to this act. Naturally this applies also to complete judgments. If I assert something, I think of things, that things stand in this or that manner. This is what I express, and perhaps also know. But I do not think and know. My act of judging, as if I were also making it into my object, and were classifying it as a judgment and naming it through this form of expression. But does not the grammatical adaptation of expression to expressed Act point to an act of knowing in which such adaptation is performed. In a certain manner or in certain cases it does, in all those cases, that is, where the sense of expression dealt with by us at the beginning of the present investigation is relevant. This is not the case where we are dealing with X. Pression as a mere voice giving, in which case all meaning conferring counts. As expressed by our words, as verbal noises, and again not where expression means the same as meaning, and what is expressed is one and the same meaning. In the two latter senses, every statement, whether merely significative or intuitively fulfilled, expresses something. It expresses the judgment, our conviction, or that judgment's content, the self-same propositional meaning. But in the former sense only the intuitively fulfilled statement, or the statement which is to be intuitively fulfilled, expresses something, in which case not the verbal noise, but the already sense-enlivened locution represents the expression of the corresponding intuition. It is the function that lends meaning to our words which is primarily and universally responsible for the unitary interweaving of the signitive intentions attaching to those words. The latter merely make up a signitive judgment, in which they lack all fulfilling intuition, the synthesis of agreement or disagreement, which our total signitive intention expresses, or claims to express, is here not authentically carried out, only signitively meant. But if, contrariwise, the indicated synthesis is authentically carried out, the authentic synthesis will coincide with the non-authentic one, the synthesis in signification. Both are one and the same intentional essence, representing one and the same meaning. The simple, self-same judgment, whether carried out intuitively or merely signitively. Similar things plainly hold for cases where only some of our verbalized intentions enjoy intuitive fullness. The signitive acts involve the same meaning as the intuitive, though without the latter's fullness, they merely express this meaning. The suggestions of this word are the more fitting, since signitive acts likewise preserve the sense of an intuition after the latter has disappeared, like an empty shell without the intuitive kernel. The unity of coincidence is, in the case of the intuitive judgment, a true unity of knowledge, if not a unity of relational cognition. We know, however, that in the unity of knowledge, it is not the fulfilling act, here the authentic synthesis of judgment, that we know, but the fact which is its objective. Correlate. In intuiting things we carry out a judging synthesis, an intuitive. Thus it is or thus it is not. Because our expressive intention, with its associated word sounds, the grammatical expression, applies itself to this act of fact envisagement, we achieve knowledge of the intuited fact in question. We now turn to a final discussion of the seemingly trivial, but, correctly regard, most important and difficult point at issue, see above, LFF, whether the familiar grammatical forms used in our speech for wishes, questions, voluntary intentions, acts, generally speaking, we do not class as objectifying, are to be regarded as judgments concerning our acts, or whether these acts themselves, and not merely such as are objectifying, can function as expressed, whether in a sense-giving or sense-fulfilling fashion. We are dealing with sentences like "Is it a transcendental number? May heaven help us?" etc. The teasing character of the question is shown by the fact that preeminent logicians since Aristotle have been unable to agree on its answer. Statements express the fact that something is, or that something is not, they assert, they judge about something. In their case alone can one talk of true and false. A wish or a question asserts nothing. We cannot object to one who utters them. What you say is untrue. he would not even understand our objection. Bolzano thought this argument invalid. He said, a question like what is the relation of the diameter of a circle to its circumference? Asserts nothing about what it inquires into, but it asserts something nonetheless. Our desire, in fact, to be informed concerning the object asked about. It is indeed capable of truth and falsehood, and is false when our desire is misstated by it. Bolzano, Wissenschaftslehre 1, 22, p. 88. We may doubt, however, whether Bolzano has not here confused two things, the adequacy or inadequacy of an expression, here a word sound, to our thought, and the truth or falsehood which relates it to the content of that thought, and its adequacy to the thing. Regarding the adequacy of an expression, as word sound, to our thought, we can speak in two senses. One which relates to unsuitability, as when a speaker chooses to express the thoughts which fill his mind in words whose customary meaning conflicts with the latter, and one relating to untruthfulness, i.e. to deliberately deceptive, lying speech, as when the speaker does not wish to express the thoughts actually filling his mind, but others at variance with these, and merely agent by him, he wishes to express these thoughts as if they were filling his mind. A suitable, sincerely employed expression can still state both what is true and what is false, according as through its sense it expresses what is or is not, or what is the same, according as its sense can be adequately fulfilled or frustrated by a possible adequate percept. One might now counter Bolzano as follows. One can talk of sincerity and insincerity, of suitability and unsuitability, in the case of every expression. But one can only talk of truth and falsehood in the case of statements. A speaker can, accordingly, be objected to in different ways. What you say is false, this is the fatal objection. And you are not speaking sincerely, or you are expressing yourself unsuitably, this is the objection of insincerity or inadequacy of speech. Objections of the latter sort are the only ones that can be made to a questioner. He is perhaps pretending, or is using his words incorrectly, and saying something different from what he intends to say. But one can raise no factual objection to him, since he is making no factual claim. If one treats the objection concerned with unsuitability of expression as showing that a question expresses a judgment, i.e., that would be completely expressed in the form I am asking whether one would have in consistency to treat each expression in the same manner, and so to treat the true sense of each statement whatever as being what we adequately express. In the word form I am asserting that. But the same would have to hold of these restatements, which would accordingly land us in an infinite regress. In all this it is easily seen that this abundance of ever new statements is no mere abundance of words, but yields new statements by no means equivalent and to the original ones, let alone identical in meaning. Does such nonsensical consistency not compel us to acknowledge an essential difference between one order of sentence forms and another? How this difference really must be interpreted is explained in our next section, cf. the final paragraph. Here two positions can be taken up. Either one can say, the question of sincerity affects every utterance, a judgment accordingly pertains to each utterance as such, a judgment relating to the experience of the speaker, which is to be intimated. A man who speaks, intimates something, and to this the intimating judgment corresponds. But what is intimated or expressed differs from case to case. The interrogative sentence intimates a question, the imperative sentence a command, the indicative sentence a judgment. Each indicative sentence therefore implies a double judgment, a judgment, namely, about this or that fact, and a second judgment, passed by the speaker as such, upon this first judgment as his own experience. This appears to be Sigwart's position. We read, Logic, 1, 2nd ed., 17f. Note. The imperative undoubtedly includes an assertion, to the effect, namely, that the speaker wills the action he is demanding, the optative that he wishes what he utters. This assertion is involved in the FACT-OF speech. Not in the content of what he utters. Every statement of the form A is B. Accordingly involves the assertion, based on the mere fact of speech, that the thinker thinks and believes what he says. THSA assertions regarding the subjective state of the speaker, involved in the FACT that he speaks, and valid on the assumption of his sincerity, accompany all speech in the same efficient, and can accordingly not serve as a basis for differentiating our various sentence forms. Another way of conceiving the matter would be to reject the intimating judgment, and to regard the consequent duplication of judgment in the case of indicative sentences as a contingent complication, only exceptionally present, and first brought into the picture, moreover, by descriptive reflection. Against this one might hold that, in each case of adequate, not contextually elliptical speech, what was expressed was essentially one, in the interrogative sentence a question, in the optative sentence a wish, in the indicative sentence a judgment. Before I had completed these investigations, I myself thought this position unavoidable, hard as it was to reconcile with the phenomenological facts. I thought myself compelled by the following arguments, that I now accompany with suitable criticism. According to the doctrine which is opposed to that of Aristotle, a man who, example, utters a question will be communicating to another his wish to be informed regarding the state of affairs in question. This communication regarding the speaker's actual experience is, it is held, a statement like any communication. In the form of the question itself there is no express saying that one is asking whether. This form only marks off the question as a question. Our speech, therefore, is a case of contextual ellipticity. The circumstances of utterance make it obvious that it is the speaker himself who asks the question. The complete meaning of the sentence does not, accordingly, lie in what its mere word sounds suggest, but is determined by the occasion, the context, the relation to the person speaking at the moment. In favor of the Aristotelian conception, many replies could now be given. A. The argument ought to apply equally to indicative sentences, so that we have to interpret the sentence S is P as a contextual ellipsis for the new expression I judge that S is P, and so on in infinitum. B. The argument is based on the view that the expressed sense of the interrogative sentence differs from its real sense. For, undeniably, in the interrogative or wish sentence, the relation of the wish to the wisher does not need to be brought out, as little as, in the case of the indicative sentence, the relation of the judgment to the judging person. If this relation is not part of the explicit sense of the sentence, but only of its contextually variable part, this concession gives one all that one could want. The explicit meaning can be altered in certain circumstances, but there will surely also be circumstances where it will be just what we mean. In such cases the mere question, and similarly the mere request or command etc., will receive wholly adequate expression. C. More careful comparison with the indicative sentences of ordinary speech favors the Aristotelian conception. In verbal communication such a sentence intimates that one is judging, and it is the grammatical form of the indicative sentence which brings out the judgment as such. On the utterance of such grammatically framed speech, the effect forthwith attends, that the person addressed takes the speaker to be judging. This effect cannot, however, constitute the meaning of the expression, which surely means the same in soliloquy as in communicative speech. The meaning lies rather in the act of judging as the identical judgment content. The same could be the case in regard to interrogative sentences. The meaning of an interrogative sentence is unchanged whether we deal with an internal question or an overt one. The relation of speaker to person addressed belongs here, as in the case compared, to the merely communicative function. And just as in that case the content of judgment, i.e. a certain specific character of judgment, determined in this or that manner as regards content, constituted the meaning of the indicative sentence, so here the content of the question constitutes the meaning of the interrogative sentence. In both cases the ordinary meaning can undergo circumstantial modifications. We may utter an indicative sentence with the primary intention, not of communicating the relevant state of affairs, but the fact that we have the conviction in question, and mean to put it forward. This intention, buttressed, perhaps, by non-grammatical aids, stress, gesture, may be understood. Here what underlies our words is a judgment relating to our explicit judgment. Just so, in the case of an interrogative or wish sentence, our primary intention may lie, not in our mere wish, but in the fact that we wish to express the wish to a hearer. Naturally this interpretation could not hold in all cases. It could not hold, example where a burning wish bursts spontaneously from the heart. The expression then is intimately one with the wish, it clings to it immediately and directly. Criticism. Regarded more closely, this argument only proves that a thought relating to the communicative function cannot be part of the sense of every sentence. The opposing argument is refuted. It rests on the false assumption that all expression is communicative, and that communication is always a judgment regarding the internal, intimated, experiences of the speaker. But its thesis is unrefuted, at least when suitably modified. For we cannot exclude the possibility that the controversial wish dash, request dash, and command sentences etc., are still judgments about the relevant experienced acts of wishing, asking, and willing, and that it is only as being so, that they can give these experiences adequate expression. If there is no place for judgments here in the narrower sense of predications, Aristotle certainly had this conception of the controversial sentences, perhaps there is place for them in a wider sense of assertive objectivations in general. As regards a, we note, further, that the case of statements is not the same as, example that of questions. If we transform the sentence S is P into the sentence I judge that S is P, or into any related sentence, which expresses a relation to the judging person, however indefinitely, we obtain not merely altered meanings, but such as are not equivalent to the original ones, for the straightforward sentence may be true, the subjectivized sentence false, and conversely. The situation is wholly different in the case compared. Even if one refuses to speak of true and false in this case, one can surely always find a statement that in essence says the same as the original question or wish form, e.g. is SP equals I should like to know, or one would like to know whether S is P etc. May such sentence forms not imply a relation to the speaker, even if only indefinitely and subsidiarily? Does the preservation of essential meaning in the transformed indicative forms not point to the fact that the meaning-giving acts are at least of the same general sort as judgments? These considerations also deal with, be not the mere experience of wishing or willing, but the inner intuition of these experiences, and the Signification adapted to this intuition will be relevant to our meaning. This conception is, however, affected by the following argument. 2. There is another way in which one might try to interpret the expressed forms in question as judgments. If we utter a wish, even in soliloquy, we put it, and the wished-for content, into words, we accordingly have a presentation of it, and of what constitutes it. The wish is, however, not any merely presented wish, but the living wish that we have just taken note of. And it is this wish, and this wish as such, that we want to intimate. It is not, accordingly, our mere presentation, but our inner percept, i.e. really a judgment, that achieves expression. It is not, indeed, a judgment of the same sort as our ordinary assertions, that predicate something of something. In the expression of a wish, it is only our concern to grasp the internally noted experience conceptually, significatively, in straightforward affirmation, and to express its simple existence. It is not our concern to make a relational predication about such an experience, connecting it with the experiencing subject. Against this conception it may be objected that the situation is exactly the same for expressed judgments as for all other expressed experiences. If we state something, we judge, and our words cover not only the presentation underlying our judgment, but also our judgment itself, i.e. in the form of an assertion. We should, therefore, also conclude here that the judgment is internally perceived, and that the meaning of our statement lies in the straightforwardly affirmative judgment about what we perceive, i.e. about our judgment. If no one finds such a conception acceptable in the case of a statement, it cannot be seriously entertained in the case of other independent sentences. We recall what was said in our last section. The expressions which fit themselves to the expressed experiences, are not related to them in the way that names are, nor in any analogous manner. Our experiences are not first objectively presented, and then brought under concepts, as if, together with each new word, a subsumption or predication had taken place. A person who judges gold to be yellow, does not judge that the presentation which accompanies his use of the word gold is yellow. He does not judge that the manner of judging he carries out when he utters the word is false. Under the concept is etc. The word is does not in fact symbolize judgment, but the being which is found in a state of affairs. Gold, likewise, does not name a presentative experience, it names a metal. Expressions name experiences only when such experiences have been made objects of presentation or judgment in reflection. The same holds for all words, even syncatagormatic ones, in their relation to what is objective, they mean this in their fashion even when they do not name it. Expressions are not therefore associated as names with the acts which fill our minds at each moment, acts in which we live without judging about them reflectively. Such expressions belong rather to the concrete being of the acts themselves. To judge expressly is to judge, to wish expressly is to wish. To name a judgment or wish is not to judge or wish, but merely to name. A judgment named need never be judged by the man who names it, a wish named never wished by him. And, even when this is not so, the naming expresses no judgment or no wish, but a presentation related to one or the other. Criticism. This objection also exposes the weakness of our at first attractive preliminary argument. It is clear from it, as from our previous discussions, that not every expression, qua the expression it is, presupposes a judgment or other act, which makes the intimated experience its object. This again does not dispose of the thesis, we have not shown, just in the case of the Sentence forms under discussion, that they are not judgments about momentary wishing, questioning, or requesting experiences, or that they do not express their straightforward existence in the speaker. True, to name a wish is not therefore to wish, but is experiencing a wish and naming it in the same breath, not also a case of wishing? So that, even if expressed wishing is necessarily a wishing which involves naming and stating, the proposition still holds, that expressed wishing is wishing and not mere naming. 3. The controversial expressions have the form of sentences, and at times the form of categorical sentences with subjects and predicates. From this, it follows that they can also be treated as having predication in their content, and not merely as predications in relation to one, same, unmentioned subject 1. E.g., may God protect the Kaiser, the coachman should harness the horses. A may or a should is uttered, the subject in question is apprehended as standing under a requisition or an obligation. One could here rejoin, where a should counts as an objective predicate, and is actually attributed as such, the should sentence has not merely the force of a wish or a command, or not this alone. An objective obligation can be said to hold, though the man stating it need experience no act of the kind, which constitutes an actual consciousness of obligation. If I know that some one's will is bound by a relationship of service or by custom or morality, I can judge that he should and must do something. But this expresses no living wish, desire or obligation. Statements of obligation may indeed serve in appropriate contexts to express acts of this sort, e.g. John must harness the horses. But it is clear that here no mere objective obligation is expressed, but my own will, and this not in my words, but rather in my tone, and in the circumstances. In such circumstances the predicative form doubtless does duty for an imperative or optative form, i.e. the thought predication implied by the words is either not carried out at all, or is merely subsidiary. It is undeniable, lastly, that the predicative interpretation only is plausible in certain cases, and not in the case in question. B. Erdmann, who otherwise leans towards it, does not favor it in this case. C. B. Erdmann, Logic, 1 45, pages 271 ff. Criticism. It may be questioned whether this refutation suffices. That a should predicate has an objective sense and value cannot be doubted. But that, where this is not true, nothing is predicated or at least judged, is by no means proved. One might maintain, when we issue a command to someone, e.g. a command to the coachman John to harness the horses, he counts for us as someone subordinate to our will, he is apprehended as such by us and accordingly addressed in this form of expression. We say, John, harness the horses. That he is one who should harness horses is here predicated of him, naturally in the expectation of corresponding practical results, and not merely to attest that he counts as such for me. The expression of the command is relative. We can think of no one commanded, without at the same time thinking, definitely or indefinitely, of someone who commands him. This being wholly obvious requires no explicit expression. Instead of the cumbrous form I command etc., we employ the brief imperative, whose form points to a communicative relation. The speech forms should and must were not originally used by a commander in face of the commanded to express his actual voluntary intent, but only when a more objective expression of his own or someone else's voluntary intent was needed, e.g. when there was a third person relaying someone else's command or when a legislating will found expression in a law. When communication between commander and commanded lapses, the imperative, which fits the conscious situation of the former, loses application. This conception can be applied generally. One can say, in the optative, what we wish is presented as wished, and stated to be such. Just so, in a requesting form, what we request is presented as requested, in a question what we ask presented as asked, etc. These acts are related in our presentation to their intentional objects, and are so themselves made objective as reflexive predicates attaching to the latter. In the communicative situation, many others of the expressions in case should have, like commands, the role of telling the hearer, like essentially. Occasional expressions, that the speaker is performing certain intimated acts of request, congratulation, condolence, etc., with an intentional regard to his auditor. To the extent that expressions of all sorts may in full consciousness be informed by the wish to communicate with others, and to acquaint others with one's own convictions, doubts, hopes, etc., they are perhaps all accompanied by reflex acts directed upon such inner experiences and, more precisely, by acts which intuitively relate the latter to the speaker and to the person addressed. This accordingly holds of communicative statements as well. These acts of reflection and reference do not on that account form part of the meaning of a statement and of all other expressions, but this may very well be said of expressions of our controversial class, in virtue of which they are in all cases directed to inner experiences of the speaker. In solitary mental life, if we disregard exceptional cases of talking to oneself, asking oneself questions, desiring or commanding oneself, relation to an auditor falls away, and the subjective expressions in question, which are still applicable, express the simple being of inner experiences in more or less definite relation to the subject. In a monologue, a question is either of the form I ask myself whether, or relation to the subject vanishes entirely, the interrogative expression becomes a mere name, or not really even that. For the normal use of a name is in a context of predicative or attributive relation, of which there is here no question. Since the expression becomes one with the intuited inner experience as a knowing of the latter, an interweaving of factors arises having the character of a self-enclosed phenomenon. To the extent that, in such interweaving, we live principally in an interrogative act, with which our expression merely fits in, and to which it gives articulate voice, the whole interweaving is called a question. Null edge is not here a theoretical function, this is the case only in predication. While here nothing is predicated, the question is known and expressed without being subjectivized, in the sense of being made either the subject or the object of predicative acts. Plainly, this directly expressive sense of the interrogative sentence helps to constitute the predicative interrogation, I ask myself whether, etc., or the meaning which corresponds to such altered circumstances. If by a judgment one means a predicative act, then our discussions have shown that our disputed sentences do not invariably express judgments. Even in these cases, however, an unbridgeable gulf separates us from the logicians who side with Aristotle. On their view, names, statements, optative sentences, interrogations, commands, etc., are coordinated expressive forms. And coordinated in the following manner: names express presentations, statements express judgments, optative sentences express wishes, etc. Presentations, judgments, questions, etc., in short, acts of all sorts, can serve to confer meaning in exactly the same fashion, for to express acts means the same in all cases, i.e. to have one's meaning in such acts. We, on the other hand, see a fundamental difference between names and statements, on the one hand, and the expressions of our controversial group, on the other. The acts of presentation or judging expressed by names or statements may confer or fulfill meaning, but are not therefore meant, they do not become objects of naming and predication, but are constitutive of such objects. On the other hand, we find, in flat contrast, that the acts expressed by our controversial expressions, though seeming to confer meanings, are made into objects. This may happen, as we saw, through inner intuition reflectively directed upon such acts, and generally also through relational acts based on such intuitions. It may also happen by way of certain acts of signification, perhaps only partially uttered, which attach as cognitions to these inner intuitions and acts of relating, thereby making their objects, the acts, namely, of asking, wishing, commanding, etc., into objects named and otherwise talked of, and perhaps into components of predicated states of affairs. In these acts of objectification lie the true meanings of our controversial expressions. We are not in their case concerned with acts which confer meaning in some fundamentally new manner, but only with contingent specifications of the one, unique class of meaning intentions. And, just so, the acts which fulfill meaning do not fall into different classes, but belong to the one, unique class of intuitions. It is not the wishes, commands, etc., themselves that are expressed by these grammatical patterns and their significations, it is rather the intuitions of these acts that serve as fulfillments. When we compare indicative with optative sentences, we must not coordinate judgments with wishes, but states OFAFFIRS with wishes. What results accordingly is the fact that the ostensible expressions OF non-objectifying acts are really contingent specifications OF statements and other expressions OF objectifying acts which have an immense practical and communicative importance. The contentious issue here dealt with is of fundamental importance, since on its solution depends, on the one hand, whether we accept a doctrine which makes all meaning, whether in intention or fulfillment, of a single kind. The genus of objectifying acts, with their fundamental division into the significative and the intuitive, or whether, on the other hand, we decide to penetrate acts of all sorts to confer or fulfill meaning. The issue is, of course, not less important because it is the first to call our attention to the fundamental triplicity of the ambiguity of talk about expressed acts, on whose analysis our present investigation first embarked, cf2 above. There it was said that we may mean by expressed acts 1. The significative acts which give expressions meaning, and which have, in their significative fashion, a certain objectivity of reference. 2. The intuitive acts, which frequently fulfill the significant intent of an expression, and so represent the significantly meant objects intuitively, and in a parallel intuitive sense. 3. The acts which are the objects of signification, and likewise of intuition. In all cases where an expression, in sense 2, expresses the speaker's own experiences of the moment. If these are not objectifying acts, their nature will not permit them to function under the rubrics 1 and 2. The root of all our difficulties lies in the fact that, in the direct application of expressions, or acts to be expressed, to intuitively grasped inner experiences, our significative acts are completely fulfilled by the inner intuition which attaches to them, so that both are most intimately blended, while these same intuitions, being internal, exhaust themselves in the straightforward presentation of the acts that they mean. Finally, we must observe that the distinction made above as against Bolzano, between cases where only the subjective objection can be raised, the objection to the expression's sincerity or adequacy, and cases where the fatal objection can be raised, the objection related to objective truth and falsity, that this distinction has, on a closer survey, no true connection with our controversial question. For it has a quite general concern with the difference between expressions relating to intuitively envisaged act experiences and experiences not so relating. In the first class there are many quite uncontroversial predications, e.g. all statements of the form I ask whether, I command, wish that, etc. And, BEIT noted, there can be no factual objections to subjective judgments thus formulated, they are true or false. But truth here coincides with sincerity. In the case of other statements which aim at what is objective, i.e. not at the self-expressing subject and his experiences, the factual question concerns our meaning. The question of sincerity depends on the possibility of seeming assertions, from which the genuine, normal act of meaning is absent. Really there is no judgment, the meaning of a statement is presented in the context of an intent to deceive. Appendix external and internal perception. Psychical and psychical phenomena. The concepts of external perception and perception of self, of sensuous and internal perception, have for the naive man the following content. External perception is the perception of external things, their qualities and relationships, their changes and interactions. Perception of self is the perception that each can have of his own ego and its properties, its states and activities. Asked who this perceived ego may be, the naive man would reply by pointing to his bodily appearance, or would recount his past and present experiences. To the further question whether all this is included in his percept of self, he would naturally reply that, just as the perceived external thing has many properties, and has had many in the course of its changes, which are not for the moment open to perception, so a corresponding fact holds for his perceived ego. In the changing acts of self-perception appear, on occasion, such and such presentations, feelings, wishes, and bodily activities of the ego, just as the exterior or the interior of a house, or such and such sides and parts of it, enter from time to time into outer perception. Naturally, however, the ego remains the perceived object in the one case, as the house is in the other. For the naive man our second pair of notions, that of sensuous and internal perception, does not altogether coincide with the pair just discussed, that of outward perception and perception of self. We perceive sensuously what we perceive by the eye and the ear, by smell and taste, in brief, through the organs of sense. In this field everyone locates, not only external things, but his own body and bodily activities, such as walking, eating, seeing, hearing, etc. What we call inner perception, on the other hand, concerns mainly such spiritual experiences as thinking, feeling and willing, but also every thing that we locate, like these, in the interior of our bodies, do not connect with our outward organs. In philosophical diction, both pairs of terms, we usually prefer the pair of internal and external perception, express only one pair of concepts. After Descartes had sharply separated mens and corpus, Locke, using the term sensation and reflection, introduced the two corresponding classes of perception into modern philosophy. This division has remained in force till today. External perception was regarded, following Locke, as our perception of bodies, while inner perception was the perception that our spirits or souls have of their own activities, their cogitationes in the Cartesian sense. A Division of perceptions is accordingly mediated by a division among the objects. Of perception, though a difference in origin is likewise set beside it. In one case, perception arises from the effects of physical things operating through the senses on our spirits, in the other case out of a reflection on the activities carried out by the mind on the basis of ideas won through sensation. 2. In quite recent times men have been much concerned to achieve an adequate overhaul and a deepening of Locke's obviously vague and rough positions. General epistemological interests were, on the one hand, responsible for this move. We recall the traditional estimate of the relative value for knowledge of the two forms of perception. External perception is deceptive, inner perception evident. In this evidence lies one of the basic pillars of knowledge, which skepticism cannot shake. Inner perception is also the only case of perception where the object truly corresponds to the act of perception, is, in fact, immanent in it. It is also, to speak pointedly, the one type of perception that deserves the name. In the interest of perceptual theory, we must therefore enter more exactly into the essence of inner, as opposed to outer perception. Psychological interests were, on the other hand, involved. Men were concerned with the much debated fixing of the domain of empirical psychology, and, particularly, with establishing for it its own justification as against the natural sciences, by marking out for it a peculiar territory of phenomena. Even the prime place in epistemology readily accorded to psychology as basic philosophical discipline, required that its objects be defined with as few epistemological commitments as possible. It should not, therefore, concern itself with transcendent realities of so controversial a type as soul and body as if they were obvious data. Locke's classification of perceptions had just such a presupposition. It was therefore at once unsuited, and not in fact designed, to serve as a basis for a definition of psychology, and to do justice to the interests mentioned. It is clear, further, that if a distinction of perceptions is set up on the basis of an anticipated distinction between bodily and spiritual matters, then the former distinction cannot be used as a basis of distinction between the science of bodily and the science of spiritual phenomena. The matter would be different if one could succeed in finding purely descriptive marks for a division of percepts, marks which left our classes unaltered in extent, and which, while lacking all epistemological presuppositions, would serve to demarcate the corresponding bodily phenomena from psychic phenomena. Appendix 337. A possible path seemed here to be opened by the Cartesian approach. Through doubt, with its emphasis on the epistemological position of inner perception. We have already touched on this above. The line of thought, which develops here, runs as follows. However widely I may extend my critical doubts regarding knowledge, I cannot doubt that I exist and am doubting, or again, while I experience them, that I am having presentations, am judging, feeling or however else I may designate such inwardly perceived appearances. To doubt in such a case would evidently be irrational. We accordingly have absolute evidence. Regarding the existence of the objects of inner perception, we have that clearest cognition, that unassailable certainty which distinguishes knowledge. In the strictest sense, it is quite different in the case of outer perception. It lacks evidence, and the frequent conflicts in statements relying upon it point, in fact, to its capacity to deceive. We have therefore no right to assume from the outset that the objects of outer perception really and truly exist as they seem to us to be. We have, in fact, many reasons to think that they do not really exist at all, but can at best lay claim to a phenomenal or intentional existence. If one makes the reality of a perceived object part of the notion of perception, then outer perception is not, in this strict sense, perception at all. This evident character will in any case give us a descriptive mark, free from presuppositions regarding metaphysical realities, which will enable us to sort out our various classes of perceptions. It is a character given with, or absent from, the perceptual experience itself, and this alone determines our division. If we now consider the phenomena presented by these various classes of perceptions, they unmistakably constitute essentially distinct classes. This is not to assert that the objects in themselves, i.e. the souls and bodies, that we rightly or wrongly range under them, differ essentially. A purely descriptive treatment that avoids all transcendence establishes an unbridgeable gulf between these phenomena. On the one side we have the sensory qualities, which in themselves form a descriptively closed class, whether there are such things as senses and sense organs or not. They form a kind in the strict Aristotelian sense of the word. To these are added features necessarily attaching, either to sense qualities in general, or to single ranges of such qualities, again strict Aristotelian species, or, conversely, features themselves, necessarily presupposing qualities, and only able to achieve concrete being in association with them. Here well-known propositions come up for treatment, e.g. no intuited spatiality without quality. Many would say that the converse obtained also, no quality without something spatial. Others would here only approve particular cases, no color, no tactile quality without something spatial. Further propositions of the same class would be, no tone quality without intensity, no timbre without tone qualities, etc. L. On the other side we have phenomena such as having presentations, judgments, surmises, wishes, hopes, etc. We here enter, as it were, another world. These phenomena have relation to what is sensible, but are not themselves. To be compared with the latter, they do not belong to one and the same genuine kind. When we have first clearly seen the descriptive unity of this class through examples, one finds, with a little attention, a positive mark, which characterizes them all, the mark of intentional inexistence. One can of course use the above descriptive distinction of inner and outer perception to arrive at just such a distinction of the two classes of phenomena. It becomes now a good definition to say, psychic phenomena are the phenomena of inner perception, physical phenomena those of outer perception. Point 2. In this manner a closer treatment of the two sorts of perceptions leads not merely to a descriptive, epistemologically important characterization of these perceptions themselves, but also to a fundamental, descriptive division of phenomena into two classes, the physical and the psychical. And we seem to have achieved, for psychological and scientific purposes, a metaphysically uncommitted definition, not oriented towards supposed data in some transcendent world, but to what is truly given phenomenally. Physical phenomena are no longer defined as the phenomena which arise out of the operation of bodies on our minds through our sense organs. Psychic phenomena as the phenomena discovered by us in perceiving the activities of our minds. In both cases the descriptive character of the phenomena, as experienced by us, alone furnishes our criterion. Psychology can now be defined as the science of psychic phenomena, as natural science is of physical phenomena. These definitions require certain limitations in order to correspond truly to our actual sciences, limitations which point to explanatory metaphysical hypotheses, whereas the phenomena, as descriptively differentiated, remain the true starting points of our treatments, and the objects to be explained. The definition of natural science is particularly in need of limiting conditions, for it is not concerned with all physical phenomena, not with the phenomena of imagination, but only with those which come before sense perception. And, even in their case, it only sets up laws to the extent that these depend on the physical stimulation of the sense organs. One might express the scientific task of natural science by saying that natural science is the science which seeks to explain the sequence of the physical phenomena of normal, pure sensations, sensations uninfluenced by peculiar psychical conditions and events, by assuming the action on our sense organs of a world extended in three space-like dimensions, and taking place in one time-like dimension. Without settling the absolute character of this world, it is satisfied to attribute to it powers provocative of our sensations and influencing each other in their operation, and to set up laws of coexistence and succession for such powers. In stating these, it indirectly states the laws of sequence of the physical phenomena of our sensations, laws conceived in their purity, in scientific abstraction from concomitant mental conditions, as things taking place for an invariant sensibility. The expression science of physical phenomena must be interpreted in this rather complicated way, if it is to be equated with the meaning of natural science. Brentano, Psychology, 1, pages 127 to 128. In regard to the conceptual demarcation of psychology, it might appear that the concept of the psychic phenomenon should be widened rather than narrowed, since the physical phenomena of imagination fall as entirely in its field of reference as do psychic phenomena in the previously defined sense, and since even the physical phenomena appearing in sensation cannot be disregarded in the doctrine of sensation. But it is plain that such physical phenomena only enter into descriptions of the peculiarities of psychic phenomena as the content of the latter. The same holds of all psychic phenomena which exist only phenomenally. The true subject matter of psychology can be regarded as consisting solely of psychic phenomena in the sense of actual states. It is exclusively in regard to the latter that we call psychology the science of psychic phenomena. Ibid pages 129f. The interesting line of thought that I have just expounded represents, as my longer quotations have made plain, the standpoint of Brentano III and also that of a whole succession of thinkers who are theoretically close to him. There are further respects, as is well known, in which inner perception plays an important role in Brentano's psychology. I am here only concerned with his doctrine of inner consciousness. Every psychic phenomenon is not merely a consciousness, but itself the content of a consciousness. We are conscious of it in the narrower sense of perceiving it. The flux of inner experience is therefore also a continuous flux of inner percepts, which are most intimately united with the psychic experiences in question. For inner perception is no second, independent act supervening upon a relevant psychic phenomenon. The latter rather involves, in addition to its relation to a primary object, e.g. an externally perceived content, itself in all its completeness as presented and known, Ibid p. 182. In so far as the act directly intends its primary object, it is also subsidiarily directed upon itself. In this way one avoids the endless complication seemingly threatened by the consciousness which accompanies all psychic phenomena, since their multiple division into three ground classes itself involves an inner perception. The evidence and infallibility of inner perception will also be rendered possible. In this manner, Ibid 2, ch. 3, pages 182 ff. Brentano is here, in one of his main views, i.e. in his interpretation of consciousness as a continuous stream of internal perception, in harmony with the great thinkers of the past. Even Locke, a true student of experience, defines consciousness as the perception of what goes on in a man's own mind. Point 4. Brentano's theories have aroused much opposition. This has not only been directed to the doctrines of inner perception just mentioned, whose subtly constructed complexity still certainly requires a phenomenological foundation, but also against his distinction between perceptions and phenomena, and, in particular, against the laying down of the tasks of psychology and natural science which is based upon this. Point 5. The relevant questions have repeatedly been made the theme of serious discussion in the past decade. And it is sad that, despite its fundamental importance for psychology and epistemology, agreement has not been reached. Criticism, it would appear, has not penetrated far enough to hit upon the decisive points, and to separate what is indubitably significant in Brentano's thought motivation from what is erroneous in its elaboration. This is due to the fact that the fundamental psychological and epistemological questions, which cause controversy in these dimensions of inquiry, have not been sufficiently clarified, a natural consequence of defective phenomenological analysis. On both sides the conception with which men operated remained ambiguous, on both sides there was a consequent falling into delusive confusions. This will be clear from the following criticism of the illuminating views of Brentano. 4. According to Brentano, inner perception distinguishes itself from outer perception. 1. By its evidence and its incorrigibility, and 2. By essential differences in phenomena. In inner perception we experience exclusively psychic phenomena, in outer perception physical phenomena. This exact parallelism makes it possible for the first named distinction to serve as a characteristic distinguishing mark of the perceivable phenomena. As well, as opposed to this, inner and outer perception seem to me, if the terms are naturally interpreted, to be of an entirely similar epistemological character. More explicitly, there is a well-justified distinction between evident and non-evident, or between infallible and fallible perception. But, if one understands by outer perception, as one naturally does, and as Brentano also does, the perception of physical things, properties, events, etc., and classes all other perceptions as inner perceptions, then such a division will not coincide at all with the division previously given. For not every perception of the ego, nor every perception of a psychic state referred to the ego, is certainly evident. If by the ego we mean what we all mean by it, and what we all think we perceive in perceiving ourselves, i.e. our own empirical personality, it is clear, too, that most perceptions of psychic states cannot be evident, since these are perceived with a bodily location. That anxiety tightens my throat, that pain bores into my tooth, that grief gnaws at my heart, I perceive these things as I perceive that the wind shakes the trees, or that this box is square and brown in color, etc. Here, indeed, outer perceptions go with inner perceptions, but this does not affect the fact that the psychic phenomena perceived are, as they are perceived, non-existent. Surely it is clear that psychic phenomena, also, can be perceived transcendently. Exactly regarded, all psychic phenomena seen in natural or empirical scientific attitudes are perceived transcendently. The pure presentedness of experience presupposes a purely phenomenological attitude which will inhibit all transcendent assertions. I know what will here be objected, that we have forgotten the difference between perception and apperception. Inner perception means the directly conscious living through of mental acts, they are here taken as what they are, and not as what they are apprehended or apperceived as. One must, however, reflect that what is true for the case of inner perception must be true also for the case of outer perception. If the essence of perception does not lie in apperception, then all talk of perception in regard to external things, mountains, woods, houses, etc., is misguided, and this, the normal sense of the word perception, surely illustrated in these cases above all others, must be abandoned. Outer perception is apperception, and the unity of the concept demands that inner perception should be so too. It is of the essence of perception that something should appear in it. Apperception, however, constitutes what we call appearance, whether veridical or not, and whether it remains faithfully and adequately in the frame of the immediately given, or anticipates future perception in going beyond it. The house appears to me, in no other manner than that I apperceive actually experienced sense contents in a certain fashion. I hear a barrel organ, the tones sensed are interpreted as those of a barrel organ. In the same way I apperceivingly perceive my own psychic phenomena, the blessedness quivering through me, the grief in my heart, etc. They are called appearances, or rather, apparent contents, being contents of apperception. 5. The term appearance is, of course, beset with ambiguities, whose extreme dangers are seen precisely in this case. It will not be useless at this point to list these equivocations explicitly. We have already touched on them in passing in the text of these investigations. Talk of appearance has a preferred application to acts of intuitive presentation, to acts of perception, on the one hand, and to acts of representation, on the other, e.g. acts of remembering, imagining, or pictorially representing, in the ordinary sense, on a basis mixed with perception. Appearance accordingly means 1. The concrete intuitive experience, the intuitive presentedness or representedness of a given object for us, the concrete experience, example when we perceive the lamp standing before us. Since the qualitative character of the act, whether the object is regarded as real or not, is irrelevant, it can also be ignored entirely, and appearance then coincides with what we defined as representation in the last investigation, cf 6, 26, p 740. 2. The intuited, appearing, object, taken as it appears here and now, e.g. this lamp as it counts for some percept we have just performed. 3. In misleading fashion we also call the real/n, constituents of AP. Appearances in sense i.e. those of the concrete acts of appearing or intuiting. Appearances. Such appearances are, above all, the presentative sensations. The experienced moments of color, form, etc., which we fail to distinguish from apparent properties of the colored, formed, objects corresponding to them, and apparent in the act which interprets them. That it is import, and to distinguish between them, that it does not do to confuse a color sensation with an apparent bodily coloring, the sensation of form with bodily form, etc., we have often stressed. Uncritical theories certainly ignore the distinction. But even those who would refuse to say with Schopenhauer that the world is my idea, are accustomed to speak as if apparent things were compounded out of sense contents. One could certainly say that apparent things as such, the mere things of sense, are composed of a stuff analogous to that which as sensation is counted a content of consciousness. This does not affect the fact that the thing's apparent properties are not themselves sensations, but only appear as analogues of sensations. 4. They are not present, as sensations are, in consciousness, but are merely represented in it, as properties which appear in it, which are transcendently referred to. For this reason perceived external things, likewise, are not complexes of sensations, they are rather objects of appearances, objects appearing as complexes of properties, whose types stand in a peculiar analogy to types found among sensations. We could put what we have just said somewhat differently. Under the rubric of sensations, we range certain sorts of experiences of this or that actual kind belonging to a unity of consciousness. If it now happens that, in a unity of consciousness, real properties of analogous kinds appear as external to, and transcending such sensations, we may then call them after these sensational classes, but they are no longer sensations. We emphasize the word external, which must, of course, not be understood spatially. However, we may decide the case of the existence or non-existence of phenomenal external things, we cannot doubt that the reality of each such perceived thing cannot be understood as the reality of a perceived complex of sensations in a perceiving consciousness. For it is plain, and confirmable by phenomenological analysis in each instance, that the thing of perception, this so-called sensational complex, differs in every circumstance, both as a whole and in every distinct moment of property, from the sensational complex actually lived through in the percept in question, whose objective apperception first constitutes the perceptual sense, and thereby the apparent thing, in intentional fashion. It may indeed be said that the original concept of appearance was the one given in our second place above, the concept of what appears, or of what could appear, of the intuitive as such. Having regard to the fact that all sorts of experiences, including the experiences of outer intuition, whose objects are therefore called outer appearances, can be made objects of reflective inner intuition, we call all experiences in an ego's experiential unity phenomena. Phenomenology is accordingly the theory of experiences in general, inclusive of all matters, whether real/n, or intentional, given in experiences, and evidently discoverable in them. Pure phenomenology is accordingly the theory of the essences of pure phenomena, the phenomena of a pure consciousness or of a pure ego. It does not build on the ground given by transcendent apperception, of physical and animal, and so of psychophysical nature. It makes no empirical assertions, it propounds no judgments which relate to objects transcending consciousness, it establishes no truths concerning natural realities, whether physical or psychic, no psychological truths, therefore, in the historical sense, and borrows no such truths as assumed premises. It rather takes all apperceptions and mental assertions which point beyond what is given in adequate, purely immanent intuition, which point beyond the pure stream of consciousness, and treats them purely as the experiences they are in themselves. It subjects them to a purely immanent, purely descriptive examination into essence. This examination of essence is also pure in a second sense, in the sense of ideation. It is an a priori examination in the true sense. So understood, all the investigations of the present work have been purely phenomenological. Insofar, that is, as they did not have ontological themes, and did not, as in the third and sixth investigation, seek to make a priori assertions regarding the objects of possible consciousness. They did not speak of psychological facts and laws in an objective nature, only of pure possibilities and necessities, which belong to any form of the pure cogito. They spoke of these as regards their real/n, and their intentional contents, or as regards their a priori possibilities of connection with other such patterns in an ideally possible conscious context. As the term appearance is ambiguous, so also, and consequently, is the term perception, and so are all further terms used in connection with perception. These ambiguities fill theories of perception with confused errors. The perceived is, example, what appears in perception, i.e. its object, the house. And, further, the sense content experienced in it, i.e. the sum of the present in contents, which in their interconnection are interpreted as the house, and singly interpreted as its properties. Excerpt from the first edition, which was replaced by the first two paragraphs of the third note in the preceding 5 in addition to 3. If we are only clear that we have to draw a distinction in our intuition between sensations as lived experiences, which are accordingly components of the subject, and phenomenal determinations, as components of the intentional object, and that both only coincide in the ideal case of adequate intuition, which does not come into question for us, then we readily see that our inwoven sensations cannot themselves count as appearances, whether in the sense of acts or of apparent objects. Not in the former, since under the rubric of sensations we sum up certain non-acts, which perhaps receive an objectifying interpretation in acts. Not in the latter, since acts would have to be part of the phenomenal objectivity of sensations, acts which would have to direct their intention to them. Such acts are indeed possible, but that they are part of the stock in trade of every percept, and this in relation to the percepts. Presentative sensations cannot be shown to be necessary either by descriptive analysis or on genetic grounds. All this goes without saying for imaginative intuitions as well, in relation to their imaginatively representative contents. If one has once got to the point of regarding all components of appearances in sense one as themselves appearances, then it is a further, almost unconscious step to regard everything psychic, all lived experiences in the experiential unity of the ego, as phenomena. How misleading such ambiguities show themselves to be appears in Brentano's theory, with its division into inner and outer perception according to evidential character and separate phenomenal class. We are told that outer perception is not evident, and is even delusive. This is undoubtedly the case if we mean by the physical phenomena what such perception perceives, physical things, their properties and changes, etc. But when Brentano exchanges this authentic, and alone permissible sense of the word perceive, for an improper sense which relates, not to external objects, but to presenting contents, i.e., present as real parts, real origin in perception, and when he consequently gives the name of physical phenomena, not merely to outer objects, but also to these contents, these latter seem infected with the fallibility of outer perception. I believe that stricter divisions are necessary here. If an external object, a house, is perceived, presenting sensations are experienced in this perception, but they are not perceived. When we are deluded regarding the existence of the house, we are not deluded regarding the existence of our experienced sense contents. Since we do not pass judgment on them at all, do not perceive them in this perception. If we afterwards take note of these contents, our ability to do this is, within certain limits, undeniable, and if we abstract from all that we recently or usually meant by way of them, and take them simply as they are, then we certainly perceive them, but perceive no external object through them. This new perception has plainly the same claim to inerrancy and evidence as any inner perception. To doubt what is immanent, in consciousness, and is meant precisely as it is, would be quite evidently irrational. I may doubt whether an outer object exists, and so whether a percept relating to such objects is correct, but I cannot doubt the now experienced sensuous content of my experience, whenever, that is, I reflect on the latter, and simply intuit it as being what it is. There are, therefore, evident percepts of physical contents, as well as of psychical. If it were now objected that sensuous contents are invariably and necessarily interpreted objectively, that they are always bearers of outer intuitions, and can only be attended to as contents of such intuitions, the point need not be disputed, it would make no difference to the situation. The evidence of the existence of these contents would be as indisputable as before, and would also not be our evidence for psychic phenomena in the sense of acts. The evidence for the being of the whole psychic phenomenon implies that, for each of its parts, but the perception of the part is a new perception with a new evidence, which is by no means that of the whole phenomenon. An analogous ambiguity to that which affects the notion of a physical phenomenon, will also be found, if our conception is consistent, in the case of the notion of the psychic phenomenon. This is not the case for Brentano. He understands by a psychic phenomenon only an actually present act, experience, and by an inner perception a perception which simply apprehends such an experience, just as it is there. Brentano ignores the fact that he has only done justice to one class of percepts of psychic phenomena, under the name of inner perception, and that it is not possible to divide all percepts into the two groups of outer and inner. He also ignores the fact that the whole evidential prerogative accorded to his inner perception hangs upon the fact that he has employed an essentially distorted concept of perception in the case of inner perception, and that it does not depend on the peculiarity of inwardly perceived phenomena. Had he treated as genuine percepts of physical phenomena only such objective interpretations and apprehensions as survey their objects adequately, he could have attributed evidence to that perception of sense experiences which was by him assigned to outer perception, and he could not have said of inner perception, in his sense, that it is really the only sort of perception in the true sense of the word, Ibid p. 119. It is absolutely clear that the conceptual pairs of inner and outer, and of evident and non-evident perception, need not coincide at all. The first pair is determined by the concepts of physical and psychical, however these may be demarcated. The second expresses the epistemologically fundamental antithesis studied in our sixth investigation, the opposition between adequate perception, or intuition in the narrowest sense, whose perceptual intention is exclusively directed to a content truly present to it, and the merely supposing, inadequate perception, whose intention does not find fulfillment in present content, but rather goes through this to constitute the lively, but always one-sided and presumptive, presentedness of what is transcendent. In the first case the experienced content is also the object of perception, in the second, content and object fall asunder. The content represents what it does not itself have, what is, however, made manifest in it, and what is, in a certain sense, its analog, if we confine ourselves to what is immediately intuited, as body color is an analog of sense color. In this separation we have the essence of the epistemological difference that men look for between inner and outer perception. It is the operative factor in the Cartesian treatment of doubt. I can doubt the truth of an inadequate, merely projective perception, the intended, or, if one likes, intentional, object is not immanent in the act of appearing. The intention is there, but the object itself, that is destined finally to fulfill it, is not one with it. How could its existence be evident to me? But I cannot doubt an adequate, purely immanent perception, since there are no residual intentions in it that must yet achieve fulfillment. the whole intention, or the intention, in all its aspects, is fulfilled. Or, as we also expressed it, the object is not in our percept merely believed to exist, but is also itself truly given, and as what it is believed to be. It is of the essence of adequate perception that the intuited object itself really and truly dwells in it, which is merely another way of saying that only the perception of one's own actual experiences is indubitable and evident. Not every such percept is evident. In the percept of toothache, example, a real experience is perceived, and yet our perception often deceives. The pain appears to bore a sound tooth. The possibility of our error is plain. The perceived object is not the pain as experienced, but the pain in a transcendent reference as connected with the tooth. Adequate perception involves, however, that in it the perceived is experienced as it is perceived, as the perception thinks or conceives it. In this sense we obviously only have an adequate percept of our own experiences, and of these only to the extent that we apprehend them purely, without going apperceptively beyond them. 7. It might now be objected, an experience is surely the same as a psychic phenomenon. What, then, is the dispute all about? I answer, if one means by psychic phenomena the real constituents of our consciousness, the experiences themselves that are there, and if one further means by inner percepts, or percepts of psychic phenomena, adequate percepts, whose intention finds imminent fulfillment in the experiences in question, then the scope of inner perception will of course coincide with that of adequate perception. It is important, however, to note 1. That psychic phenomena in this sense are not the same as psychic phenomena in Brentano's sense, nor as Descartes' cogitation is, nor as Locke's acts or operations of mind, since in the sphere of experiences as such, all sense contents, all sensations, also belong. 2. That the non-inner perceptions, the remainder class, will not then coincide with outer perceptions in the ordinary sense of the word, but with the much wider class of transcendent, inadequate perceptions. If a sense content, or sense complex or sequence of sense contents is apprehended as a thing out there, as a multitude, an articulated connection of several things, or as a change in things, an external happening, etc., we have an outer percept in the ordinary sense. But a non-sensuous content can also belong to the representative stuff of a transcendent percept, particularly in association with sense contents. Our perceived object can then as readily be an external object with perceived mental properties. This happens in differing fashion in the apprehension of one's own and other men's bodily being as persons, or, as in psychophysical apperception, an inner object, a subjective experience, perceived with physical properties attaching to it. 3. When in psychology, as the objective science of animal mentality, we mean by perceptions of psychic phenomena the perceptions that a man has of his own experiences, which the perceiver apprehends as belonging to himself, this particular person, all inner perceptions are no less cases of transcendent apperception than are outer perceptions. Among these there are some which, with some abstraction, count as adequate, in so far as they seize the man's own, relevant, experiences in their very selves. But in so far as even such adequate inner perceptions apperceive the experiences they apprehend as those of a percipient, psychophysical, personal ego, and so as belonging to the presented objective world, they are in this respect infected with an essential inadequacy. There are, further, cases of inner perception, as there are cases of outer perception, where the perceived object, in the Sense given to it in our percept, has no existence. The distinction, funda. Mental even for psychology, between adequate and inadequate perception. Psychological adequateness being understood as the abstraction we mentioned. Intersects the distinction between inner and outer perception, and therefore pervades the sphere of the former. 8. The ambiguities of the word phenomenon allow us first to call apparent objects and their properties phenomena, then to apply the term to the experiences which constitute their act of appearing, particularly to the experienced contents in the sense of sensations, and, lastly, to all experiences. Whatever. These ambiguities explain why we tend to confuse two essentially different types of psychological division of phenomena. 1. Divisions of experiences, e.g. the division of experiences into acts and non-acts. Such divisions naturally fall into the sphere of psychology, which accordingly has to deal with all experiences, which it of course apperceives in transcendent fashion as experiences of animal beings in nature. 2. The division of phenomenal objects into examples such as seem to belong to the consciousness of an ego and such as do not seem to do so, i.e. the division into psychical and physical objects, contents, properties, relations etc. In Brentano these two divisions are confused. He simply opposes physical equal to psychical phenomena, and defines them unmistakably as a division of experiences into acts and non-acts. But he at once mixes up, under the rubric of physical phenomena, the contents of sensics and apparent external objects, or their phenomenal properties, so that the division now becomes a division of phenomenal objects into physical and psychical, in an ordinary or near ordinary sense, in which the latter division furnishes the names. Closely connected with this confusion is the erroneous criterion, also used by Brentano, to divide the two classes of phenomena, that physical phenomena only exist phenomenally and intentionally, while psychical phenomena also have an actual existence as well as an intentional one. If we understand by physical phenomena phenomenal things, it is at least sure that they do not need to exist. The forms of productive fancy, most of the objects of artistic representation in paintings, statues, poems etc., hallucinatory and illusory objects, exist only in a phenomenal and intentional manner, i.e. they do not exist in the authentic sense at all, only the relevant acts of appearing exist with their real, and intentional contents. The matter is quite different in the case of physical phenomena interpreted as sensed contents. The sensed, experienced, color contents, shape contents etc., which we enjoy when we look at Böcklin's picture of the Elysian fields, and which, informed by an imaginative act character, are made into the consciousness of the pictured objects, are real constituents of this experience. And they do not exist in merely phenomenal, intentional fashion, as apparent, merely intended contents, but in actuality. One must not forget, of course, that actual does not here mean the same as external to consciousness, but the same as not merely putative.